I'm right here. G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open West April Cup for the 2023 season. I hope you guys had an awesome Easter weekend. Of course, joined all the action across the pond for the Southeast Asia Oceanic top 8 that we had just recently. But here today, guys, it's all about the top 8 for the April Cup. Really exciting. Got a mixed bag of veterans and new players alike. So hope you guys will stick around for the whole top 8 action and enjoy the night. One Baz here, as always, to bring you all the action, joined by my partner in crime. Of course, it is Dawnbreaker's own Trickster. Trick, my man, we're here in the April Cup already, and it's going to be another banger.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here and be working with you guys again. So interesting seeing that just like a week ago, everyone was playing Vengeance Blood, and then now like huge shifts in the meta. It's so cool just seeing like that the players are still trying to figure out what decks are best, and it's almost like, oh, like we're bringing Vengeance, now we're switching to Wrath, and now it's like, oh, they're bringing Wrath, maybe I'll bring the counter to that. I just really see a lot of like people just not like letting themselves think that this is solved and just coming and bringing techs, and I'm just so excited to see that today.
And of course, as well, our guest for the month, the man who stolen my power of swapping between regions at will, and it is, of course, one different fight. DF, welcome back, I should say. Welcome home here once again to the West Cars. It's always great to have you here, as always.
Thank you very much, Baz. It feels good to be back as well in West. You know, I'm basically, me and Baz, you know, the rest of you guys watching this, you know, you're playing in SVO, you're playing for Contenders Cup. Me and Baz, we play for the SVO Ping Pong Cup, where we get ping pong between, you know, West and SEAO, and it's we're trying to see who wins. We're both getting to, you know, tally up our ping pong counts between the two regions and see who can cast more between the two regions. But it's great to be back in West and also see a lot of familiar names in today's top 8 as well, which is going to be very exciting. So looking forward to the show.
Honestly, I think one of us is either one ahead. I'm not too sure which one it is. I'm going to check that afterwards to make sure, because I want to wear that medal. That's definitely mine. I got to keep that one for sure. But yeah, as you said, an awesome top 8 here. Of course, going to show you guys how these guys got here to day 2 in the first place. Trick, kick us off, man. The format going into the April Cup.
Yeah, let's jump into that. So these players were playing rotation with 3 decks and 1 ban. So each of them brings 3 decks from 3 different classes, and then they pick the one they don't want to fight against and take it off the table. These players, the first day, it was 7 rounds of Swiss, and it was not single elimination, but instead we just took the top 16, had a playoff round, and now that brings us to the top 8 today. And now it's single elimination. These players, they're playing money matches each round, and as soon as you lose, you're out.
Yeah, really exciting, right, to see that. And only one player ended up going 7-0, which of course you'll be able to see a little bit later today. Got a stacked roster 6-1. I think it was very close, actually, trying to get a lot of the players to get into that day 2 spot there. But Chris, you know, as Trick mentioned, right, it's all about that money, you know, those big prizes, right, these guys are playing for.
Yeah, there's quite a lot on the line, as is usual in SVO fashion. If you come first and win the whole thing today, you get a whole $1,000. But just for showing up to day 2, you know, if you make it through the day 1, you have a chance to already have yourself $200 plus a bonus $100 for using a webcam during the broadcast. And of course, if you win in your top 8 match and make it to the top 4, that winning upgrades to $400. And then of course, if you make it to the finals, well, then you're either walking home with $1,000 or the second place, $600, which is also a pretty nice amount, I would say.
Yeah, really huge money on the line for these guys, right? All in USD, of course, and really excited for these players to play for just a little extra incentive, right? If there wasn't enough, you know, these league points on the line, trying to get the Contenders Cup at the end of the year and really show up, there's some cash for you as well that you guys can play for here. But also, we're going to look at the standings going into the April Cup as well. We're now a couple months in, as we mentioned, into the 2023 season. And of course, already a lot of top names here currently in the standings. 15 points currently. Ice Caliber wraps in that 10th place spot. Then we have a 4-way tie for Dawnbreaker's Nitro, Twilight Knight, Satellizer, Yorn Calby, and Dawnbreaker's own Shinkai, all at 16 points. Then a 3-way tie between KTZN, Yo from Team Revelations, and our February Cup winner and Nautilus through there with 17 points. Melon as well coming in second, 19 points. We'll see him here later today as well. Also returning from the February Cup, just missing out, taking out that grand final spot. And of course, our previous March Cup winner in Meme Legends, 23 points. There's actually quite a few points if you think about it. A bit ahead there, league points wise, currently ahead of the lead on the West region side of things. So there's your top 10 coming into this cup. And as we mentioned, Melon already there looking to get some extra points to see if he can overtake Meme Legends for that first place spot. Was that other players today looking to see if they can crack into that top 10. There's a couple of players I believe that are only 1 or 2 points out, so we'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to do so going in. But now as well, our brackets going in, we're going to let you know and see who the top 8 are going into this one. As we mentioned, it is a mixture of veteran players, a mixture of new players coming in. And Trick, let's kick things off.
Yeah, that's right. We've got some really experienced players in this bracket and some new faces as well. MS Stolz, the 1-7-0 player, like we mentioned, undefeated day 1. We'll see if they can carry that through today as well. Up against Baad. I saw on the intro art that Baad Katha herself, they said right there with the photo. But then we have Golden Plate as well in the next round against OsaV, one of those players who has been consistently in top 8s for so long now.
Yeah,
and then we'll jump to the second half.
Yeah, on the bottom side, we have, again, this nice mix of vets as well as, players that we've been seeing throughout this year's circuit as well. So, of course, Melon, as previously mentioned, but we have Disastrous Omega going up against them in the third top 8 match of the day. And then we're going to have Twilight Knight as Suktar against V2. And for me, as someone that, has been a little bit away from the West scene for, all of this year, basically, seeing names like V2 and OsaV definitely feels like I'm back at home. This is like, whenever I was casting West, I'd be like, oh, OsaV is in top 8. What else is new? I mean, it's like, when is he not in top 8? I mean, come on. So definitely a very stacked top 8 here for this month, and I'm excited to see how the players are going to fare against each other and who will be crowned the April Cup winner as well.
It's really exciting to see like a lot of these players coming, as you mentioned. I think about veteran players. I mean, when we got Suktar for an example, we haven't seen this man in competition in the top 8 for I think it's like 3 years almost. We had to go through the Shadowverse archives to find some of the last times our man made it here to top 8. All throughout 2019 and 2020 was the last time he was really making an impact. It was really cool to see him back here 2023 here for the April Cup strong for this top 8. And ironically enough, going against V2, which is someone he would have versed quite a bit in the past back in the 2019-2020 seasons as well. But if you guys want to be a part of this awesome community and help out, first of all, the pro players here with some awesome deck lists, whether it be reviews, previews, that type of thing, or make some cool content, definitely check out the community support program. It was over on SVO.gg. Such an awesome program. There's already some awesome creators out there that use this quite a bit. Obviously, you guys will make some big use out of this as well. Again, any type of content, video, if you live stream on Twitch, on YouTube, or make video content on YouTube, or even make cool articles, breaking down decks, having fun with it, even making skits, whatever it is you want to do, send it their way here for the CSP program, and you'll be able to get some awesome card packs for the next expansion. SVO.gg/CSP for all that awesome action. And a quick reminder as well to check out Battlefire as well if you want to be a part of the next SVO for the May Cup. We'll talk about that a little bit more towards the end of the stream as well. But of course, the silence are cool there. Awesome tournament program is all set up where all the cards are available, so you don't have to worry about, if you're missing 1 or 2 cards for those decks, all the cards are available to play, which is such an awesome thing to have for Shadowverse here. So make sure you do check that out as well. But gentlemen, we've done all the housekeeping. We're finally ready to jump into our first quarter final match. Let's look at the decks on offer here between our first 2 players playing today. As you said, right, it's Mana Surge's Stolz against Baad.
Yeah, first we're looking at Sword, and definitely one of the top 3 classes today. We're looking at Dragon, Sword, and Blood as being the most represented, and here we're seeing Mars Sword, a deck that's gotten a lot of strength recently when Mars got a huge buff. So let's take a second and look at Mars and see that effect that is making this deck so strong.
Yeah,
so
Mars has been
very, why don't you take that
very strong, in just supporting the entire archetype of Sword as a whole, with that evolve effect, being able to summon the Flame General's Regalia, which of course buffs up your field while also enabling you to have the damage ping. Generally speaking, you want to get 2 of those amulets out, and then you basically just put your opponent on a time bomb, unless they have Amulet Hate, which a lot of the decks that we're going to see in today's tournament, do run here and there. We notice some patterns in some of these deck lists in terms of which matchups they're teching for. But overall, like the Mars Sword deck already felt very good, but then kind of splashing in the Hero Sword package gives it that top end that allows it to sustain for the long game, and just that really good consistency too, because, you know, with a lot of the searchability in this deck, you're only ever really searching either the Mars or the Valiant Fencer. And we can take a look at Valiant Fencer here as well. You know, after you run out of gas, you can basically go for his enhanced 7 to redraw your entire hand, and then you make your heroic followers cost 0. And your heroic followers are usually, especially when those amulets are out, going to be the ones delivering lethal, because you've got storm damage, you've got, you know, the ability to make cards attack twice in one turn, and usually speaking, that will kind of seal the deal. So I think Mars Sword had a pretty good showing. We do have a total of 3 of the deck being represented in our top 8, with the conversion of it being relatively decent as well. A total of 75 players actually brought it to the tournament yesterday in day 1. So pretty good showing, but let's take a look at another list here that complements this Mars Sword.
I'm just happy to see heroes in that Mars Sword, man. That's all I want to say real quick. It's really fun to see such an awesome archetype show up here. But Discard Dragon is going to be our next one here. I mean, I think we all know it at this point. If you guys even haven't really been keeping up much competitive-wise, I mean, you see it on ladder, you see it in the Arena Cups. It's everywhere right now. Discard Dragon, right? That tier 1 deck here at the moment coming through. Of course, some cool new cards that they've added here to help a deck that was kind of already a powerful deck, right, in previous metas, making that huge return once more. I do want to highlight, you know, Lilium coming into this one here, because that's the brand new legendary discard card that's kind of, I want to say, helped out the deck a little bit more, right? You know, effect after effect after effect, token card after token card, that really helps out. But I think it's the low cost, right, guys, as well as the discard and the spells that really help this card and really help this deck.
Yeah, definitely. Liam really brings a lot of interesting lines to this deck, giving you that draconic creation, which can cost 0, especially on evolve. Brings in a lot of interesting plays where you can even do things like OTK in the late game with Lumiore, because you have so many discards coming from those 0 cost cards. As well, there's even interesting things that you can do with Infiniflame Dragon, another card I want to look at for a second. When you have that 0 cost draconic creation, you can discard some of your followers like Norm Blanc, get them on the field, and then when you evolve an Infiniflame Dragon, that can be extra damage just to like close out a game. Especially in the mirror, this can be especially potent.
Yes, so speaking of the mirror, I really think that there's certain cards I want the viewers to pay attention to as we break down these deck lists, because Infiniflame Dragon is a card that we see being run as a one-of because it gives you just this like ridiculous top end. It's like, how am I possibly going to lose once this card hits the board? And, you know, while that is valid, there's also Bahamut being played in some other lists that I think out of the 7 players that brought Discard Dragon today, there's 3 of them running Bahamut. And that is a card that actually makes this mirror match really awkward, because you just kind of like, it's like, okay, I have 4 cards in deck. Majority of my card effects have a please draw card stapled onto them, and that makes the mirror a little bit awkward. So we're gonna have to see how things pace out throughout the day. But let's take a look at the 3rd list in this lineup, which of course is gonna be, you know, the big change, I would say, in Bloods, which is Wrath Bloods. So Baz, this is your time, man.
That's right. Just another moment of Blood being on top. I can't believe this is still a thing that's happening, that we're just letting it happen now. It's absolutely fantastic. But cool to see Wrath Blood make a return. Of course, we know that Wrath was already strong in previous meta, kind of made a big return here once again with some extra cool new support. I do want to highlight, you know, the Enchanting Rhapsody, kind of the new spell that's kind of, I want to say, brought Wrath Blood a little bit back into this here, adding some real cool new cards back into it. First of all, I'll say Devilish Diva first. This is the first card, of course, with that Wrath effect, getting off multiple pings, some great healing, and a great body to be on board. But also the return of Trill Devilish Idol, which we haven't seen it for quite a few years. Used to be in that Evo Wrath Blood deck many years ago. And I used to have a lot of fun playing that in Evo Wrath Blood decks as well. And it's cool to have, I guess we'll say, the Idol collection to kind of add off, you know, we'll say the musical theme of Wrath Blood, right? That's been added here into this one. But a really cool spell. Of course, it is a bit of a high cost that you do have to worry about. But it's cool that the followers do come out as 0 cost after that one. And of course, do want to highlight, you know, some of the other key cards here that kind of make Wrath Blood. Looking at Gary Death you know, the main card. Really, we want to say more of that finisher card normally used in this deck. Still very, very strong here, of course, but something that a lot of players, you know, have to make sure of. You got to get that 4th ping hit right to get that evolve, to get the 8 damage storm in. You can't manually evolve him. So something that, of course, we do expect a lot of players here to be able to hit off, but, you know, in the heat of the moment, sometimes when the stress comes in, you might be 1 ping off and misjudge that, and that might end up costing you the game. But Gyaradeath as well, you know, that finishing card here in Wrath Blood.
Yeah, definitely a really strong card, and it is interesting to see with Floros being nerfed and it coming out of people's decks, there is a little bit more room for people to add in some tech. Some people running like Vicious Blitzer, but also like different things coming in too, like Lunella, which is something that didn't really have a spot in the deck before, but now that there's some more room, a lot of people have been adding it to the deck. And I think this card is really strong as well and really interesting. Having that enhanced 7, summoning extra followers, and then giving like all the free evos can be a really strong way to get some healing and also put some pressure on before a turn 8 OTK. And it also has some pretty cute synergies with Enchanting Rhapsody. Getting those 0 play point followers can give you extra followers to evolve for extra pings as well.
Oh, absolutely. But that is it for Stolza's lineup here. Let's take a look at who they will be playing against and what they're bringing to the table. Because while we will be seeing some repetition here and there, this is where things are a little different. So Baad is actually bringing Rally Sword to the table, and you know, people like to call this Vice Rally Sword because Vice is sort of that key card, I would say, in this specific strategy. In you know, it's just a vanilla in its base body effect, but once you evolve it, you turn off one of the most important mechanics in the entirety of Shadowverse, which is fanfare. So disabling fanfare does a lot of cool things. In this meta, not letting your opponent use Drazael's fanfare is pretty huge when you're a deck that wants to go wide and set up, you know, this kind of, you know, board presence that just sort of snowballs into you winning or being able to kind of connect into lethal next turn. Vice disrupting your opponent from being able to shut all that down is pretty huge. And of course, like even at the beginning of this meta, like certain players were also messing around with Vice a little bit because there's just so many, you know, every single deck has good fanfares and you're shutting down a bunch of them. I mean, even in like in a Vengeance Blood too, it's like if you try to time it particularly well, you could actually shut off lethals as well. So Vice is a really cool card that I think we should, you know, pay attention to throughout these matches, on top of course, a lot of the others. And I think I talked about it a little bit earlier, but of course we see the Lucius being played here, who's the neutral of this set, which has a pretty interesting effect. Like when I first saw the effect, I was like, wow, this feels like it's the first time they've designed a legendary like this, where, you know, we have cards that actually act differently based on who the opponent is and or based on who you, the player, are as the one using this card. But it really is that evolve effect, which is particularly annoying against Mars, because if you're playing against Sword, you can destroy an amulet, and that is pretty huge in that matchup.
Such an awesome neutral follower, like you said, Chris, like being like that unique effect that we've never seen on a card before. So really cool to see Lucius actually being played in the Rally Sword deck here. Going to move on to our next deck now, though, that Baad is bringing here. Of course, we'll see a lot more of Sword throughout the day. And oh, guys, look, it's Discard Dragon. There's no way. What? This is impossible. Discard Dragon in top 8 again? Can't believe what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yep.
It is Discard Dragon again, and it's also Lucius again. Interesting seeing that one in 2 lists in a row. So it definitely looks like Baad might be trying to target that Mars matchup and really just have lots of ways to deal with the amulets that they'll be seeing. Besides the Lucius, though, looking pretty standard. We don't see the Bahamut Spice yet that was mentioned, but just a lot of strong cards. And one that I want to take a second to look at is Mermaid Songstress. It's a pretty interesting 1-drop that's been around for a long time, and it never really made it into Discard Dragon until recently. And I think a lot of that has to do with just like the insane pressure that comes from blood in the early game. And with a lot of people being able to like dish out so much damage, especially with decks like Vengeance Blood, I think it's just really important get some extra value out of your discards to keep up and get that extra health to really like keep you in the game until your strong cards like Lumiore and things can come out, deal with the board, or until you can get to like your later game turns with big healing and Drazael.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's also interesting that Warden of the Adamant Claw isn't being played here, which we do see in Stolza's list. That's a card that I feel like helps you kind of smooth your way through the mid game, because there will be times when you start low rolling, like you don't see your ramp and you can't actually go into some of your bigger plays early enough, or especially if you're starting to like dead draw, just because like Lilium is a really good card because she fuels the discard count very quickly through just one card, but she comes with a pretty hefty discard cost. So sometimes after having to commit so many discards just to make sure everything's online in your deck, cards like Warden do help to sort of neutralize a little bit. So we'll see how choosing to play something like Lucius over that is going to play out for Baad here. But let's take a look if we're 3 for 3 for Lucius counts. Honestly, at this point, I wonder how hard they're hating on poor Mars here. But let's take a look at the third list for Baad and what they are bringing to the table. And looks like, oh, it's not 3 for 3. They are bringing the Wrathblood. And just one thing I quickly wanted to mention about Wrathblood becoming popular is that, you know, some of the players that you've been tuning into SVO, you know, week after week might be thinking like, why did this change happen all of a sudden? And I mean, for the most part, it's thanks to the fact that you basically have, like, this deck just feels such a good fit into the current meta, right? Like when you have, you know, things like Discard Dragon running around as well as Vengeance Blood running around, this just feels like the perfect fit in that kind of meta. And so that's why you've seen this sudden resurgence. And if you look at some of the JCG results, like the conversions have been completely opposite, right? Wrath has completely taken over and Vengeance has been basically slowly going into just like this borderline tier 2 deck pattern, which is very surprising considering how fast that change happened.
It's literally the sake of this week, right? It's just changed that fast. And yeah, of course, we've seen it happen before, but I think a drastic change to this level, it's been quite some time where we've seen it, just a whole class change. Like, we're going straight from this deck to the other, coming straight through. And as you said, Chris, like, such an awesome deck that fits into this meta. I think as well, it's also such as an awesome deck for a lot of newer players to kind of pick up as well, right? Because there might be a lot of players coming in that already have a lot of these cards, right? This deck, as we mentioned, was already a top deck in the previous meta. So we'll say about 90% plus more of these cards, most players will probably already have ready to go. So it's quite easy to just pick it up again, get straight back into that ladder climb, right? And getting used to the deck. And even, I believe there's also a temp deck right at the moment, right? You can use a ticket to get a lot of these blood cards as well, and quite easy to pick up there. So such an awesome deck for all the players there. It's really fitting, I want to say, both roles, both at the top and lower ends, right, of the player base and competition, which is really cool to see. But that is the decks there, guys, coming into our first quarter-final matchup. Of course, we'll get the bands up in just a short moment and see which decks have been taken away. Real quick before we see that, guys, are we betting on any decks in particular here to be banned straight out? I mean, I'm probably thinking it's going to be Dragon of Blood, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good guess. And I mean, I definitely don't think we're going to see the Mars Sword getting banned out. It definitely looks like that's going to be the target. So with that off the table, it leaves us at either a Discard Dragon or a Wrathblood ban. And so I'm thinking that it could maybe be the Blood actually getting banned, but both of those decks really struggle with that Weiss card, so from the Rally Sword. And so it's interesting. It feels like that Baad probably feels in a pretty good spot seeing Mars, and it could maybe go anywhere for the bans.
Well, there you go.
And there we go.
Well, Blood being banned out there from Stolza, and Baad does lose out the Rally Sword. So not too surprised he Rally Sword banned away, right? Because obviously it's a deck that's definitely picking up and is an absolute pain to deal with, right, with Rice and Co. So not surprised he Stolza is not dealing with this at all. Get this away from me. And of course, you know that Wrathblood, more of a safe ban that we do expect to see. Probably banned quite a bit throughout tonight's Top 8 April Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, jumping into it now. Game 1, our first quarterfinal matchup for the West region, Shadowverse Open 2023 season here. From the viewpoint of Baad, it will be Discard Dragon first, going up against that Mars Sword.
Oh, I like the mulligans as well. So for, you know, when you're playing Mars, you're basically just sort of, you need to find Mars no matter what. Going first especially, it's like you have a bit more time to do it. So you can also kind of play with the curve in mind, but you also want your ways to tutor either Mars or a way to tutor the Mars. And so of course, cards like Tony are going to be very important. And we're going to have to see here for Baad how they're going to progress through. They did toss the Oracle back in their mulligan, but we're going to have to see how things will progress here with the Water Woman's Blessing basically being confirmed ramp, or otherwise just kind of going through with Argente.
I'm really sorry.
Seeing the Mermaid Songstress thrown out, almost playing it just like a ward, forcing your opponent to trade into it, or you'll have that healing on your next turn. So I think we're seeing both of these players just kind of like figuring out their win condition and their game plan early on. Baad trying to survive to that late game, and Stolza trying to set up lots of damage and get some early pressure. If that doesn't work out, though, we do see that enhanced 7 Valiant Fencer coming into hand, so there will be a way on turn 7 to potentially finish out the game if it makes it to that point for Stolza. That's something that I've actually seen a lot playing Mars myself, is that it feels like, especially even against Dragon, that Valiant Fencer really just is a wonderful win con, and that even if they throw out some of their big wards or undestructible wards and things, with a Valiant Fencer, you can still close out the game.
Yep, and picking up that Mars there. Of course, we saw it off the draw, which was very, very important, but being able to search it as well, like I said before, you do want to see 2 copies, and of course, both players know what the deck list of the other is, and so Stolza is definitely pretty aware that Baad is targeting this deck, that, you know, Baad wants to see Mars' amulet gone, and so being able to secure multiple copies will be important for this matchup in particular, and being able to push some damage here has been quite good too. And so we saw, you know, in the previous turn, we saw the Ethica come down to kind of fight the board, but some of that still remained, and that converted into bigger damage here. And now, of course, the Argente is going to come through for that ramp, as well as the big body 5/5 ward, and we still get some healing done on top of that.
Maybe looking for that Mars Evo finally, guys. Our first one, potentially, of the night right here, potentially for Stolza here, but still considering his options so far. I mean, Again, I'm looking forward to that hero play. I love to see. I know I've brought up a few times now, but still love to see that this deck and the cards are actually getting a chance to shine here with the cool Mars buff coming in. And Mars herself, right? Because we know when she came out, I was kind of slept upon before that huge buff did come out. And now the early Evo into the amulet coming out is going to give Stolza that huge buff. And Baad will have to really play around that right now, because of course what we can see, Stolza unable to see at the moment, is Baad's kind of, you know, he's running a bit low on being able to deal with some of these wider boards, if that ends up being something that will be a possibility for him shortly. And Stolza's hand's looking very nice to maybe wrap this one up quite quickly if Baad can't draw something real soon.
Yeah, looking at the hand, there are a lot of like great ramp cards for Baad to maybe get the play point up, draw, and heal, but staring down a scary board and more Storm in the deck for Stolza that could potentially be coming out. It's not like a great position to just be drawing cards and passing, but those are good cards to come into the hand. Lots of discard cards that are going to work really well with Lumior.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an awkward position, because you're sort of in the situation where you know that you're going to be eating, you know, 6 to 8 damage to begin with. And if we see that Mach Knight be committed to, it's going to immediately start to jump a little bit. Of course, the, you know, running the bonus copies of the Katze, of course, Katze is a great card, is a confirmed search for Valiant Fencer. But as a result, once you've played your one of, it's just sort of like sitting in the hand of like a good stat stick. I think now Stolza is just kind of thinking, like, do we commit to more damage? Or are we going to commit here to try to close out to lethal? And especially with that double ramp, I think that kind of reveals to Stolza that Baad has a pretty good hand going into this next turn to really put down some damage, if not try to get to lethal. So I think right now for Stolza, it's just a question of getting close enough that can close out next turn. So basically Mach Knight with a Wind Slasher is more or less confirmed lethal for next turn on that turn 7, with everything being reduced to 0. So choosing to keep that, I think, is the right play while pushing as close to a comfortable lethal point, post some heals as well.
Yeah, but I kind of just said, right, the hands that Baad has right now is really, really strong. It's really cool that they really needed to get for themselves here. And, you know, having Prestigious Gold potentially almost ready to go here. Which I believe about, what, I believe 1 or 2 discards off from,
yeah,
from
we're way off.
effect active. Yeah, so
the hand is
I'm going to
good.
take everything I just said back because clearly not paying attention to that discard count real quick there. Let me, the first one is going to come down. It's going to be pretty hefty, but no discard coming out of it. You just put a nice 5/5 on the board, but essentially you've just played an 8 cost and gotten a couple play points back for not really much else at all. Idente will come down, will give you the ward, but again, you're not dealing with what's on the board here currently, and I think Stolza is going to be quite happy now with the Melee effect going off. We'll have to deal with a ward or 2, but as we said, right, there's no Fencer on 7 ready to go. You know, you have the Mac Knight ready to go as well, and having the double attack in hand as an option here. He's just going to find, what, about 9 damage to get through on the board, and just a little bit more in hand with Spear Knight as well coming out. That's huge.
This is it. We see it. Stolza is going to be able to run it down, get rid of that ward, and Mac Knight going to jump on down together with Wind Slasher, enabling that double attack. Let's get some health back and run it down mid with 4 and 4.
Huge first round win there for Stolza, taking care of this guy Dragon with Mars Sword comfortably. It's all right. Didn't have to worry about the amulet being taken out there. It's going to be quite comfortable now. Only needing to win with his discard Dragon. They're just jumping straight into it. They're having a second break. They're going straight into game 2 here. Stolza, of course, on that point now, looking to get into the semi-finals. Baad now having to go for the run back now. 2 wins in a row. Is going to get the Dragon v Dragon. Baad as well, just going to play the Dragon again. Coming into this one, he's not too worried about the results of that first game. But yeah, it was a little bit rough though, guys, like coming into it, you know, having what would look like a really good hand, but just being that 1 discard cost off, being able to get that 4 rotation, get that big damage, and potentially even changing the fate of that game.
Yeah, definitely. It feels really bad. I think the only 2 discard cards played were potentially like double Argente, neither of them drawing, and that's really not what you want to be seeing in Dragon. Not having some of your other key cards definitely made that hard, but maybe we can turn it around this round. Kind of interesting, these players now in the mirror match. It's going to be interesting to see like how they play around Infiniflame Dragon, or if they maybe even try and like finish the game out before they can get to 10 play points. Definitely excited to see the way these players navigate this, and especially even early on, we see Stolza making some big brain plays there, using Agite Worm and not choosing to discard Dragon meets Might, even though there could be an extra draw, just because the getting to 4 discards is so important.
My god, this hand quality difference is huge. Stolza already has the ramp, multiple discards at the ready. Baad, however, will be able to finally start discarding here as well. Gonna be the first one of the game. Just gotta decide which one is it gonna be. But I think, I mean, you got ramp and discard in one. Just depends what you're gonna target. Double Norn Flank, that's pretty early considering that, you know, they're gonna be good beat sticks for the time being, and you're sort of, you know, inviting your opponent to burn some of their potential random damage ping effects here as well if they have them, which we know that Stolza is holding on to. Let's see, Lilium coming down.
It's a bit of a tough call for him. Sorry for Baad there, right? With the options, I mean, because Worm as well, you got to keep for that big, you know, prestigious gold play later, and you've already got that one Infiniflame Dragon. So we'll have to see. You know, the Baad's working with what they have here, and Stolza, I mean, only takes out 1. I think they've pretty much gotten away with that here, guys, being able to get both the 1/1s down. You know, Dragon Oracle picked up as well, get some extra ramp. Could even make this a ramp turn, right, and pretty much deal with what's on the board and go face a little bit.
Yeah, seeing that board last turn, and Ethica could have dealt with it, but instead just playing some discard cards. Probably the better option, being able to get that win condition online, really get to the 4 discard played. Baad almost having a similar hand to last game. Not a lot of amazing discard early, pretty small. Like as you discard cards, especially before 7 play points or before you hit like certain counts, they don't draw as much, and so we're really seeing that right now. And things like Oracle too, it's like, do we play that now or do we save it for the draw? And probably gonna have to hold on to it, but maybe we'll see it get checked out.
We might indeed, but I think at this point you want to probably just pass on this side. You're potentially just running yourself into top deck mode, so let's prevent that and see where we can get next turn instead. This is also a pretty nice turn for Stolza as well. It's not the most crystal clear, but you could theoretically just, all right, gonna go Draziel for that expensive insight, and then you could go to Sealong for the manual evolve here in order to get that play point or get to overflow, and this way you've also basically chained into a nice Draziel in case Baad tries to pull any kind of, like, you know, wide board business, and the 5-ping hitting the exact target there, taking out exactly what you want. That's amazing if you're Stolz right now.
RNG who? Random damage who? I don't think so. I think that was target damage. That there's no way you could have got a 1-for-1 perfect there. And Baad now gonna have to burn out Worm on the Oracle even, which is really rough to see, to try and get an extra draw. And again, only 4 cards in hand, has, you know, the Sealong ready to maybe fight back in response. You could get a perfect hit here with Sealong potentially if you can maybe pull the same magic the Stolz did in the previous turn, right? But we'll have to try and hold on to wait and see, potentially even hovering the Argente again. But again, you have to discard, you know, probably Sealong here, which hurts quite a bit. And of course, you know, the last 1/1 Storm here as well. So it's going to be a bit rough with the last Storm Blonde there. So we'll go for the Sealong. Let's hope, fingers crossed. I've got everything crossed right now. Hopefully that eventually, hopefully the title will hit. But actually going to use the Argente to burn out the title here and keep the evolve on Sealong. It's actually quite a smart play here to still deal with the board and get maximum draw.
Yeah, I definitely like that line from Baad. It was interesting choosing to discard the Oracle. Like, definitely could have used it for ramp, but choosing to do so with only 2 discards played left enough play point that Argentoi could be played, as well as another discard follower to set up your Lumiore. And instead, we did draw into that Sealong, which seemed better in the moment, and definitely a good play. But I really liked how Baad, like, kept their options open by choosing to draw first and maybe get some stronger cards than Oracle. And now there is a ton of gas in hand and power, and Stolz with just one of the Draziels in hand, hoping to draw into something else soon to be able to keep up with that.
Yeah, at this point, the one cool thing about Discard Dragon is that a lot of the cards do generate a bunch of tokens. So like with Sealong, I think, you know, Tidal Tyranny, we saw Baad, of course, just use it. While the spell itself is good, but being able to just have it as a card that you can just immediately toss out is also good for just adding to that discard count. And of course here, I think Stolz in this awkward position where there's actually no win con in his hand. And so we're in this weird position where you're basically just bloated by Liliums, where the spell is not exactly going to get you anywhere. Burning the Lilium is also not going to really get you anywhere. So we're going to hold on to this hand in hopes that we draw into something better for next turn. And then we have much better discard fodder going into that. On the other hand, Baad here has multiple ways to make this a world of hurt for Stolz, because you can go for a, I mean, the Infinite Flame, I think we should be holding for the actual lethal turn, but here being able to just get out the Lumiore with a full effect now is going to be huge if we get to replenish that hand. And it looks like Infinite Flame will be ditched, as the tempo gain is just so huge from this big discard time.
Yeah, at this point, maybe it's a better thing. It doesn't seem like they need it here at all, because that rotation, as you mentioned, Chris, so very powerful. I was going to bring up the fact, I feel like a bit of a game of tennis for a little bit, right? Kind of just like, you respond, now I'll respond, now you respond. But Baad's still kind of, it's a little bit still building up more of that win con and having his cards in hand ready to go. And this is a huge turn coming out from Baad right now. Again, not only we're gaining control of the board, but finally getting some big damage down. Plenty of awesome cards to keep that going, ready in hand next turn. And Stolz now has to dig deep here to hold on and make sure this doesn't become a 1-1.
Is do or die, and Stolza's definitely doing, but he's got to go farther than just that. This is the turn where your opponent set up a pretty big tempo swing. You have to respond, and this ain't bad. This ain't bad,
Yeah,
but it's
at least
not
he's got healing.
exactly.
Yeah, a lot more healing in hand. Could still play C-Long as well as the Angel's Blessing, so that could be 5 more. Help you clear the board as well, but maybe hoping that the ping hits like the 5/5 with your spell if you do go that route.
I think when you think about the prize money on the line, I don't know if I want to be betting on just that, but we've seen bigger bets at higher stakes events before. I mean, let's take a look. Lilium here, deciding what to toss. You're definitely going to need to borrow some of her power here, I think, just because clearing out this board without the help of Lumiore is a little bit difficult. So being able to turn certain stuff on into 1/1s is going to help while getting some more healing out. And we gotta move a little bit faster. Lilium Dragon coming down. This is probably gonna target down the Lumiore, turn into a 1/1, get rid of it, and then at least you're at 10 play points, so you get to set up 2 wards here at the end of it. And this is honestly a pretty good conclusion for Stolz before getting into a very high damage turn. But of course, we know that there's still more gas in Baad's hand.
That I felt that timer then, honestly, like right
Oh,
down to the wire for Stolz, and being able to maximize that kind of chilling. I mean, we're just gonna assume he's chilling. We can't see the webcam, unfortunately. He could be sweating right now, like going through 800 towels, you know, just trying to make sure he's okay through this. But Baad is responding very, very strongly here. Of course, the Noir and Blind's going to be able to hold on. They're going to be affected by a lot of that effect damage, which will be really one of his only benefits here at the moment until Lilium's Dragon comes out and just deals with that nice and easily. And we kind of feel like a bit of deja vu situation here for Stolz, where once again back to half health. He's got no board again, and is once again relying on Angel's Blessing
But he's got
healing
gas!
to get him
He's
back.
got gas!
Yeah, 3 Angel's Blessing in a row for 1. That's a really good feeling, keeping the hand super healthy. And looking at how things have gone, Baad playing 2 Lumiores, but now there's none left in hand. Like, the gas is gone, and Stolz has stabilized and all but turned things around. Still having the Evo point 2, threatening with an Infiniflame next turn, or getting the extra damage by turning your discards to 0. Wow, this is a great place for Stolz to be in.
Lilium, do some work. I need you to do some work right now and bring out the boys, Noir and Blanc. Dragonic Creation gonna come on down as well. At this point, you have a lot of cards you can start throwing. The Warden was a little bit late. There was actually the specific turn where I wanted to see Warden did come up, where we were kind of missing, you know, cards in hand for Stolz, and I was like, this would be a great time to have a Warden. But still, even if it comes up late when you don't need it, it is just a card you can toss out for your discard cost. And so here, we're gonna see how will Stolz want to navigate this, because now that you've drawn Infiniflame and you've seen your opponent discard theirs, you know that you've got a piece of the puzzle that your opponent decides to eat. And so we're playing a different game here, and therefore trying to set up lethal in a much more flexible way.
And not to mention, all right, you kind of toss a free token to get a free token back and get that healing as well. So that's going to be big. And of course, as we mentioned, right, having that Noir Blanc ward up with the spell effect to stop a lot of that effect damage is going to be really good to keep something that's there on board. As we mentioned now, not having the Infinite Flame Dragon, so Stolz doesn't have to worry about that being a problem anymore. So he's more than happy to leave up 700 wards that can eat up all the damage and not have to worry too much about it afterwards. But Baad now really has to consider the final options here, really, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they only have 1 prestigious gold left in the whole deck, and there's still a bunch of cards to dig through. They're already at 15 left only in deck as well, so it's not only trying to find prestigious gold, but making sure you don't run out of cards in the process, right? Just to try and keep up here. Is our first Drizzle coming out as well to help wipe the board and get health back up. But if I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, that's a perfect target for an Infinite Flame Dragon to run into.
That's correct. Yeah, the healing's not enough. Even with an extra 2, still only at 15, and 5 plus 10 is 15. So, oh, getting that Evo back. It's interesting. Baad choosing to use the Evo point early. The last one meant that Infiniflame was never a threat, and so Stolz was able to play Norn Blancs consistently.
Stolz smells blood.
Yeah,
He sees
protagonist
it. He evos it.
Coming through right now for Stolz with the Infiniflame Dragon to wrap this one up here. An awesome discard dragon mirror match, but Stolz running away with it 2-0 for our first quarter-final match. Such an awesome mirror match between these players here. Really love to see that down to the wire. I just think it was all down to that one Infiniflame Dragon.
Yeah, it's definitely like we were saying, like that's a card to watch out for, especially in the mirror, and we saw how powerful it is. I really liked seeing the rest of the game too, how Stolz navigated it. It was interesting to see him use his Draziels as insights, like we were saying, consistently multiple times throughout the game, just drawing for the important cards. And I think that that's really strong, and I've seen personally on ladder a lot. If you choose to play Draziel for the full health, it does like stall, but it doesn't really set you up to be winning. And so I like how he chose to dig and find his own damage dealers instead of just trying to use it as healing and stall when he was being hit by a lot of Lumiors.
Yes, 100%. And we saw some key pieces being burned, I think, throughout that game. Like, I think Noir and Blanc, especially in that early turn, we saw the 2 come out, and that's kind of when I was like, okay, they are technically the best discard targets, but that is going to come back to bite later down the line, especially when you don't get that full effect off anymore. So it definitely felt like a battle of concepts in that mirror match in particular. But, you know, for Baad, a really great showing. You know, I did see one of like the old, you know, old SVO emblems next to their names. So they've definitely been at these tournaments before. You know, we might have thought they've been you know, a newer phase, but looks like it's just a return to the scene here, and definitely a great showing. Making top 8 is an amazing finish too. But now that we've confirmed our first top 4 player, it's time to take a look at who they might potentially play between our next 2 top 8 players, which is going to be our second match, and this one is going to be very exciting. So let's take a look at who we have facing off against each other. It is going to be Golden Plate versus everyone's favorite, OsaV.
Definitely always a fan favorite. I think all the way around, like such an awesome guy to see. And we're talking about newer players, right? Golden Plate, we believe it's their first time making the top 8 here as well. First off, big congrats to them for doing so, but what a first quarterfinal match for them to go up against CDF, right? Going against one of the very best in the West region. We know, you know, top 8's always a mountains to climb for a lot of new players, and we've seen quite a bit in the past, right? Both in grassroots and here in SVO, that sometimes we can get new players that will just rock up out of nowhere and absolutely destroy. But I mean, if he starts here with OsaV, this is gonna be very, very tough.
Yeah, but if you're trying to become the king of the scene, you gotta take down God first, and that's gonna be this match. Let's take a look at these decks. I'm excited to see, because Golden Plate is actually bringing something that, you know, we've been seeing pick up a little bit as a trend, and that is Fairy Forest. So this is a deck that I think, you know, has been I think you'll see it in the ladder a fair bit as of late, because I think it's been picking up some JCG dubs here and there. But it's basically a deck that has a pretty clear win con and basically got more ways to do that, right? It feels like this deck keeps getting dealt like really good options. You know, first, we've already been chilling with Nobilis as like this annoying damage ping that just keeps on happening and usually sort of paves the way for the lethal to happen. And, you know, it's been an amazing card, but because it's so amazing, these Forest players really have to see it. Otherwise, it becomes a lot harder to secure lethal, in my opinion.
I'm not gonna lie to you, DF man. I hate going up against this deck. Just how great it
strong
is.
Emotion.
It's yeah, just a lot of these. I would say, you know, a lot of blood decks like playing a sword I was trying to have fun with, but this deck, right, it's so awesome to really stop that, because all of a sudden it's like, yeah, cool, we're just gonna do the sword thing where we play rally and just drop all these cards. Oh, by the way, they've all got last words now, and also they do about 10,000 damage anytime you run into it, right?
Great.
And it's Sure, yeah, we'll go with that. It's great and fantastic. If you're a Forest player, maybe, sure. But then, you know, I also want to kind of highlight Tenlin here a bit, right, as well, because we know it was a very strong card. And I kind of want to say one of these finisher cards we see in the deck as well, where, of course, we already know this very Forest deck, right? Very, very cheap play point rise as well, which can be a problem for a lot of decks to kind of react to because of how much, you know, aggro you can go through and how much tempo you go through, just being able to spam out cards left, right, and center. And then Tenlin comes out, you know, when you think you've got a control of the game and kind of takes it from you at the end there. So again, another one of those cards that players do have to watch out for going up against the fairy players. Not just fairies everywhere, you know, there's a couple other cards here that are not fairy related that are here as well, the players who have to watch out for here. But yeah, as you said, right, such an awesome deck, and one of our unique decks, right, that we have here today, which sounds a little bit funny because I believe even last weekend during SCAO was actually one of the most played decks actually coming through. It was like 96 players actually brought that to the Southeast Asian Oceanic weekend last weekend, but this weekend for the West weekend, there wasn't very many at all that bought a fairy first in comparison to a lot of our other top meta decks here. So yeah, so that's going to be the difference there. We're going to go to our next deck coming through now from Golden Plate here. They are bringing it to the table. And yeah, it's Discard Dragon. I mean, we kind of expected it. You know, it is going to be here all throughout the night. Again, it's not going to be the Bahamut one, though. It is going to be the Infinite Flame Dragon one coming through. But they do have that Warden of the Adamant Claw. I think we definitely do need to bring that one up again here, DF, and showing why it is like one of those really strong, I want to say, mid-game picks in this deck at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a card that helps to tide you over, and it's a card that we see a lot of these lists of the players that brought Discard Dragon play as well. So I'm curious to see, you know, how it keeps up if OsaV is bringing it to the table too. But we'll see that later down the line. There's only one player in this entire top 8 that did not bring Discard Dragon, and we'll get to that a bit later. But take a look at the third list in Golden Plate's lineup here and see what is the final list. And it is going to be that Wrath Blood. And Baz, it feels like a lot of these lineups are just basically just Wrath Blood, Discard Dragon, and then it's like, hey, here's my favorite class.
Yeah, yeah. Here's my favorite. Actually, I let my mum choose my third class because I didn't know what to bring because I've already got the 2 best, so it doesn't matter. It kind of feels like that, yeah, as you said. And again, that's I think what's making a lot of these matchups really interesting, right? It is kind of that third deck coming in. But real quick, you know, if you are for some reason, you know, unaware of Wrath Blood, as we did mention a little bit before, you know, it is playing around, you know, that Gary Death being the main finisher card, and of course playing around that Wrath count, of course having to get the 7 pings to get a lot of these effects up and running. I do want to highlight Steamrolling Tank here because it's one of those cards where as that one cost you got 0 attack, you're like, why would I play this? This card sucks. No. Play it for the effect, right? Such a strong effect coming in here. Not even Ward Rise, where you're protecting a lot of your other strong cards like Raging Commander. But anytime you get pinged, you get that health back straight away. 8 times a turn. You're not doing it 8 times in a single turn. I'd be very surprised if you are. Maybe in Unlimited, I'm not too sure, but definitely not here in rotation. And it's definitely one of the key cards where we're talking about, right, why Wrath Blood has come back, right, over Vengeance Blood. One of those things being, right, the sustainability, right, in Wrath Blood. The fact that they're able to keep healing up and stay very, very healthy. Here's one of the key cards showing that.
Baz, do you ever wonder what it would feel like to get dealt 1 damage and heal 1 damage over and over and over again? Just, ooh, it's like, how does...
That is not a thought that has ever crossed my mind.
You gotta think of the Wrath Blood players, bro. They go through this on a daily.
I mean, to be fair, there's some people out there that like that. You know, we're going to shame. You know, there's some people, maybe, that are out there that are like that. We're not one of them. So we don't want to be a part of that. Please leave us alone. But no, it is, yeah, it's a thing. Let's just go to the next deck. Let's see who's up next with our next
Let's see
set
our
of
boy
cards coming through.
What
of course,
is he bringing?
Sonar Fire's very own OsaV. Of course, we'll have the decks up in just a moment here for you. Of course, expecting him to play, you know, well, first off, more of the normally strong standing stuff. He's more than happy to bring in whatever's good at the time, right, and just absolutely go off with those decks. And as well, I don't think we have to wait to get those up. I will say there's a bit of a, I'm thinking spicy surprise, even though it's not really that spicy surprise, but I guess in the grand scheme of things with the other decks, it sort of is. Can I say it sort of is at least? Can I just like, can I have that? Can you give me that, DF, please? Just a little bit.
Well,
Tiny bit?
it's
No? Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily. Are you aiming for this list or is it the one later down the line?
No, so it's the one later down the line.
Okay, no, you're not getting a spicy. You don't get your once per stream spicy take on
Okay,
that
guys,
one.
it's Rally Sword. All right, here we go. Rally Sword coming in. Well, why is this deck good, Chris? For the people at home that maybe don't know.
I mean, we were already talking about cards like Vice earlier in the broadcast, but in general, this one is pretty interesting where it is actually one with a lot less sustain tools than previous metas because, you know, we had Gilnalise in the format for the longest time as a strong neutral card. And, you know, she basically said, it's like, hey, I see you getting bullied. Here's an emergency heal 6. And that was cool because a lot of decks had that option in being able to sustain. And right now, unless your archetype is blessed to have that, you don't really have it. So this is the kind of list that sort of takes that into, you know, into its own hand, giving you a lot more heal options, and overall just kind of playing a bit more of a control lineup in my opinion, especially again with that Vice and a lot of the other good cards that already exist in the class, such as General Maximus, that's kind of been around for the longest time as well, being able to just pull out a lot of your strong followers from the deck too, and some of the new sort of ways to approach lethal, such as Agile Twin Blader, which of course just saw a release recently, and of course is a nice way to close out games. But this is the list that I'm personally very interested in seeing from OsaV, because a lot of variants of Vice Rally Sword that we've seen so far play the new Leisha, because Leisha gives you that sort of damage option from her amulet that she summons. And so seeing OsaV not include the Leisha as like a 1 or a 2 of that we usually see makes me curious to see how the deck will be played out as well. So this is definitely the list from OsaV that I'm most interested in, personally speaking. But let's continue traveling down the lineup.
Also, real quick, on the Rally Sword, it's always cool to see the small little things that some of the players add, right, to really mix it up. So good to see that, of course, as it goes on. Going now to Discard Dragon once again. I said, guys, I believe every player today, right, I believe is actually bringing Discard Dragon in the top 8, bar 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken. So
Bar 1.
We're going to see this a fair bit here. But, ladies and gentlemen, we can finally show you Ultimate Bahamut. Like you've never seen it before. It's let's go. I was talking about Gilnalise before, right? The partner in crime, Bahamut, is still here. Gilnalise unfortunately no longer, but Bahamut is still here, still on an absolute menace, you know, dealing a lot of these decks. And I think it was something we were briefly talking about before, Chris, that was really funny, right? Being one of the best cards you can have in Discard Dragon for mirror matches.
Yep, like this card's annoying for a lot of matchups, but it just works so well in this deck in particular because you have so many cards that refund costs. Like Lumiere, of course, is the obvious example, but you know, these decks usually run triple Angel's Blessing. That's another way to kind of, you know, pretend like you're playing a lot of more play points than you normally would. But Bahamut is just really big in the mirror, as we talked about earlier, because of a lot of these effects having draw a card added to them as well. So we'll see how the Bahamut plays out for OsaV here if it comes down to those mirrors. But Baz, I think the deck that you are most interested in talking
it's the
about,
spicy tech, guys. Trust me, it's very spicy. We've never seen it before. Okay,
Bro,
you have to
so
believe me in
spicy.
this one.
I've never
I
seen
know
this
I've
deck
had a lot of
before in my
hot
life.
takes before, but you have to believe me this time, guys. Okay, trust me. You've never seen this deck in your life. Look forward to it. Here we go. OsaV's third deck. We're getting a drum roll. You can't hear it, but just imagine there's a drum roll. That's how exciting this is. Come on. Here we go. Yes! It's Vengeance Blood, guys.
Oh my
Remember the
God,
Vengeance
what is
archetype?
this?
Yes, it's
New tech?
yeah, we've
No
never
way.
seen it before. The Wrath Blood, nah, Vengeance Blood. That's where we're at. Never ever seen this before. Obviously, we know, right? This was the OG Blood deck that was on top for also majority of the expansion, except for this past week where Wrath has obviously made that big climb. But OsaV seems to be more comfortable bringing Vengeance Blood here today, and of course made it here top 8. But what makes Vengeance Blood so different here, DF, compared to Wrath Blood?
I mean, Vengeance is, in my opinion, has some of the nastiest high rolls you can ever see. Like honestly, I want to see OsaV hit like that nasty like turn 4 high roll, and then just get up out of his chair and just hit the gritty like on stream. It's just this deck. I swear to God, like I could write a thesis about how many games I've lost to just like oh hey, here's Waltz. Introducing you to my best friend. Vengeance is active, by the way, and that's really cool because a lot of my effects do like really crazy things. You have Galom, who, of course, for those of us coming from the Rage of Bahamut days, if you're a Rage of Bahamut friend, then you're a real one. We can be best friends. But Galom came into the game and she looks amazing, right? Everyone's already sold on the aesthetic, but she's like, all right, Vengeance is active for you, deal 6 to all enemies, which of course includes your opponent. Otherwise, deal 2, and then also to your leader. The thing is that if you activate Vengeance through Waltz, you can just plop her down, and hey, it's 6 damage to your opponent's whole board on turn 4. What if I want to see me do it again? Like, this deck has some of the craziest damage output, and that's part of the reason why it was so popular and why now a lot of the competition is running a lot more sustain. Like, we're seeing Rally Sword kind of come up also in response to this deck's popularity, and it's also just having a good matchup against some of the other things in this meta too. So OsaV sticking with his guns, and I'm curious to see how this is going to go down because we've seen this huge meta shift happen, and if anything, I'd wonder why OsaV chose to stick with Vengeance Blood, considering the big meta shift too.
Yeah, like I said, right, I think he's the only player bringing Vengeance Blood, if I'm not mistaken here, for the cup here, and most people are bringing Wrath, and even the whole cup itself, right? Like, the change to Wrath from Vengeance has been absolutely insane, but again, OsaV SEAO made it here top 8 with Vengeance. It's clearly still working for him, and we should definitely highlight the fact, right, just because Wrath is being played more right now does not mean that Vengeance is just weak all of a sudden, right? It's still very, very scary and a very, very strong deck here. It's just obviously there's some of the sustainability in Wrath and the way some other decks are playing, right? And kind of that meta matchup. So interesting to see again how OsaV will first off play this Vengeance Blood deck into some of the decks we see here today. I would love to see later on if OsaV can make it through a mirror match potentially, if we can get, I mean, we can maybe even have it here today with our second quarterfinal with the Vengeance versus Wrath, just to see those differences, right? And see if maybe there's an advantage one or the other if you're going for, like, we'll say a blood mirror, except for like the Wrath mirror or the Vengeance mirror. So very keen to see that, but that is our decks here for the second quarterfinal series, and I'm trying to think about the bans here, DF, coming into this one. I'm thinking on Golden Plate's side, OsaV will probably ban, I'm assuming, Fairy or Discard, honestly, and maybe OsaV side, it could actually be the Rally Sword being banned out once again that we saw a little bit early being banned out.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about it as well, and I think the players might actually be ready to show us some of those bans pretty soon, but yeah, in terms of matchups, it's going to be hard. And also comes down to, you know, their player preparation as well, because I feel like both players are running a bit of a unusual list in their lineups, and it looks like those unusuals are going to be gone. We're going to be seeing, I mean, it might look like a mirror match, but honestly, these are different lists. The Discard Dragons are going to be a battle of concepts. Do you believe in Bahamut, our Lord and Savior, or do you choose to Infiniflame win on that specific turn? Or, you know, which school of blood do you belong to?
Which
is going to be a
right?
very interesting showdown.
It's we are playing the Academy of Ages right now, Chris, right? Huh? Get it, guys? It's real funny. That was a funny joke, wasn't it?
Where's your uniform, bro? Come on.
You know, but all jokes aside, I mean, I was saying I wanted to see the mirror. Hopefully we might get it, but yeah, again, it is going to come down to like these small little things, as we said, right? Again, the 1-2 tech choice differences in Discard Dragon. We already saw the mirror in the first quarterfinals and how crazy it can get and down to the wire it can get, and we could see that again here. But I think it might actually come down to these blood choices here and just seeing which one can kind of get that small advantage over the other. We are just about ready to jump into that second quarterfinal match, guys. Let us know over in the Twitch chat who you think is going to take this one out here. I think Golden Plate might be able to do the unthinkable and take out the Titan of OsaV and get themselves to the semifinals. Or do you think, you know, OsaV, as Chris mentioned, the god himself, will win here against Golden Plate and look towards semi-finals? Of course, the winner here taking on Mana Surge's own Stolza for the first semi-final series.
And it's times like these that I just remember how badly I want WGB to come back, and I'm just kind of like just waiting for it, because I'll never forget when OsaV was playing and a lot of the Japanese viewers were like, oh my god, is this like, has he descended? Like, look, it's him. It is just, you know, got so many
he's changed his name
supporters.
to OsaV. Oh my god. He's
Yeah,
here.
it's him. But it's you know, the sort of intercultural exchange that we get through Shadowverse is one of a kind, and you know, we get it through Contenders Cup, which is always awesome. But it's definitely awesome to see like a lot of the different communities of Shadowverse that otherwise don't get to come together through the World Grand Prix. So if whoever's in charge of World Grand Prix is listening to this, just know that you have a guy standing outside in the rain with the umbrella, just waiting for the WGP bus to stop so I can get on and ride into the hype.
24 hours himself with a portable mic and a GoPro in the standing rain. He'll do it, man. He's over there. You could do that.
That's right. I can. I will.
So
All right.
guess look forward to that, guys. But here we go. Second quarterfinal match ready to go. OsaV against Golden Plate from the viewpoint of OsaV. And it is going to be the discard mirror matchup here. OsaV against Golden Plate.
Damn, bro. They gave OsaV the check mark too. My man has earned it. Good stuff.
WGP. As you
Love
said,
to
right?
see it. Love to see it. But we are starting off with this mirror match, and looks like the Oracle will be the keep there for Golden Plate. For OsaV, this mulligan is not exactly easy. He's going to be going second, so the Angel's Blessing is a tempting keep, but it's also a card that you can definitely save for later down the line. And OsaV definitely going to try to make the most of the time. Looks like the Angel's Blessing will be the keep here. Going second is just like, for a deck that can sometimes run low in hand, it's definitely a card that is very welcome on that turn 4 to just kind of bring through. And Golden Plate bring us into this game with the most expensive insight ever seen.
Yeah, but OsaV gonna do the same thing. I know we said it was a mirror match, guys, but we don't literally mean mirror. Come on, guys, come on. You just play something. And it's gonna happen again with Dragon Oracle. Watch.
Happen,
No
bro.
commentary. Watch. Ready? Here we go. He picks up the card. He looks at it. He sees Oracle, and he plays it.
He did it.
Absolutely.
Ain't no
brilliant.
way.
Fantastic play
Ain't
there
no
from
way. I
75
swear to
OsaV.
God. Oh, okay, hold up. This is...
Now there's a difference.
Yep. Things are changing a little bit. Golden Play's got a really nice hand. I mean, you have the Warden to tide things over a little bit in the mid game too. Big fan, big fan. Let's see, what's going to be the call here? Are we going to go for the higher discard here just to, you know, start activating those costs? Or are we trying to commit into the Argente here to start ramping up a little bit? I feel like Argente's discard here is a little bit awkward because you actually don't have anything else but the boys, you know, Noir and Blanc, to that you would like to discard, because of course the Warden is going to be pretty nice for next turn, and you also don't mind being on 5 play points next turn, which is why the ramp isn't necessarily the answer here. So I think going for the Lilium was the correct play, because you have a very nice tempo to tide yourself over with your curve as it is. Looks like OsaV is gonna beg to differ. I'm just like, nah, we ramping. I'm gonna win this race.
He did the dragon
ahead.
thing. He did the thing.
Right.
He's like, yes, Igni, I did it. I did the ramp. I listened to you. I did the thing. We'll have to see if it works out for him, though. As while he's ramping, Golden Plate's getting quite a nice board, and we're talking about how Golden Plate had a bit of a rough hand at discard. That's looking quite a bit better, I'd say, now. To work with here, of course, OsaV gonna go for the C-Long to now try and deal with the board, but as we mentioned, right, that discard count is going to start slowly falling behind a little bit, and we saw that even in the first quarterfinal, right, where we saw that Abal ended up, it was that one discard count, right, that kind of made all the difference, that made sure. So OsaV might be a little bit careful. Of course, does get one discard off and is able to deal with all the board, so it's okay for now. But it's how Golden Plate responds here, right? Because now this is the point where we could just start seeing things, you know, just cards being discarded left, right, and center. You know, they're in the shredder, some of them in the water somewhere. Don't ask me how they got that far. You know, they're quite all over the place.
It's everywhere, man. It's crazy. It's a mess out here in these mirror matches. But we're gonna see Golden Plate's gonna continue to deliver here. Another Lilium being hovered over. Let's see what is gonna be the choice. Yeah, Oracle being burned here. I'm not against that. I think while you are behind on the ramp, Argente now is at full effect. So if anything, we've gone from too little hand to having to balance this hand a little bit. I want to see how they're going to deal with the Dragonic Creations here, because I think generally speaking, don't need to really bloat on them too much. Having one can already be a lot because it is, you know, basically having to discard so many cards just to feed into tokens is good, but looks like they're gonna be actually getting rid of the Drazael there. So in case a big board comes down, you're basically just trying to queue into good Lumior for next turn instead. So I like that. I like that.
Yeah, probably trying to think maximum damage with discard, right? But I do agree with you. Excuse me there a little bit. You know, just maybe getting rid of one of the token spells, right? Because I mean, she's even got that third Lilium. She's got the 3 play sets, so you don't have to worry about maybe expending one like a lot of players have been doing with Oracle today. But Argente on OsaV side is going to come out now with the Noir and Blanc and going to set up his own Argente discard count up full, be able to respond. But the problem is, he doesn't have much to work with. He's going to have to toss his own Infinite Flame Dragon away and one of Prestigious Gold, one of Lamar there to go in the bin. Bye-bye. See you later. But of course, we do know that OsaV is running the Bahamut package as well. So he might be a little bit more comfortable in getting rid of that Infinite Flame.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't have the numbers for you to tell you how much play points have been used throughout this game so far in terms of how close we're getting to that Bahamut, but of course.
Oh, right, here we go. Wait,
this.
Wait.
We're summoning
22.
We're
so
at
a little bit off yet. We're almost at halfway. Almost halfway.
Yep, we're at that halfway point. This is where the lunch break comes in. But 8 play points, not enough cards discarded yet for Golden Plate to get that full effect off. But of course, we have ways to get it done as the token spell is at 0, which will help to establish those discard costs with Gun Creation. Gonna ditch the 2, and of course also damage that board a little bit. You really want that to hit the 5-2 just to get those easy trades done, but let's see where it lands. Oh my god.
There's someone about the top side, the top half of the player side, I'll say that at the moment, Chris, where that's twice now we've been like, oh, he just has to hit this random target with the random instant. Perfect. Like literally, like you just hold up the 10 sign. Like what is happening?
Baz, do you wanna know a trick? You wanna know the life hack on how to make sure your random effects always hit?
Yeah.
You know how we play Shadowverse on like a monitor or like a phone, etc., right?
Yeah.
So whenever you have a random effect, what you do is as you play it, you cover up the field with your hands, and the only thing that you leave uncovered is the thing you wanted to hit. If it hits, that's great. If it doesn't, you never saw it happen, so it didn't happen.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that must have been the game's fault. Couldn't have been your fault.
Pro tip, bro.
Yeah. So
this is why you watch SVO.
That's true. Make sure you guys better write that down. This is a professional right now that you're listening to. You better have written that down. You'll make it to top 8. I'll see you in Makeup next month.
That's right. I'll see you Championship Sunday, baby.
Let's go. We'll see that happen. But OsaV now trying to respond in kind with his previous goals. Reminder, he already tossed 1. So this is going to be his second one. Of course, he's actually playing now. Of course, only has the other third one in deck somewhere. Hoping to find that sooner rather than later. But this is going to be good now to also build up those play points for Bahamut here, as well as getting in some big damage. The question is, what does he play for next? Because, I mean, Blessing there looks pretty cool to get some health back and get some draw in, but also could look towards another Lilium or the token spell. We'll go for the hill though. Maximum play point count. And maybe even use the token spell 0 cost to get out maybe another Mermaid or potentially another Noir.
And most importantly, get this board off. I mean, we got to get this thing taken care of. You got to be careful about that second discard, though. You don't want to overflow your board. Noir and Blanc will be a great target because then you have 2 of them. And of course, with the effect, they're not going to get taken out by a Lumior.
But the second toss, though, right? Like, do we get rid of the other Lilium? Because I mean, Warden, you got to try and keep at this point to try and get your hand back right for next turn, which is already expensive enough as it is. But let's see, we'll toss them both and miss out on the extra Noir. Okay, I mean, it gets maximum health, premium health cover, so that's okay, I guess. But he does lose out the other Noir, and there you go. It's at 35 play points now. So again, we're getting close, 15 away. But the hand is looking to get those up here at the moment. But Infinite Flame Dragon is going to be perfect here to come out to get the huge amount of damage in. We'll clear out the extra followers on board and get the OTK golden plate coming out with the Infinite Flame Dragon to win the first round against OsaV. Trying to build towards that Bahamut and get gold up. Unfortunately, a little bit too slow there for OsaV. Golden played a huge first round win.
Yeah, I mean, we hyped up OsaV a lot. We're like, you gotta beat God for this, but
Yeah. You
OsaV
better be
there was
hitting the gym, man. You better
I
be.
was thinking
you better be
about it,
100%.
right? Because he went for the double heal play there from the two songstresses, and
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
thinking, okay, is this? I was like, okay, this he should be healed barely enough to afford Infinite Flame. But then I was like, wait a second, since everything dies, it's exactly Infinite Flame for 19.
Destruction.
So definitely wonder what he could have done differently there. Maybe ditching the Lilium just to make sure to survive with one if you were expecting the Infinite Flame, because the kind of the wild thing with Discard Dragon is that, and this has been the case for, I want to say, for as long as Lumiere has existed, because obviously this archetype has evolved with time, is that this deck can afford to play random one-ofs that, you know, by random I mean, you know, just being one-ofs, and it will see them. Because Discard Dragon has so many ditch and draw effects, or the ditch and draw effects are so powerful. It's like draw 3, see your entire deck. And so those one-ofs will be drawn into eventually. So you can expect worst case scenarios to typically be typical average day scenarios, and Infinite Flame Dragon just chasing after you left and right. So
Yeah.
interesting decision from OsaV, but let's see how things will switch up into game 2 here. Golden Plate starting off pretty good. The Wrath is definitely off to a good start, but we're seeing that mid-game potential looking a little shaky, with, of course, the Vate being our only tool, really, depending on how this Vampire Queen's castle goes, of course.
It was actually going to come down anyway, because another issue is board space as well, right? That the Golden Plate has to worry about. And now it's a max board, and you're going to have to wait for OsaV to maybe clear it, but OsaV could, you know, also maybe play this to his advantage. You know, it's only, again, it is 1 damage. Yes, it does build up after a while, but he does have Ceylon in hand that he can use to heal up a little bit. We know he's got a lot of other strong healing potential here, and a lot of good rotation. Couple play points time. The first better deal with the board, get that discard count up as well. We'll just have to see what he goes for here first, because I do feel like he absolutely has to go for something here, but it's kind of like what, you know. Maybe the Argente is what I'm feeling here. Maybe going with the Argente, toss Dragon, Utes Might, and maybe Lilium. That feels rough though, but I don't want to really toss Warden because of the draw, and I feel like you need Ceiling for the hill at this point as well. I don't know, it's kind of tough.
It definitely is. This is an odd situation for OsaV, because you're sort of in this position where your deck has, like, you have your quest to worry about in being able to discard enough. I mean, both decks are in a way quest decks and having to satisfy specific conditions, but at the same time, ignoring this board is also, you know, you are the deck in the meta with the highest amount of sustain, let's say, on average, and from the more popular decks, and you draw into that sustain right off the bat. Ditching the Bahamut doesn't matter in this matchup. It's not gonna last long enough, but
Okay.
finding that sustain is pretty huge there.
That, yeah, you know what? Again, applause for OsaV. Very nice for finding that one there. But now it's going to go and play a chance to at least run 2 in. But again, that board space is going to be an issue. Just don't have the Evo for weight yet, right, either. So now I feel like Golden Plate's kind of stuck a little bit, right? Because originally started very strong. Instant rotation with Drummer, you know, has Queen's Castle ready to go as well. That's very, very strong here. And the Devilish Fortress as well. Vate will come out now, get 1 bat out and get a little bit of ping damage in, 1 off the castle as well. But again, now you're kind of stuck with that board, and OsaV is going to be quite comfortable to, again, you know, Argente now is active, ready to go. And
We're at Wrath now, right? I'm trying to think. We had
I'm pretty sure,
1
yeah.
drop,
If not, it's off by 1.
1-on-1, 2-on-2.
Yeah.
We hit the
1.
3 there. Pretty sure we
Listen,
are
listen
already
to commentators do math for a minute, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great, isn't it? We go.
What comes after
Yeah,
4?
1, 3, 4. Yeah, it's Wrath because you got 1, 2 off drummer, 1 off Baad again. That's 4, and then that pass turn, and it was they hit about 3 times there. So yeah, it should be Wrath. If not, it's either 1 over or 1 under, but I'm going to guarantee it's 7. Production can check that, and then we can see that we're wrong. Then Twitch chat can laugh at us, and then we get very upset. And then that's kind of how we do things here in the Western region now. But Argente going to be hovered, going to toss away the Songstress. Kind of expected, right, to get that last bit of healing up. The question is, again, what do we toss next? Will be one of the tokens. Will actually be Lilium's main dragon here.
Ooh, the double blessing pickup is interesting, purely from a standpoint of gonna really snowball for sustain later down the line, especially like this matchup. You want to be sustaining healing. I like the Warden for 0
Stolza,
because this is gonna help you fight the board a little bit. You know, while healing does help to fight this matchup, fighting the board, and especially getting the evade off, is gonna be very important. And so you're back to full health, and that board is also slowly falling apart. But now that we are in that Wrath,
You like
we start
guitars?
dealing some
Yeah.
damage.
You like guitars? Big fan?
Yep.
Big guitars, big rock guitars, because that's what I believe we're about to hear in just a moment from Golden Plate coming out. I mean, I'd be surprised if you go for anything else here. Yep, Howling Demon coming out, easy clear, gonna get huge damage in as well. It's already what 8 damage coming out. I wouldn't have even been surprised, although you're actually gonna get the buff, on Flawless as well. So it's actually gonna be an extra 3 damage on top of that now, a +2, sorry, to be 3 damage. So OsaV down to half, and those Angel's Blessings, I was gonna say would have come in clutch here, but unfortunately it's about that Evo. It all depends if Golden Plate evolves, right? So here's a sticky situation potentially here that we've got like 2 paths, you know, that we could see what could happen here. And it looks like Golden Plate will just run into Fortress without the evolve, or still holding it. Okay,
I kind of like
doing
this
this to us.
Evo because putting down to 8 is also sort of, you know, it's a bit of a reach, because even if you do draw into your Gyaradeath, I think there isn't, you know, there isn't a specific way to get Gyaradeath evolved next turn with the hand that Golden Plate is holding right now. So I think this is going to still be a kind of spread out lethal. I definitely feel like for OsaV here to stick into, you know, stay in the competition, you gotta just burn this Drazael here. Thinking if there's more fancy ways to get the board clear done, but I feel like here, Drazael is not bad because you're also just going into that situation of, I'm gonna get some healing done so that I'm not just dying, and we get an easy board clear and get to buy time.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to say, do you even think about the Evo there, or do you think that's maybe a bit of an overcommitment? Because I know some players sometimes will even go for the Evo on her, right? Because then all of a sudden, she's a big girl, right? Obviously can't just be insta-kill by anything, so Bane's not helping you, instant destruction's not helping you, so then your opponent's forced to really run in a lot of damage here. But even so, I mean, I'm seeing the 2 Enchanting Rhapsodies in hand there for Golden Plate. I think that might be a good time to maybe chuck that one of those down, maybe. And you could maybe go for I think it's Trillish to maybe go for the Wrath, but then also at the same time, still gonna be worried about 2 damage. Dragon will still be up, and then you got a problem. So it's a little bit rough here. It might even be a rough demon turn here potentially, where you might have to run him down just to deal with the 5/7, which yes, sounds horrendous, but at the same time, what else are you really going for here?
Yeah, I think that is going to be the play. Like, thing is, like, drawing into your 2 Rhapsodies here is pretty tragic, because, like, the Rhapsody is also a very nice pair into a Gyaradeath, which we're not seeing yet either. Just kind of MIA. Everyone's looking for him, but yeah, it's going to be a bit of a messy clear. It really just goes to show how strong Drazael is in being able to hold down decks like this, because that was also the connective tissue that OsaV needed to connect into this turn, where now it's like, okay, we reset tempo, where, you know, it was a bit of a tug of war. It was definitely more on Golden Plate's side, you know, being able to establish big boards, and a lot of that, you know, forcing OsaV to keep sustaining to just stay in the game, and especially with that big damage push previous turn. But now that OsaV managed to neutralize that big tempo gain, Now this is time for OsaV's offense to try to score some points and be able to bring things closer to his own lethal point. Especially picking up that second Drazel is going to be very nice for having to reset tempo later down the line. And that's kind of, personally speaking, my issue with Wrath is that you have instances like this where sometimes you like, okay, you get all your early game pieces, great, fantastic, awesome, A+. You get your Wrath online, and then you just have these moments of dead draw where there are, like, the whole deck works together to create this well-oiled machine, but there are times like this where you just draw into the wrong things, and it's like, okay, I can answer some boards, I can take out some things, you know, I can push a bit of damage, but you're not drawing that lethal, especially at timings where it's like, if I don't lethal this turn, it's over for me. And that's kind of what we're seeing for Golden Play right now.
And then you look at this, and it still doesn't help really, does it? After all that, because now it's gone from just a single tanky follower to multiple followers with an added health total, right? That's really huge as well. Plus a reminder, once again, that the Noir Blanc don't take spell effect damage. So again, if Howling Demon comes out, for example, sure, you take out Ceylon and then you take out Argente, but then you've still got the brothers sitting there. So then once again, you're having to run in your third and final demon just to clear 2 followers and then run it in to be sitting there on 1 health. You don't need the healing out of it either really at the moment. It could be useful a little bit later on. And now Golden Plate's stuck being like, well, what do we go for? And there's going to be the Enchanting Rhapsody here, and we'll go for Trill. So I should be expecting the Trill as a evolve play here. Can't believe I'm seeing this in 2023. I'm not gonna lie, it's very nice to see that with Devilish Diva as well. So the whole idol band is out here, the Shadowverse official idol band out here, live listening to them right now to deal with the board and actually get maximum damage in, which is very nice to see, and we'll deal with the board.
I've had enough of this.
Yep, and keeping the right one alive with a bit of that threat. But of course, here for OsaV, I mean, you're finally in that cruising altitude. You are trying to just run it down at this point with multiple Lumiors and get that damage out. The only thing that's, you know, Angel Blessing here is really cool because you get to try to chain into multiple discard effects to try to really push down to make sure lethal is confirmed for next turn. The Drazel picked up. God, we're just basically seeing everything we need here. So Argente, of course, can help to push more damage, and it all depends on the rest of the draw here for OsaV in terms of how far the damage potential will be pushed this turn and what will be saved for the Lumior of next turn.
That's what I'm thinking is right now is how much do you commit now to maybe respond to, I guess, whatever can come out from Golden Plate next turn, right? Because I'm even thinking like you still got Giselle, right? You still got Ceylon in hand that can help, but do you even toss some of those now just to get maximum damage because you just think whatever, you just go all in, right? As you said, run it down, right? And just fully commit to try and get that penta. But Argente is gonna toss some of them out at least to get some big damage in. Also has to worry about that deck count now and hand count, as you mentioned, right? Balancing the hand count here. Hatchling comes out. Worm going to be used, yeah, I'd say probably on one of the Wardens here. Nice and safe to get rid of. And we've gone from 20 to 10. Gonna even burn an Evo into Petitia's God. I'd say it's pretty safe to go for that as well.
That's huge. Howling Demon now is put into a weird spot again, where it's like, all right, it's every single turn. Howling Demon has been like, okay, you cannot take out this Drazel. You can take out this board, but then the Noir Blanc is gonna get to chill. And now again, OsaV is like, okay, you can have the other two, but if you want to take a Lumi, you're gonna have to fight a little bit harder for that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take Lumi, you have to run it in. Right, and then what do? You play a castle, you play a
like,
maestro.
cool, you drained,
know what I mean?
your lethal is very far away.
Yeah, so it's at this point we're at again 26 to 10, sure, but OsaV has game in hand. Right, like it's there, it's clear there. Even if he loses this goal, he's got another one. Howling going to come out. This is from, I'll say, maximum healing at the moment. This is all this is about here. I would see, yeah, the evolve onto Wolf to clear that.
You have
and
to.
then run the 5 in, but doesn't matter. Unfortunately, really, at this point, it's very, very tough. We'll just hold on, get big healing in. I believe that might just be enough actually to sustain it, but oh, that's huge. Having Worm there as well. Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Vanya also being picked up a bit too late. Like, she's such a nice mid-game card, but would have loved to see her a bit earlier on Golden Plate's side. But Lumiar number 2 coming down to the board. I mean, this will probably connect into Lumiar number 3 as well.
Yeah,
All
double
right, Worm, of course.
Noir as
Let's
well
get the
to come
boys out.
And again, double Noir as well. So you're gonna get max damage out of that. This is ridiculous.
Has OsaV seen his Infiniflame yet for this game? I feel like we
I think
have.
he tossed.
I thought he tossed the
question
Bahamut,
mark.
or am I mistaken?
No, right, no, you're right, no, he did toss Infinite Flame last game, so he might be one of the bottom 4 there still. At this point, though, he's gonna get 7 in. He still has Worm. He also has Creation. He can still evolve William, get Zero Cost Creation into Worm as well here, as well, yeah. Which if I'm not mistaken, is either game off by 1 or 2. So might have to see what he draws off the top. Even not gonna evolve though. Just gonna go for Creation as is potentially. Hold on to that evolve. Might want to save that as a just in case.
Instantaneous victory! I've got a plan.
That's still
gonna get that. Yeah, I mean, he was basically in a situation where he would have needed another play point to actually close it out. So basically went for the safer play. Let's sustain a little bit, set up as many wars as possible. One of these wars will sustain. So even if you have like a random lethal off the top, let's make it a little bit harder to achieve. And now at that bottom 4, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't tossed an Infinite Flame yet this game. And I'm pretty sure it's still chilling in there. So now, at the very least, if OsaV just like top decks it next turn, it's like, well, here's 5 damage to face. And
we know how we could find.
Point.
We could find that out right now. We could spoil it and find out if he has or not.
True.
Hello, production. I know you can hear me. Could you please politely press the log button and go to? Does it want to be destroyed followers? Well, actually, does that count if it's discarded? I actually don't think that counts, does it? If it's been discarded, I can go to the destroyed file. I might be wrong. Ignore me. You know what? Chat, just correct us. It's funnier. We'll go with that instead. Vadia coming out here. I mean, you said it would have been better mid, but at least you can deal with 3 followers. Technically, they won't.
Yeah, this Bane is pretty huge.
But this will be nice, though, to get, I guess, max damage in, try and heal up. The problem, though, is if you play Diva, you eat 3 damage. So
I see we've all realized this.
Yeah, Golden Plate's like, crap. That's... I need to 8 damage to heal. Unfortunately, you don't even have tank, right, to be like, you hit 1, okay, heal 1, hit 1, okay, heal 1, hit 1, okay, heal 1. Now get +5, right? So it is really unfortunate, and I actually believe, that will definitely be it now. So OsaV all the way to the end. We don't get our answer unless Twitch chat tells us later on. We'll find out a little bit later. It'll just be a random message. You won't even see it. And OsaV gets it 1-1. So second quarterfinal match. DF already going to the final match here. And we are going to see that Vengeance versus Wrathblood matchup.
Battle of concepts. It's time to get into it. OsaV is like, nah, we're not going down that easily. That game 1 was good, but gotta put up a little fight here. And it looks like for Golden Plate, this is going to be the battle, and we get to see OsaV's beautiful Vengeance Blood.
Hats off to OsaV as well for using Dark General as his leader. You know, the face of 2016 Shadowverse, Vengeance Shadow, Vengeance Blood, sorry, you know, being the OG there with Storm. So very nice, OsaV. Thank you. Tips Fedora for that. But
if you're getting into Shadowverse Evolve with its physical English release coming up very soon, you're going to get to re-experience those 2016 times all over again in a fresh and exciting manner.
If anyone can tell me where to get those cards in Australia, please let me know, by the way, because my man's in a drought right now and he really wants those cards and I can't find them. So he sends anything my way about that. But here we go, though. Golden... Again, very nice start for pings, right? Demonic Dynamite in hand, Castle, Commander as well, which I don't believe we've actually seen today yet, played out of the Wrathblood deck. So that's cool to see Commander finally appear for Golden Plate. OsaV, however, of course, already has double Doom Lord because that's funny, apparently. And of course, you already saw the Wrath active with Waltz, right? With good old Wolfman coming out, you know, DF's favorite. as we
That's
mentioned,
right.
writing a thesis later. Look forward to that one.
Dude,
already
I
out,
played.
so
I played a Grand Prix today,
yeah.
and I lost on my turn 3 against this deck. Do you understand what I feel? It was turn
that's-
3. I couldn't
yeah.
do anything. The dude just literally kicked me in the head.
This is the age of blood. This is what we've dealt with for 5 years. Just about. Anytime, you know this for a fact. We've literally had matches against each other, right, where you've beaten me still as a sword player, and I'm still salty about it because our deck sucked at the time. That's the actual excuse, not because I'm bad. It's because of the deck. It's always a deck.
True,
fault,
true,
remember
true,
that.
true.
That's another top tip to get to top 8.
Right. No, it's not. Can we just talk?
Shut down already.
One little thing I wanted to point out that I really like from Golden Plate is that seeing that OsaV immediately just went waltz on
Yeah.
turn 2, Golden Plate was like, all right, I don't want to get my teeth punched in,
Yep.
and we're gonna go for the nice safe play of just, you know, demonic drummer to
Yep.
set up those wards and make sure that you don't just like hit me with like 6 face damage,
Yep.
because that is not nice, not very cool.
Not to mention the extra little bit of last words healing off that as well to make sure. And now also they can sit behind a ward, and there's also tank as well. What that is, okay, that's really really strong. That is a really good hand. Holy moly.
Yup.
Seeing tank as well, and it's gonna be triple ward that OsaV has to get through, and then again that's separate followers to get to commander. Commander could just sit there and chill. You could even play tank evolve commander if you really want to go that deep into it. So again, you kind of see the hovering. You kind of see, oh, do I do it? Do I go for it? I'm thinking about it. Board clear, full heal. Yep, there's the evolve for the surge and the extra damage. And that's a Wrath Blood turn right there, guys. I think that's actually like perfect. Full health, full board, maximum amount of ping damage, commander up untouchable, tank up as well. OsaV, again, he's got quite a lot to work with, which is good, but I mean, you still look at that like, come on, man. Where's my luck with this? Where is it? Come on.
Yeah, room service being burned there as well is a little bit of a Sag burger, as the kids say, but we're gonna have to see how OsaV's gonna do this without Waltz by the side, no Vengeance active, and there's definitely, you know, having tools that could fight this board would be great, but now we have a 5-3 sitting behind 3 wards. The wards may be small, but they're still wards that you have to clear, and when you don't have AoE damage at the ready, you're gonna have to do a little bit of improvising here, and looks like that's what OsaV is gonna do. Vanya coming on down, gonna be a little gift for Bloodkin coming on down.
Oh,
Room service, good timing. That's what you wanted to see.
Nice.
God,
Yeah.
I was pretty
Yeah.
scared because like burning that room service was actually so painful that I was like, how are you going to deal with this 5-3? But managed to find one of the other 2 remaining in the deck and take out the 5-3. I mean, these wars can chill, dude. They're just a bunch of they're just a bunch of jimmies. You're sitting here in the playground playing the sand.
Yeah, but OsaV's the bully that comes in later. You know, he gives him the wedgies and kicks him out. It's his sandpit, right? That's his sandpit. That's what he wants right now. Thing is, I go and play it again, as you mentioned, right? The wards are up, ready to go. There's, again, as I was going to say, there's a lot you can do in hand. It's really all I'm seeing right now is just play Commander again, Lamau, and just go with that, and that just works. Because again, you don't want to burn the Vania yet, right? Again, you probably will want it to around this turn. Okay, you can. Yeah, don't listen to me. That's fine. You can do that. That's fine. You still get the double spell. I guess you can still run a bat in and go for Summon Bloodkin here as well to get some extra burn and damage in. So that actually works out really well for Golden Play there.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about Rhapsody as well, just because you could kind of set up for next turn Gyaradeath.
Yeah.
But at the same time here, you're kind of in this position where you push your opponent down to 10. Vengeance is active, so there's going to be all kinds of little tools and big damage coming out. But I think Doomlord of the Abyss is sort of the play you have to make here. Of course, being the card that essentially lets you skip death. You know, you evolve it, And then Doomlord just goes, hey, I can't take damage next turn. And now being down to 9, Golden Plate has to just switch game plans and sustain and make sure to stay alive for this turn.
So obviously you summon the drum collection because that is actually really perfect to not only deal with this, because having the only take 2 damage at a time turn, he's gonna have to run in probably Doomlord number 2 here, right? Because I was even gonna say even looking for Gallum potentially to wrap up the game, but you're gonna have to run in Doomlord. Luckily, of course, that option is available, but he also has 1 more in deck as well, which I mean, if he top decks that's gonna be something. But you like healing, because that's basically what's happened here. 8's gonna come in, and now it's all down to this final turn here from Golden Plate. 5, you know, ready to go. You do have some healing available, which is cool. You can't end the game yet, unfortunately, which obviously would have been perfect, you know, with the cards in hand available to Golden here at the moment. Of course, already having double Gyarados in hand. But this is gonna be rough.
This is just like Golden Plate has to sustain and heal so much here that it's pretty ridiculous because like Galom is 6, and then on top of that, you know, Lion Crest is also gonna basically buff up your stuff too. So of course, you know, having the Marin, the max speed Marin, is also a pretty strong card that is it's actually saying like, hey, there's like 10 damage in this hand, so I hope you're ready.
This was basically the only play I saw. I was trying to find a way to maybe get, I said, the girls out, as well as our favorite flute player, you know, with Devilish, but unfortunately can't do that because yes, you can get Diva out, but if you want to get Trill, you know, you have to get the Cat Girl's 2 followers, which is going to be those extra 2 play points to get the extra health back. Gonna see the evolve here, so this will be it. But again, it's down to the wire. It's gonna be a lot of health loss. Stuff like that 3 ping. Is Golden gonna have enough time?
Very rough. I think barely enough.
Yeah.
The spectator view is slightly delayed in timer, so we're being saved by that. But 9 damage is the offer, and we know that OsaV has more than that to do here. Gallum coming down for the 6 damage to everything.
Perfect.
And here comes Marin to take OsaV to the top 4. A very familiar territory, I will say, for OsaV, but well done to Golden Plate for making it to the top 8 as well. And you know, after the first game win, I was honestly like, damn, is this the end of the age of OsaV? Like, have we actually moved on? Like,
no, never. Obviously, he always comes back, right? But do you have to say, fantastic effort, right, from Golden Plate there. I mean, again, game 1, again, the Dragon Mirror, again, was such an awesome match and good to see, you know, just getting out that Infinite Flame. You know, that's twice we've seen it today. I didn't even think we would have seen it once, but like twice. Coming out here in, well, I probably would have said it would have been the perfect Infinite Flame situation. You get the 5, you nuke the board and get the ping damage, and you get the run-in. You get to do all 3 things. That's like perfect. You know, you've already won the game from that, right? But unfortunately, it's not the case. And unfortunately, Golden Plate wasn't able to close things out. But it did get very close though, right, DF, a few times there on OsaV's side where Golden Plate was definitely pushing hard. You could see it. But just unfortunately, just a little bit right at the end where OsaV was able to close it out.
Yeah, just a little bit, not enough. It really did feel like a close set, but OsaV did show the world that, you know, he is a name to be remembered and a name here to stay as well. And what a way to close out the first half of the top 8 bracket. But of course, now that we've confirmed our first top 4 players, we do have more of the top 8 to go to confirm the rest of our top 4. But before we do that, we are going to go for a short break. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back right after this.
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure. Leave it to us.
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun. You're gonna love the Academy.
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but...
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits, here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
And we're back. I'm here. It's me, Trickster, with Different Fight. Right now, Baz, he's off trying to watch the replays, watching the Wrath. He's trying to count to 7, make sure go back and see if were they or were they not in Vengeance or in Wrath. And now we're here. We're here for some new games. For those of you just tuning in, we've already seen 2 of the quarterfinals. Stolza took out Baad in the first one, and then OsaV won over Golden Plate just before this. But now we're going to be tuning in to Melon and Dis Omega. for you, Different Fight, before we jump into this new match, how have you been feeling about the tournament so far today?
It's been pretty cool. I definitely had different expectations going into the cast, I think, before we went live, but it's been really exciting. I'm pretty happy to see, you know, OsaV make it through to the top 4 as someone that's been kind of casting throughout his sort of career build-up. It's definitely cool to see it continue, and curious to see what other players will join him in that top 4. So I think with that, we can take a look at some of our players that we're going to be seeing in this next top 8 showdown. And this one is also going to be exciting because we're going to have Team Disastrous Omega versus Melon. So Melon is probably the player that I think the viewers will be most excited to see because they have arguably the most exciting deck list lineup of all of the players. And we're talking right before going live, Trickster. We're going to be seeing 6 different decks in this top 8 match. So let's get into it.
Yeah, first from Melon, we're seeing Mysteria. It's the first time on the stream today, and definitely an interesting deck. From a lot of what I'm seeing in Melon's list, it looks like he's playing a lot of different decks that are all good against Dragon. And this one here is the deck that maybe struggles against some of the blood decks where they can kill you early, but when you have enough time, you can really set up some strong one-turn kills with this deck. And one of the new cards that really allows that is Anne and Grea, the Royal Duo. This card, you can play it for Enhanced 7, or you can just play it for 5. And then when you do, you get Anne summoning and Grea's Inferno into your hand. And this card, it's really strong because all of the cards in your deck, they're Mysteria followers, or if they aren't, you can turn them into Mysteria followers with some of your other effects. And so when you play those cards, it decreases the cost of that and summoning, and eventually you can play it in the late game to get a bunch of Storm followers and bring everything back that's died to be able to kill your opponent.
Yes, so definitely an incredible card, but this list is definitely a little bit different from what we've seen in the earlier stages of this expansion, where some people were considering that the Brilliant Mage was actually not exactly a card that you had to run just because it kind of bloated your Mysteria card pool. Because I mean, this deck's kind of win con is, you know, you get Anne and Grea with the token spell. The token spell is going to bring back your entire board, and then you're going to basically just chain the Mysterian Exchange Party into huge board pressure and just lethal immediately because you have a bunch of things with Storm, and usually 2 copies of Exchange Party will be lethal. But with Brilliant Mages, like, it's really good because you do have, you know, she does have her own effects to keep searching through the deck, etc. But because you bloat it, your game plan might not be as consistent, because generally speaking, you want to be, you know, getting the token off of the Royal Duo, and then of course running the Originator for just making sure that you're actually achieving that game plan very consistently. So I'm curious to see how Melon's list will be playing out in this top 8, because this is definitely a archetype that I wish to see a lot more of, because I think, like, we've seen Anne and Grea come back time and time again. I think this might be like their 3rd or 4th incarnation in Shadowverse, but despite that, it's always been a different flavor, and I'm curious to see how Melon's gonna perform with that. But, and Trick, I think Melon's lineup has a lot more spice than just that.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take it into our next deck list for Melon. So here we're seeing Wrath Blood, probably the most traditional deck we'll see Melon play today, with his other one being Puppet Portal. But yeah, the Wrath Blood really goes into his game plan well. It's just such a consistent deck, and I think that's one of the main reasons that a lot of these players are moving towards Wrath Blood over Vengeance. Despite matchups and things like that, I just feel like that this deck does the same thing every game and feels a lot more consistent than Vengeance. Sometimes with Vengeance, you have to draw both your damage dealing cards and your Vengeance activators, but here it feels like every single one of your cards is going to be pinging your leader, and then there's lots of different Storm options in the late game. And one of the cards I just want to peek at quick is the Vicious Blitzer. It's a card that we have seen for a long time, but it's not been as popular more recently. I feel like a lot of people, they choose to cut this card because it kind of dilutes your pulls when you're trying to use the Raging Commander to maybe get like Gardoth or things that are specific, but it does help you do some extra damage, and it does just add some consistency.
Yep, absolutely. So Wrath is a deck that we can expect to see quite a lot of today. It did have a great showing overall. For those of you curious about the statistics, we had 105 players bring it as a second most broad deck in the whole tournament, and 5 of those players actually managed to convert in top 8 with for a total of 4.76% conversion. So definitely very good. Funnily enough, the best converted deck of this tournament is actually Mysteria Rune from Melon. Only 15 players brought it, and we actually have a couple players that managed to make it into the top cut with it. So that's going to be exciting to see and how it can perform. But of course, Melon is bringing one more deck to this lineup, and that of course is, as you mentioned previously, the Puppet Portal. And so this list is a little bit different from what we saw in the early stages of the meta as well, because we are of course seeing, you know, not just the Chasm being played. Of course, Chasm is like one of the best cards in all of Portal right now, but of course the Rosa is also being included here. So she's more of the sustain option, and I think we keep repeating ourselves throughout the cast, but talking about how, you know, a lot of this format lacks that good generic sustain. So a lot of these archetypes are just basically having to go back to their best sustain that they have access to. And so Rosa is one of those options here, while being able to bring out Chasm through that evolve effect. And we should talk about, of course, the great new neutral that is that Lucius. So of course, being able to adapt to whatever class you are playing / your opponent is playing, this will give you that out. Again, specifically, you know, amulet decks like Sword, and just overall be a very good card in answering some specific matchups. And so curious to see how that's going to pace out for Melon, especially with this lineup, and what their opponent's going to ban too, because I think this, you know, with how untraditional this lineup is, I'm curious to see how opponents have been adapting to it as well.
Yeah, definitely Lucius is a good card, having that extra damage with the ghosts that are summoned in this version. And another card too that's giving extra damage for this deck that I just want to check quick before we move on is Lyle, the Immaculate Idol, a new card that can help you, kind of like Kasim and Rosa, be putting cards into your deck and impacting your resonance, but also giving you a zero playpoint puppet. And that puppet has Storm, and it's a pretty good card that you can use in the late game. Maybe play it on like a turn with Orcus or some of your other damage to just increase like the cap for how much damage you can be doing. And if you get multiple of these in the early game, you can really like close out games early before your opponents have time to get settled. But these aren't the only interesting decks we're going to be seeing. Like we said, there's 6 different decks in this match alone. And so let's jump into the next player and what the decks they're bringing.
That's right. So while there are 6 different decks, Omega's lineup is definitely more of the traditional one that is going to complete this. And I think that kind of hints at, you've seen what classes Omega is playing. You'll know what specific class that has 2 very strong archetypes right now, which list they're bringing. So let's take a look at Omega's deck list here and break it down, beginning with the Mars Sword. So we talked about this at the beginning in round 1, but Mars, of course, is very powerful in being able to just have that really annoying damage ping come down from the amulets, while also establishing a very good end game with the hero package and just giving you those lethal tools. And actually, if you haven't watched the first game of the top 8, you might actually want to watch the VOD to see, you know, how nice those like late lethals with the hero package are as well, because you just have so many amazing storm tools once you get down to it.
Yeah, and besides just storm tools and damage, there's also a pretty strong defensive card in this deck that I want to highlight. Lyrilla is a card that does her best Judith impression and comes out and gives you that damage shield, which can be very strong in Shadowverse and block like 6 damage from Galam or like other cards as well. And so this card's very strong, and the interaction with Mars's amulet, which is a commander, means that it'll always be active.
Yes, that is very, very big, especially in this current format. So definitely a big fan of it. And in general, just the consistency of this deck is also very, very good in being able to tutor specific targets that you need. But we've seen Mars before. Let's take a look at the next lineup or list in the lineup from Omega here and see what else they are bringing to the table here. And I think for those of you that have been researching the players, you'll already know. But there is a certain Discard Dragon and a certain Vengeance Blood in this lineup that if we can get it up, we can show you the list here as well. So here is a Discard Dragon list, and here you can see again, somehow the Bahamut lists have been eluding us on stream, but this is the one that is actually running the Lucius in Discard Dragon. What do you think of that, Drake?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Lucius today. I think it's kind of interesting with Uranus being nerfed to 4 play points that people have really been looking for replacements or other cards. And so it's interesting seeing Lucius. I think that it's a strong pick. And because Omega is bringing Mars himself, he probably feels like it's a very strong deck and something to be worried about. And so having those Lucius just gives you one more way in your deck to be able to handle that and makes that matchup a little less frightening.
Yes, 100%. So I'm curious to see how this is going to pace out for Omega, but I really want to talk about that third list because we've been seeing, I already said it's Vengeance Blood, but there is definitely some cards in there that maybe, raise an eyebrow here and there. And while I've seen the list in I want to say the earlier parts of the meta, it's been cool to see how different this Vengeance Blood list is, considering that there are, I think in terms of Vengeance Blood in general, there's only 2 players today in the top 8, and of course Omega is one of them. And of course running that Alice in here as well, which of course does work pretty well with the rest of the deck's package, but is a pretty surprising inclusion here as well.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. It's also interesting, the Signa being included as a card to help with the Alice. It's a card that can give you those free evos, and so then you can really get up to that 3 count or 7 count for Alice. And having the ambush will help you to maybe hold it onto the board itself as well to be able to save it to do some extra damage. I'm almost surprised how much space it feels like there is in the Vengeance deck. We saw earlier OsaV running a ton of different one-of techs, and here it's we have a whole Evo package being added, but the core of the Vengeance is still here as well. So I really feel like this is a deck that has a lot of room for players to be flexible with and to kind of find their own play style. And I'm honestly surprised here too, seeing Vulgus. That's another card that a lot of people have chose to cut. It's another Vengeance activator, but it does mean that when you play Landcrest or something like that, it won't be pulling your damage dealers as much. But we're seeing that here as well in this build. So lots going on, lots of extra Vengeance activators that people are cutting, but also the Evo package as well.
Yep, that is right. But I think with that, now that we've seen the lineups here, I'm ready to get into some games and see these players compete and fight. Because again, this is going to be deciding our third top 4 placer. So one of these players will make it further into the tournament, have a chance at the finals. The other one, unfortunately, have to bow out in top 8. But of course, with SVO being on monthly cups now, it is nice that you have, this competitive circuit every single month where you can accrue your points through prizing, and of course leading to contenders later down in the year. And it's going to be just very nice for players that, let's say, finish in top 8 this week. We've seen players in previous years that basically just had top 8 finishes every single month and then managed to make it into contenders by just being consistent. Don't have to win every time, but just being consistent is enough. But take a look at these bans and see if they're consistent with some of our previous bans. And ooh, this is a little different, Rick.
Yeah, seeing the Blood and the Dragon banned out, definitely interesting. Dragons had a hard time today, it felt like, on the stream. I think it has 3 wins and 3 losses, and a lot of people have been playing against it, but for the first time today, we're not going to have any Dragon in this match.
Yeah, you are right. And we've also seen, when people have that, the spicy third, oftentimes just kind of gets banned out, and then the players go all right, we're gonna just play Blood and Dragon. But Omega was like, nah, get that Blood out of here. I'm gonna see what you've brought to the table with that personal flair of yours. And then Omega is gonna be playing through with the Mars as well as the Vengeance Blood. So 2 very fast decks against Melon's very much personalized lineup. So we'll see how that lineup is going to fare against these two incredibly fast decks.
That's right, and now we're jumping into it. The third quarterfinal match. It's Dis Omega on Sword up against Melon.
Here we go. Ooh, Tony in the opening hand. Do like that. Omega's going to be going first, which is, you know, the Mars will go live a bit later, but you do have enough turns to set up some tempo and search out your key pieces. Whereas for Melon, going second and seeing the Metatron is pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes it's interesting with having the Valiant Fencer as another commander as well, and Mars when you have your Tony. We did just see Mars get drawn into here, but sometimes I think like going first, it's not usually too bad because you can play your cats on 3, try and get the Valiant Fencer out of the deck to guarantee that Mars pull on turn 4. Here we see all those cards, but with Mars in hand, there's not really anything to worry about.
Tony's gonna get played out. Hopefully it doesn't pull Valiant. All right, we're safe.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling. Most of the time there are more Mars, so you'll usually get it, but you always know that there's that small chance you get the Valiant Fencer, which you don't need until the late game.
Ooh, and even if that were to happen, I mean, once you have the Defender on board, it's pretty good. It's a very annoying card for a lot of decks to deal with, just because of that damage shield that it has in terms of the maximum damage that it can take. So now it comes down to how Omega is going to try to play out this turn 3. I want to dig for some cards first, you know, draw for his gamers. Draw cards first and then see what we follow up with.
Yeah, seeing the draw first made me think we maybe weren't going to be playing cats just because we wouldn't want to accidentally draw into the Fencer off of the Bumpkin Recruit. But maybe just wanting to see the options, I guess, and thinking that's a low likelihood. It's really cool, though, having Portal back in the top 8. It's not a deck we've seen for a while, but looking at that hand, it reminds me of like the Puppet Portal hands I've seen on stream months ago, and it seems like all the old and strong cards are still around, but we also have some new techs as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Melon tries to navigate like this old deck that's kind of fallen out of favor against one of the decks that's defined the meta recently.
Yes, absolutely. It feels like Puppet Portal is always just kind of hanging in there. It's never truly out. It hasn't lost its package. It's always just vibing, waiting for the right time to strike. And so here we're going to see Omega going to just set up a nice little turn 3 here with the Defender. So even if you start evoing your Metatrons and stuff, the most damage you can take is 1. So it's going to be a pretty tough wall to break through. No need to attack anything. Let your opponent do the job themselves.
It always feels a little bad leaving up a Metatron on the board before turn 4. Just knowing that maybe if your opponent didn't have a second one, you're giving them that option. But seeing Melon's hand, he actually does have another one as well. So he'd be able to gain that extra play point either way. Also drawing into that new card, the one that gives you the Storm Puppet. And so being able to get some extra finishers in hand. I feel like though Melon, like his early game has been good, but he really does need to capitalize on that and try and kind of undercut Omega, because turn 7, the game's over. Like Omega, he's probably going to be able to do a Valiant Fencer OTK, and so Melon really needs to push some damage right now. But things like the ward that we just saw, the like 1 damage Iron Rot Defender, it's really been stopping Melon from getting extra chip damage in the early game.
Yep, 100%. It's going to be a very clean trade from Omega, where you basically get to trade the Mars in. She'll be a little bit damaged, and then after that you run the Flame Soldier to take care of the 2-1, and then because it'll be 3-3 from the amulet, you'll get to just run that into the 2-3 while dealing some damage, and then push the rest of the followers into face. Maybe you want to think about like running some of your stuff in just to open a board space, but I think that can be a problem for later, considering both of these decks are board-based decks, so they're going to be, generally speaking, fighting for the board. But Melon is also not exactly in the position to be board blocking here, considering how snowbally Mars can get.
Yeah, and thinking about it, I just realized like how bad it feels to run puppets into these Mars followers. Right now, like this one only has 1 health, but if you had a big follower with the ping effect, every puppet you trade into it to kill it is going to be doing 1 damage to face, and so that
Or 2.
yeah, true. Once the second amulet's out, and so maybe that's another reason to run Kasim and Rosa, extra ways to ping off these followers with effects damage and not trading to try and keep your face a little more healthy than if you were using the puppets.
Yep, 100%. I think being able to board clear here through just, you know, going in and out of residence is pretty big, but we need to find ways to do that first here to actually get that clear. So let's see, Lyeth here coming down. It's gonna be one of those ways.
Victory shall prove my worth.
Alright, Bubba comes down. It's gonna be good damage. Basically trading away just until the end phase, and then the Marionette gonna come down just for that little bit of extra damage. And there is the trade leaving up just the 1-1 without much fear.
Yeah, definitely a good spot, being able to clear most of those. Having the damaged follower though is always a little bit of scary with a lot of the hero followers really being able to like capitalize on having a damaged follower on the board. We're not seeing that in hand for Omega though now, so gonna have to think of something else. Setting up the second Mars is really good. It's always good to do that early before you run out of officers in your deck for the effect, as well as just now having that 2 ping is going to make the Valiant Fencer turn so much stronger afterwards.
Yep, that is right. I like that the Mars running in here, because here you can bumpkin into the 3-6 potentially just to trade it off, and then run the Goblin again as well. So you're going to get 4 damage ping, you're drawing cards. Oh, that's actually pretty good too. I mean, this gets both of the followers off the board, so that's also quite good. This way you can choose to just take out the Kasim while running in the Flame Soldier, but it will take up a bit of board space, so that is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and this is like the little Tony that could right there. I feel like, didn't it come out on like turn 2 maybe, and it's just been doing, or close to that, it's just been doing 1 damage every turn, stuck around.
Yep. And now it's basically like, if the Valiant Fencer picks up, you know, a copy of, let's say, Mach Knight off the top from the big draw, I mean, this is going to be very close to game potentially.
My magic evades all odds.
A nice Evo here, letting you trade once before you play Kirzael to make sure that it hits the targets you want, but still letting you go face. It is tough though, even though you have these wards and some healing. All of these followers on the boards are getting plenty of targets for trades for Omega, which could be more damage. Depending on what the Valiant Fencer draws, we'll see if he's able to sneak out a lethal.
Yeah, I think Valiant Fencer here is probably going to be it. Let's see, this draw's going to be huge. 4 cards coming up the top. Omega with the... Actually, oh dear, that's... Oh my god, that's a very unfortunate draw.
That is not a lot of 0 cost in hand right now. Wow, that is not the follow-up Omega wanted to see.
No, you can see he like leaned in, expecting to see, you know, having to play fast and run the lethal down, but that's probably like... I think you and I are probably the same. I play this like a lot in ladder, and this might be worse than just like not even on games where you don't even see more sometimes. Like this is not giving Omega anything to work with.
Yeah, and once you play the Valiant Fencer, you're all in. You've committed like all of your play points, and so you need 0 costs. And so with this position, it's not the best. And there's a lot of followers on his opponent's board, and he only has so much health. So getting 2 back is good, going up to 9, but we know there's more Storm in hand for Melon.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world, because of course the only thing remaining is the 3-5, but we all know that there's more where that came from for Melon. The damage potential here for the deck is pretty good. I'm not sure how far the Orcus has been, or I think that is the first Orcus that we've drawn into there, so not going to be huge damage there, but I think Melon is basically just in a position where it is just about good night.
Yeah, and can he use both of those spells on this same thing to buff it? Yeah, it looks like going for the forged weaponry and the puppet.
Yeah, he
Gonna
sees
be
it.
able to increase the attack. 3 on the board
Melon
plus
sees
2.
it.
And that's
There.
it. 9 damage to the face. Puppet taking it out over Omega. Maybe it's because of the Valiant Fencer draws, but wow, Puppet showing that it is as good as some of the top decks in this meta.
Yep, Melon performing with the unconventional lineup. 1 game away from joining some of the beasts in that top 4. And so for Omega, this is going to be the reverse sweep being necessary to run it back down. I wonder if he sticks with the Mars sword against the Mysteria. I do feel like you are a pretty fast deck. You can try to close it out, and it looks like that will be the choice. And let's see how Melon's Mysteria is going to be played out here. Gonna be going first again.
Yeah, I feel like that Mysteria is definitely one of those kind of like decks that you bring to target something specific, because it's not really been very good for me on ladder, or like when I've seen it, I feel like that it's not good against a lot of the decks, but it has some very good specific matchups. And I don't think Mars is really one of those. Mars is a deck that can even like win on turn 5 with the right hands, just having a bunch of storm or early aggression, and we'll see what Melon has to do to try and respond to that.
Ooh, Omega again with the amazing curve. It looks the exact same as last game almost, but of course this is a different game, and even though Omega did open up very good curve last game, didn't end up amounting to too much. So let's see here. Run it in, Tony for the search. It's gonna be another Mars.
Yeah, but Melon, his hand, it's not looking that amazing to me. I feel like it is good to have Mysteria and to have your Anna and Greya duo, but multiples doesn't really feel that great. You kind of want to have some of those spells in hand so that when you play Mysteria on 4, you'll be discounting things and having stuff to follow up on turn 5. And so, kind of tricky even having to throw that out before an Evo turn.
I mean, he does have the second copy, so it's quite okay, I think, here. Gonna play it out next turn anyway, but you're definitely correct. You want to see more of those spells that you can play out for cheap, but definitely lacking in that department. And now Omega, it depends. You want to play out that Mach Knight and just push face damage here. You can get essentially 6 damage down, and pushing down to 11 is pretty good.
Do you think you ever trade the Warden first so that you can gain back 2 play points and maybe throw out like your Lyrilla as well?
Can still do it, to be honest. So he's just nope. Looks like it's gonna be all face here, choosing to keep that 1-3 as healthy as possible. All right, that's another reducible.
Yeah, it is, and
Melon.
it's quite a good one as well. Winged Inversion having the interesting interaction where when it becomes 1 play point, it actually becomes a play point gain, where when you play it and gain the 2 back, you actually increase the play points available. So definitely an interesting interaction we might get to see here. A way to spell boost or Mysteria boost your cards a lot faster while also kind of cheesing some extra play points on your turn.
Exactly. This 1-3 is going to get annoying, so let's just transform it. Greya's Ember going to come down with the damage, and this will be a nice clear. Choosing to not go for that face damage, knowing that you have a clear lethal line in this deck of just being able to set up that exchange party buff onto the full storm board. But Mars will be coming down here, and you have a great partner in crime. Of course, Mars is also ready for next turn too. But first, here comes the Lyrella. Down to 10.
And only 8 health.
Yep. Very little remains. And of course, like here, this is the one issue when you don't draw into the cutscene to find the Valiant Fencer, or, you know, the Tony doesn't pick up the Valiant Fencer, is that you do start eventually running out of gas. So you might have to rely on the Wind Slasher to pick it up as well. So let's see. That's a cycle card. We like those.
Yeah, speaking of gas, getting a nice 2 draw, 2 healing for 1 play point. Hovering over it, trying to decide if that's the play, or throwing out maybe like a Mars and another hero card this turn.
Yeah, I feel like you have to do Mars just to, you know, take care of that 7/7 and then also set up for your future turns. Oh, that's a pretty good way to set up indeed. Got some more storm damage to go with it. Do you feel like you should play out the Mars at this point just to secure more damage pings as well?
Yeah, and getting kind of close. I think that Mars has 21 officers in deck. With people adding the additional goblins that are like those non-officer followers, it does kind of bring down your count. And so with the extra commanders, goblins, and spell, you do kind of get close there, but having just enough to still keep it active.
Yep, back down to 8 again. We're definitely getting into that sweet spot. Fortunately, no Valiant Fencer to make it extra sweet, but still gonna be good. I mean, at this point, all right, it all comes down to the exchange party's been picked up. Of course, the token spell is still very high up, but this is gonna be the big turn of discounting. Do not want to be burning that exchange party. That is gonna be your win con. Pop the damage shield. All right, are we just playing for tempo here? Saying like, hey, here's a big board, try to take care of it. But that is a Bane that can take care of it.
Yeah, looking at Omega's hand, I'm trying to like do the math. I see a lot of damage, and even if you can evolve that Quick Blader, it's like 8 damage on its own at this point with the double buffs. And so just, I guess, trying to figure out how to get through these wards first. But there is a lot of damage this turn, and if not this turn, it'll be the next turn for sure.
Yep, this is huge because you can actually make the Mock Knight here and get that refund. I mean, basically everything here has nice little intricate combos, which is very cool. So let's see, Mock Knight gonna come down. What will be the sequencing here? Flame Soldier coming down for the 2 damage ping. There are some tempting targets, but gonna go for the 6/6. You want to just take it out with the Flame Soldier itself. Down to 7 on Melon's side. Omega's getting pretty close and evening it up.
Yeah, so close. Wow, this, when he evolves this and trades 2 ping plus 4 to face afterwards. And this is it, getting that intricate lethal. We saw him thinking about it and we were trying to count it out, but he just plays out the turn calmly, takes out the wards, and has 1 extra damage to finish out this game, bringing it back 1-1. He knows Melon took the first game, but that reverse sweep, we're halfway there.
Yep, Omega playing those fast decks as described, going quick, making sure to find the right lethals, and just showing the power of the Mars Amulet as well. I mean, it's just such a strong thing when you have such easy bursts of damage, right? It adds up all these 1 play point followers as well, making sure that you're dealing like, you know, 4, 6, 8 damage per turn from just raw attacks. It's very powerful.
So I know you said you play that on ladder a lot. Have you ever seen the 3 Mars amulets? Like, I'm feeling like that might almost be bad because your board's too full, but I'm just curious, has that ever come up?
No, at that point, I'm like, I don't want to clog up my ability to find lethal. You know, it's still like, especially when you want to kind of chain it into the Valiant Fencer, at that point, I need those 3 board spaces as much as I love my pings and my damage over time. But let's see here now. Of course, Omega, master of the Mars Sword, managed to get that dub, and now it comes down to the Vengeance. Of course, we're not seeing the one that turns it on just yet. Walt himself is missing in action, but relatively, I don't know, decent hand I want to say here, but gonna depend on some of these searches.
Yeah, we see some restraint there from Omega holding on to his Sigma. I feel like it's a card that in some matchups you can just throw it out right away because you know your opponent will have no way to deal with it. And while it is hard for Mysteria, I guess there are things like Amaryllis and whatnot that could ping it off. And so just saving it till a turn where you know you can get the evolve seems like that's what Omega thinks is better here.
Yes, indeed. So we see Melon as well has a relatively decent opener here. So the Magic Originator for turn 4 is there. the Greya coming down as well to find some of this board that might come out if it does. And then the only thing really missing is, of course, the Royal Duo. So once that's picked up, we have a pretty straightforward game plan for Melon. But that is a card that if you don't get the Royal Duo, the deck is definitely going to be stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We might have to see like the Anne come out early to try and fetch the Royal Duo, and so we'll see how he chooses to navigate his turns, if he plays like Anne or Mysteria first and whatnot. Here we see Omega getting some cards on the board, trying to challenge the 2/2 with his own 2/2, choosing to save the spell
Oh my
until
God,
he can do
off the
4
top.
damage. The last
That
piece of the
is-
puzzle.
That's huge. Royal Duo pickup is really big because, like, as much as I also really like the Brilliant Mage too, but the sort of issue with her search effect is that it is your Evo, and with the way that this deck paces itself out, you kind of want to just go into a Magic Originator on your first Evo turn, then get the token spell from the Royal Duo, and then just basically build up and be able to get that lethal ASAP, especially against Vengeance, that is going to give you a tough time if you don't take care of it fast.
That's right, and now Tis Omega choosing if this is the turn to activate his Vengeance or not. Only having like one good way to activate Vengeance in hand right now does mean you kind of have to be careful with it. We saw him choose not to activate it last turn to kind of hold it out for being able to have it for 4 and 5, which is what's going to happen here.
I did my part. What's this?
Alright. It is active. Everyone's favorite keyword. You can see there at the bottom left.
I smell something real fun.
I really like the shift that this Vengeance deck has taken to have so many Evolve followers, because I feel like in the normal deck, Itsurugi is kind of one of your weaker cards, where you just play him out as like a slow draw, where it like eventually costs 3 play points just to get one card deeper into your deck. And so now, building the deck like this, it really makes it so that instead of just him being a draw card to help you find your good stuff, he is one of your strong cards as well, and just kind of capitalizing on some synergies that were already present.
Yes, exactly. So at this point for Melon, you can't really afford to take too much extra chip damage. So you gotta use that Ember here to take out some of the followers and trade things off. Definitely want to hold on to that insight and everything just to be able to go through a whole bunch of your spells next turn once you've picked up the Royal Duo token, and then are building up to your win con nice and fast. But now that Vengeance is active for Omega, it's a completely different world, right? You've got so many damage outputs, and at this point it just depends on what kind of connective tissue you're going to draw into to be able to close out the game once it gets to it.
Yeah, a lot of nice cards in hand. Can do the 6 damage right away here. Getting the Evolve on Itsurugi can get his effect online to maybe get you an extra ping next turn. True, having like some extra free Evo cards in hand will help you be able to get the 5 evolves that you need for your 4 damage spell. So Omega's feeling pretty good, but looking at Melon's hand, he does have Craig as well. So that Craig is going to be able to help him eventually heal up a decent amount, and maybe try and mitigate some of the damage he has taken. It is tricky though now, staring down like a big board. You're going to have to evolve your Anne and Greya, and it's not going to be able to kill all of these followers with the evolve, so you need something to follow that up.
Exactly, so here she is. The damage is very much appreciated, but unsummoning will be required here just for the extra body to be able to trade things off.
Yeah, now it's a tough spot for Melon. Does he want to save Craig for like a really big turn next turn and heal a ton, or just get a little healing right now to try and stay out of a lethal range? Looking at Omega's hand, he doesn't have like a second Galam or something to try and push the damage this turn, but there are good resources there.
Yeah, this picked up as well. Looks like it's gonna be committed to get the card draw on the Evo. Continue adding to your evolutions in this game.
Yeah, Alice is a really nice card, and snuck in the mini. Haven't really seen it a ton. It just kind of pops up here and there. It does always feel a little awkward to me, like we see now, where it's like you don't get the play point recovery until you already attack, and so that can make navigating some turns a little tricky, especially when you would like maybe love to use other cards to remove wards or things before attacking. And so seeing Omega here looking at finding a way to just kind of use the cards in his hand and decide like what the sequencing should be.
I mean, say she pops up every so often. I feel like she's been popping up in my nightmares for the last several years, dude. I remember when the new Alice got revealed, everyone was like, oh my god, she's back.
Yeah, what was that? Was that like a player popularity poll, I think, that she maybe won
Yeah,
when we were trying to
she
pick the
did indeed.
neutrals?
So, as much as everyone complains about her old form, everyone did secretly want her back. And
Yeah, only have ourselves to blame.
Yeah. All right, for Melon here, this is going to be the big turn for discounting that token. So let's see how far we can go with it. We're going to come on down. As you said, this is going to be that big turn for it.
Yeah, definitely having to think here. It's interesting how, like in the sequencing of this deck, sometimes you have to use your tools early, but a lot of times you have ones that you want to save for later, and so just trying to figure out like the order of what's more important, like boosting things or like saving different things, and a lot to think about for Melon. And sometimes with like draws and stuff coming through during your turn as well, you got to keep that in mind as well.
All right, some sustain coming through, going to be very important, especially as Omega slowly starts running out of gas here. Very important. Damage is going to be taking out the board.
It feels really bad for Omega having his Signa killed like that before it could evolve. I think if like the last turn was sequenced a little differently, he would have been able to get the free evolve, and so now he's behind if he does draw additional Alice or something like that. So I'm sure that's unfortunate to see, but Doomlord will be able to clear this and prevent
this is so
a
huge.
lethal the next turn. So that
this
is
top
strong.
deck is so huge. The Doomlord comes on out, deals 19 to everything, and you get that big swing to face, with basically one more Doomlord, and we are not even the Doomlord, dude. We are done next turn no matter what, unless we see Melon close or be able to sustain here, but there's no way. I mean, this is basically just the end of the chapter.
I don't even know what you could do here. Like maybe if you could get the Craig back somehow with the thing, but the spell is too high. I don't know.
This should be it for Omega. I think that top deck actually decided this entire match. Like, that is insane how big that was for Omega. Of course, almost halfway through the deck, we haven't seen a single one yet, so the expectations were definitely high, but you just have to acknowledge that that was incredibly huge, and being able to find the damage there, the board clear, and this just checkmate situation where it's like, all right, try what you can, but it won't be enough, because I am not taking damage this turn, and I have so much damage for you next turn that you better start healing back all the way to 20. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
That's right. And we see a ward coming out, but that's not going to be enough with all of the cards in Omega's hand doing direct damage. And the Itsurugi spell, like, that's something that Melon even knows about. And so he's just playing his cards knowing that the death is in his opponent's hand.
Yep, unfortunately for Melon, this was just a little bit off beat. Was not able to find the lethal on time. And of course, the Wolfing's struggle will find the victory for Omega and take Team Disastrous Omega all the way to top 4, joining our remaining players here. And of course, once again, congrats to Melon for making it all the way to the top 8. You know, a little bit unfortunate to bow out here in top 8 with that very unique deck lineup, but still amazing to see how far they made it with that kind of lineup too, considering how traditional and sort of expected everyone else's has been so far in this tournament.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like a lot of people might think it's like a one of fluke bringing these weird decks and making it to the top 8, but Melon is one of the players who has the most points, and so he's having a really good competitive season. Maybe this match didn't go his way, but he's been in top 8 recently, and with the points that he has and the extra runs he secured in this tournament, I think he'll be doing fine overall. And congrats to Omega for moving on. And we're going to be bringing Baz back on now. That's 3 quarterfinals, and there's one more. He's going to be jumping back on with us, and we'll see what these other players have to bring. Some more dragons, more of the traditional decks that we've been seeing. And welcome back.
I'm different fight now. That's right. I've taken over finally. First it was the Southeast Asian region, then the West region. Now it's different fights. Whole personality. That's right, guys. Oh, I lost it. Oh, that's not funny anymore, is it? Damn. Well, I guess I'm just Baz again, the man with a big beard. The Australian Viking is apparently my big nickname now by chat. So thanks for that. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna use that from now. What a fantastic series we've had though, Trick though, coming through and getting ready for our final quarterfinal match right of the April Cup. And gotta say, it's quite a big one, right? Coming through. 2 veterans of the scene, both players. I know probably even before this, but at least a minimum been playing since 2019. These guys have been around a very long time, still showing up, doing numbers. Of course, Twilight Knight sucked it against Disastrous own V2. I mean, V2 has had probably like a resume that just keeps going and going and going. You know what I mean? Multiple top 8 finishes, Contenders Cup. You know what I mean? So many cool things for him. But for Sukta coming in, right, we haven't actually seen him make a top 8 since 2020 season, and wasn't really making a huge impact really, except for really the 2019 season, back when we were the PAM region and the Europe region, not a combined West region. Not sure how long these guys have been around for.
Yeah, I remember that's when I was playing back in PAM. The one like little flare I got, it says like the PAM, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice. Like you can't get those anymore, a little, I guess. But yeah, definitely, I'm excited to see V2 here again. One of the times I casted recently, I remember he was playing Handless Blood, bringing that in and just tearing people up. And it's interesting, I heard like before that tournament, he didn't get to maybe prepare as much, and so he just brings in decks and he still does amazing. And I feel like it's just so much like in his like core DNA, just like playing Shadowverse and card games, and he just like picks up his decks and like whatever it is, like come in last minute, he's ready to go.
Well, ironically enough, it was us 3, right? That one before covering the last Cup of the year, the November Cup last year, where V2 actually won and took that one out, and now he's back here. So something to do with us 3 being on and V2 being here. There must be some magic there coming ready. But let's look at the deck list for these guys coming into this game here. First up should be Twilight Knight Sukta with the Rally Sword. And, you know, we do know here Trick Right, of course, Rally Sword. A few times we've seen it here today. Mainly seeing it being a big ban choice though coming through. Why is that for a lot of the players here?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people just really don't want to deal with that Vice. That card is just like so different from what we usually see in Shadowverse. I feel like there's not normally a lot of counterplay on your opponent's turn, and this card kind of brings in that like extra like factor where now you lose like effects and you lose a lot of like your main strength, and so it kind of like, instead of making your deck stronger, it makes like theirs weaker, and it turns all of their guys into a bunch of like vanillas. And so especially after like Evo points have been exhausted, this card can really shut a lot of people down. And so I think just like being afraid of that and not wanting to deal with it, this is probably one of the main cards that keeps people wanting to ban this deck.
And also, I really want to highlight Radio as well, because it's not really a card we cover too much, right? We've talked about all of the Rally Swords, and this is more of that really late game and finisher, right? It comes out of nowhere. First of all, that Rally 20, right? Being attacked 3 times a turn. Of course, Sword is quite easy to get Rally up, but 20 is still a pretty high number, right? That's at least half the deck's worth of followers coming out here. But being able to just completely banish, you know, just like all enemy followers that can't be targeted, and that evolve like just 6 damage, actually technically 18 damage to face. Very, very scary. And in a way, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's like a doomsday clock like we might see with some other cards, but it's definitely one of those cards where when this card comes out, you basically, it's GG, right? It's over. You know for a fact that the game is done for. So it is something that players don't have to worry about 100% of the time, but it's something that's always going to be in the back of the mind if for whatever reason Rally Sword, right, does get through. But let's move on to the next deck that Sukta is bringing to this fourth quarterfinal. And just in case you're a big fan of Mysterio Rune, don't worry, there's still another one here being brought in by Suckter. The Mysterio Rune dream is not over just yet.
Yeah, it was a little hard for Mysteria fans in our last match. We saw it lose twice. And I don't know, I'm still kind of curious to see if we will be able to have this deck perform on the stream. One of the things that I do kind of like about this deck is the transition to Freya over the normal copy of Anne that came out in this expansion. We were talking a little bit before about how it kind of maybe messes up some of your Evo turns where you need to be able to fetch Anne and Greya, but you don't really want to use it if you don't have to. And so having Freya here is another way to pull those key Mysteria cards, but maybe not diluting your pools for what gets brought back and things like that afterwards.
And let's bring up Mysteria as well, coming through the Magic Originator right, just in case you guys did miss any of the game 3 action, because it's one of those 2 key cards alongside Anne and Greya, right, that makes the deck Mysteria Rune, right? It's absolutely what it does, making all spells, and that Mysteria trait coming through and getting that evolved to drop the cost of them is so very, very important. And you can kind of see, and it's been happening a lot with the Mysteria decks as well, right, lately, where they're actually cutting down some of the cost of the Mysteria cards, right? The actual, I'll say, pure Mysteria cards, instead of the fake Mysteria cards, if you want to call them that, off of the Originator's effect. So, and that's why you kind of see a lot of these spells come out here, obviously to build that up and get towards that Anne and Greya Royal Duo effect and that win condition coming through. Our final deck from Twilight Knight, Suckter, though, that he will be bringing to the table will be that Discard Dragon. And of course, again, Dragon, once again, you guys knew this was coming. It's tier 1 for a reason. One of the most powerful decks currently in current Shadowverse worldwide. And this one here, actually, Trick, is probably one of the most special ones because it's the one with Bahamut, but not with Infinite Flame Dragon.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Just committing to a different win con in the late game, having that ultimate Bahamut to really take out your opponent's deck in a game where we draw so much, and also having a Uranus, kind of interesting. It almost shows that Suckter respects Bahamut from his opponent as well. And I've seen that you can almost even deck yourself out in this deck, even without your opponent playing a Bahamut, just because of how much you draw. And so just kind of going back to the old popular win con of Uranus that a lot of players have moved away from. We'll see how that works out for him.
Well, let's get Uranus up for just a quick moment, because there's a good point bringing him up here as well, because it's not even just the tech that's cool, right, to see, but Uranus was kind of in that collection, we want to say, right, of cards from previous meta that did get a bit of a whack, right, by the nerf hammer a little bit, right? There was quite a few that was kind of in that category, very strong cards from the previous meta, which again is why he's now at that 4 cost, which was a previous 3 cost. Most of you guys weren't aware of that coming through, so a little bit more expensive. I guess technically it's a good thing for Ultimate Bahamut, right? Because it's 1 extra play point that you're using for him there. But having that 1-off deck will be very interesting to see if Suckter can get that 1 off. Because again, if he can cut through that deck, get that 9 damage 6/6, that is huge, right? To come out, as well as a little bit of extra healing he gets as well there. So very awesome deck to see here. Pretty much stock standard all across the rest of the board there, though, for Discard Dragon, mostly what you would normally see. So let's move on to Disastrous V2's deck lineup here. Of course, a very, very powerful player we saw win the last cup of the year of last year's West Region back in November, the Celestial Dragonblade Cup coming through for now. He's going to bring in his Mars Sword deck as well. So another take on this lineup here, Trick. But to me, from what I'm seeing here, looks pretty much stock standard from what we've seen throughout the night.
Yeah, we're really seeing a lot of these players moving towards having Wayfaring Goblin as an inclusion in their deck. It's not something that was used for a while, but I guess it's just showing that consistency of if you can get Mars and if you can get Valiant Fencer, it doesn't really matter what the rest of your cards do. And so just really prioritizing that, and it's still a damage chip when you play it after Mars in the late game. Looking around, there is another card I want to look at quick, the Quick Blader. It's a card that we used to see whole decks built around, and people used to play decks and it was Quick Blader Sword, not Mars Sword, but now it's taking a smaller part, but it's still good, and we saw it finish out games earlier today. This follower is a 2-attack Storm, and what is really beneficial, especially in this deck where you get free buffs from Mars, is when you evolve it, you can attack 2 times per turn. So every time you buff this, you can take advantage of that twice. And so I think that this card is really nice in a lot of games that you want to try and close out early. This can be one of your ways to do it before Valiant Fencer or some of your other win conditions.
Yeah, and of course, it's more of that newer Marsword take. I still remember when the expansion first came out, and it was very heavy hero focus. I remember there used to be 3 of Valiant Fencer used a lot, right? As well, and obviously that's been cut down more just to play around that 7 enhanced play point. Play around cost instead of just having him just in general, right? Is a little bit too much to have. So, but sometimes, unfortunately, things can go wrong with that 7 off the top, which we unfortunately saw back in our previous quarterfinal match we just had. So hopefully that won't happen for V2 here today. Let's see what else he is bringing. Looks like it will just be again stock standard discard dragon, although this is the one that has both Bahamut and Infinite Flame Dragon, and already seen Infinite Flame Dragon just do absolute work, right, for a lot of players. I believe we've seen 2, maybe 3 matches where it's actually won the game for a lot of these players here today. And again, I'm still surprised to see, you know, that card do so much work for the players.
Yeah, if I was playing Dragon, I definitely want Infinite Flame in my roster. It's one of those cards that it's so annoying for players to have to think about, because it's always in the back of their mind and you have to like always play around it, but you also know it's a 1-of. And so sometimes you're gonna like take that risk where you're like, maybe they don't have it. And I definitely think that in this deck too, where you can discard it, and we've seen a lot of players do that, because you are doing discards, I would want to like as many of these win cons like Bahamut and Infinite Flame as I can, just because I can throw them away in my normal game plan, but then they just bring that extra, like increase the ceiling of this deck and put that extra power into it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a safety net, right, for the deck, just in case, for a deck that is already notoriously strong, that we always knew about from previous metas, and now coming here and just having that extra oomph. Yeah, just in case you need it, is very, very powerful. I like to quickly hover the Waterworm's Blessing actually coming through, because that's obviously one of the newer cards we had from this expansion. And maybe some of the players at home might not know, of course, some of the newer cards that are here available, of course. Such an awesome effect, getting that early play point and having really a bit of a mini Angel's Blessing effect in there, right? If you have that overflow, getting the 2 defense and the 2 draw as well. So having basically, by overflow, 6 Angel's Blessings, right, potentially ready to go for. So many pot of greeds, right, that you can really use in this deck. It's really showing, right, the absolute draw power. We've seen all throughout the day, right, how powerful this deck really is, being able to rotate these cards in and out. But sometimes you have to be careful, because we've also seen why that Bahamut's been picked up by a lot of players in Discard Dragon for these mirror matches, right, to try and catch them out. That's Discard Dragon there for Disastrous V2. One more deck lineup here, though, because the last one for our last quarterfinal match of the day here so far.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Bloodcraft. We're gonna be seeing the 3 most popular decks: Sword, Blood, and Discard Dragon. And interesting though, here we're going with the Wrath. So this is kind of like the current school of thought. Like players have been moving towards this, and so it seems V2 is also on that train. Looking at his deck, picking his 2-ofs and 1-ofs carefully, nothing too crazy, but just like 1 Lyrla in this version and 2 Blitzer. Anything here stand out to you?
That one of Delirio, actually, because I think we saw earlier today a lot of players are running 2-of, right, not 1-of. So a little bit interesting to see the V2 is kind of just running the 1-of instead here. Also, I know you talked about a little bit before Trick, you know, the Vicious Blitzer as well. As some players like it, bringing it, some players don't. So seeing that 2-of there is really cool to see as well. But yeah, the Null coming through, of course, such a powerful card, but only having the 1-of. Probably thinking it's more of just like a backup option potentially for VT here. I'm more relying on, you know, the Gyaradeath, the Howling Demons players coming in, and of course the standard 2-of Enchanting Rhapsody that we're seeing a lot of now in these Wrath Blood decks off of the new expansion, which is really cool to see. But that's pretty much it, guys, for all the decks here so far for these plays. It's going to be an interesting ban phase, I think, here, Trick, for both Sucta and V2 here. And again, I'm looking at the decks, and like we were talking about a little bit earlier in the day, a little bit interested to see what can be banned out. Again, I'm still thinking Rally Sword might be banned out on Sucta's side, because it's kind of had that more of that close to 100% ban rate, not 100% ban rate throughout the day. But on V2's side, again, it's kind of like the standard 3, right, that we're seeing from a lot of players here today. So I think it might come down to just that comfort from Sucta.
Yeah, definitely. I personally don't have a lot of like respect for the Mysteria deck, and so I feel like you definitely want to leave that up. And looking at V2's lineup, it feels like all of his decks are pretty good against Dragon, so I could definitely see him going with like the Rally Sword ban, but maybe if his ban was Blood, he'll be able to mix it up more and have some more freedom without his opponent bringing that. But yeah, definitely something to think about. I feel like we did just see Blood and Sword take out Mysteria, and that they kind of can undercut it. So you might want to get one of those out of the way if you are the Mysteria player for Suctar. So maybe we'll see him take out one of those quicker decks so that he can have like a better chance against Dragon, which gives him maybe some more time. But tough to know, because I think the last player who brought Mysteria actually did ban the Dragon. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's have a look at the bans now and see what was banned away here. See if we were right from the bans, or if we were wrong from that one. And actually, yeah, will be that Mysteria rune actually being taken off the table, and the Wrath Blood being removed from V2 side. So surprisingly, I'm actually going to see Rally Sword come out here for Sucta, which is actually pretty interesting to see that one. And yeah, that Mysteria rune being taken away. So again, kind of that comfort techie pick. You know, we're kind of joking about it a little bit earlier tonight, right? You got to have the Blood, you got to have the Dragon, and kind of bring one other. Sucta was one of the only players that didn't bring Blood, kind of put that rune instead. And unfortunately, this time, at least the top 8 here for quarterfinal 4, it's kind of hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it is tough not having Blood and Dragon in your lineup for bans, because it gives your opponent a lot more freedom. And so V2 here, he's able to ban a specific deck like Mysteria that a lot of people might not respect, even though, like, without even still having to fight the Blood.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, you know, it's when you bring a techie pick or a comfort pick, if that does get taken away, it can hurt a little bit, right? But we'll have to wait and see how Sucta will respond. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our final quarterfinal match here for the Shadowverse Open April Cup 2023 season. Sucta against V2. From the viewpoint of Disastrous V2, it will be that sword mirror match, Rally Sword taking on Mars Sword.
Yeah, and a card that I want to talk about for a second that might be really impactful here is Galder, Heroic Headmaster. That's a card that Suctor is bringing in his rally list, and what it does is it reduces damage taken by 2. And similarly, he also has another card, Taketsumi, which you can use its spell to reduce damage by 1 as well. And so a lot of these tools are going to be able to kind of deal with Mars's pings really well. And so we're going to see how V2 can try and find extra damage maybe when his normal chip is going to be diminished in this matchup.
Yeah, and Headmaster's, again, like one of those cards that you don't see most of the late game that can be a real pain for these players to deal with, right? So it's going to be a very interesting late game here for the Sword players. We've had quite a few Dragon mirror matchups here. We've had a couple Blood mirror matchups here today. I believe this is our first Sword mirror matchup, if I'm not mistaken, coming through. And it's cool to see that we are getting, you know, the 2 different variants, right, going up against each other, really, to claim dominance, to claim who's the better one out of the 2 choices here. And the other game probably expected to be somewhat calm, and Sucta's, or we probably expect here, right, Trick, to really control this match.
Yeah, and that Metatron answers the 1-1 really well. I feel like we've seen a disproportionate amount of Bumpkin recruits in this in this stream. It feels like everyone has it on 1, and it is a really nice follower for Mars, because most of your followers you want to to keep in your hand until after Mars. I feel like it's not even uncommon for me to pass a couple of the early turns so that I can really save my followers for when they do extra damage and get those buffs. But Bumpkin's that perfect follower to throw out early and even trade here just to get those draws and try and get a little deep into your deck and not really hurt your hand size.
A bit of a rough pull there, getting Goblin turn 2, by the way, as well, and it was just kind of off the top there, so that's going to hurt V2 a bit here. Might have to chuck out the Lyria here, which, again, you get the heal, you won't get the spell shield, unfortunately, there, to protect you from some of that damage, but at least you kind of respond ward for ward, right, and it's something where both can run into each other, and nothing's really going to happen too much here at the moment. So, again, as you mentioned, right, should be a bit of a chill start for these players, and really come down to just trying to get that rally count up right on both sides, looking for that Mars as early as possible to try and get that win before, you know, Sucta can just go absolutely ham, right, with a lot of these rally followers, and really take it to V2 here, where it might get a little bit too strong for V2 to stay in the match. But he's hovering his options here at the moment. I mean, maybe looking towards that Wandering Knight, maybe to clear the 2-2 here with the Metatron.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be nice to have something like Aggressive Advance or Bad Katha in hand for this turn, but just working with the tools that are available, definitely maintaining the board, and V2 has the Mars in hand for next turn, so he doesn't really have anything to worry about just yet, but he has had a hard time not really wanting to play a lot of these followers out in the early game, or at least getting poor value for them, and so we'll see if he even just like holds on to everything to play after when they get the pings, or what he chooses to do here.
Yeah, hovering his options right at the moment, and again, this just sucks right here right at the moment, because you got Goblin, you got double Spear Knight, which you definitely do not want to chuck out anytime soon just yet, because that's a part of the win condition about getting a Mero through. And actually, yeah, it's just gonna hold on and just gonna have to pass here, which it kind of sucks, but you're gonna build towards that rally count, but it doesn't matter too much right with the Mars deck. So is ever gonna hold on for now and leave it up to Sukta to just kind of, I guess, like, I'm gonna chuck nothing down. You got nothing to run into. You can only do really 2 damage, looking to be max right, which I'm more than happy to take. And it's really gonna be up to you to really deal with this next mid-game state with Mars.
Tony, in V2's deck, it always pulls like the same things, but here for Sektar, you never know what that one's gonna pull. You're running a very like high commander count deck, and so it's always gonna be something good. But that is something too, where it's like nice to get him out early, and kind of like keep your confirm what your options are gonna be, get rid of that uncertainty. I was looking at it too, so I think that this Rally Sword deck that Sektar brought is the most expensive deck vial wise in the tournament. So this deck is 81,650 vials, and so I don't want to even think about how many legendaries you'd have to liquefy to be able to craft this thing, but just looking at his hand, 5 legendaries in hand, 1 on the board. Man, and then you're going up against the deck with Mars as your only legendary besides maybe the one of Valiant Fencer. Kind of a different school of thought, and also just a different budget for these players.
I was gonna say, get out the credit card, right? Get out some of those files to pick up that deck. But again, it's one of those decks where, fortunately, yes, it's very expensive, but it's worth it, right? It's worth that investment, and we've been seeing it be so very powerful, especially over the past few days, past week, right? It's definitely climbing up into that, that I want to say even potentially even a middle ground soon of tier 2, tier 1. Something now with the board getting Maximus out, right? Gonna bring out all the followers, bring out the army, deal with Mars here. But it's still good to see that Mars is active. The first amulet is up, and it's really up to V2 now to hopefully build up that hero army. And the best thing seeing here, right? He's got double Spear Knight, he's got Mac Knight, he's got Wind as well, ready to go. As long as you can get Valiant Fencer, that's gonna be a very deadly turn.
Yeah, and here we see the Advent Lord getting a lot of value, giving your extra followers Storm, getting that rally count up, and giving the followers from General Maximus Storm, as well as the knights that were summoned by his Evolve effect. Definitely an interesting card that's kind of gone under the radar, but we really see it shining here in this rally deck.
I was going to say, a bit of a crazy turn, right? Just being able to not only get a full board, but you pull out Advent Lord as well from it to get that Storm. That is very, very deadly now. And the fact that V2, I mean, he has to take care, right? He cannot afford to leave that on the board. And I'm also seeing that Weiss, right, in Sukta's hand already. That is just going to completely halt V2's game plan here. So hoping you'll have something to be able to deal with that. Because the even thing about losing the fanfare effect, it's also a 6/6. Right, that's a tanky boy, right? That's a lot of health to get through and a lot of damage you're taking in return from it. So curious to see what V2 will go for here. Thinking about Lady Thief to maybe try and pull Valiant Fencer there. We'll get it. They'll be able to clear out the Advent Lord here, but this is just going to be a wise turn next turn, right? Trick just to be able to deal with this. Or even for turn 7.
It is rough. Like when you're playing against Weiss, you know that you need to have like a wide board before he is played, because if you have no board and they drop him, it's going to be you're going to spend your whole turn clearing him. And so the only way to really get around that is to like have a wide board of your own that you can already have left up, so they can't afford to play him, or if they do, you can trade with the board. But
another one.
That is really good as well, because
man,
you normally would maybe want to save your Weiss until you play the Valiant Fencer turn, because that enhancement effect is a fanfare, and so you want to save it to stop your OTK, but now having 2, you only have 1 evolve, so you're gonna have to pace that out. But you could be like throwing out a little more freely and then still have 1 for later.
Yeah, but that's the thing as well, right? He's got the double Olivia in the deck. He's got 1 in hand as well, so they might even have a chance to bait it out. I don't think he will, but you know, you never know how some of these players can play around and try and get the mind games of the other player here as well. It is going to be another General Maximus coming out to get that board built back up. An opulent strategist. Cool to see her kind of making a return. We know obviously the loot sword that we had right last meta was very, very powerful. The top deck that we saw kind of running the scene here, and cool to see that some elements of it, you know, I've sort of sunk their way back in to our current meta here as well for Academy of Ages expansion. And maybe look towards the Bumpkin to maybe get a draw, or maybe run in the Wandering Knight to get the easy clear. I mean, running in 2 followers for 1, maybe just get a little bit of draw. I mean, what are you trying to search for here? Another Olivia, apparently.
Definitely a lot of damage in hand for V2. Those Spear Knights are definitely like an incredible card. It just seems like an unassuming 1-drop, but once you have a hero on the board, you get +1. Mars' Amulet's +1. You evolve it, you get +1. It adds up, and eventually they can start to do a lot of damage. I don't think it's quite going to be lethal though now. Throwing out the Mock Knight would be like 4, and then maybe like 5 and 2 or 3 or something like that. It doesn't look like we're quite there yet, and so we'll see what V2 chooses to do here. I think it would be best if he could find a way to like set up a board of his own and kind of take the board back to prevent his opponent from being able to set up that Weiss before his turn.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, right? Getting towards that late game state and waiting to see, I guess, how the responses on both ends, right? Because we do know it's probably going to be more that rally favored side when we get to this point. And V2 now is just going to look towards running it in, not only to clear the board a little bit, but also to get in maximum damage here, because this already, even without Fencer, right, is going to be absolutely insane. 10 already. We could go for another Spear Knight if possible. Actually, I believe the Spear Knight goes down. Is that lethal, or is he off by 1? Oh no. So very, very close there. Gonna run in the Muck Knight, probably keep the Spear as well to jump straight in, and Lyria down to heal up and keep a very strong board. And this is kind of that position you were saying, right, Trick, where you get your own full board yourself, and all of a sudden Weiss, it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, and it is tough though. You do have to answer this board, and looking at the hand, 5 health is not a lot, and there's a lot you want to do this turn, and it's going to be hard to fit it all in, because you'd love to like play Taketsumi and try and find a way to like stop the pings, right? But you'd also love to play your Olivia and Sylvia and clear the board. And so this kind of does the best of both worlds, being able to stop pings and get a big board on and deal with your opponents. But just tricky trying to fit everything in. Now you don't have Evos for next turn, so you might be forced to play Olivia Taketsumi.
Yeah, you can see they're kind of just running it in right now to try and get back this game. And I want to say slight advantage he might have had for a while. Not too much now to clear the board. And really, I was going to say what might be the only benefit Sucked is thinking is obviously please don't have Valiant Fencer, but he already knows what to search for. He already knows it's going to come out strong here. And that is definitely more like the point we wanted to see from the last quarterfinal.
Yeah, and so even though damage is being reduced by 2, if you evolve this follower on the board and make it attack twice, taking a different line, but I think it should still be able to push through a lethal, or will this not?
Oh, he does have Flame Soldier available and another Spear Knight. I don't think V2's misplayed this. Because all he's going to do is clear with Flame Soldier. He's got another Spear Knight in hand. Of course, with the Rush available, he should be able to end the game off this there. So, of course, not going to be able to get any spell damage in, but we'll be able to run the extra damage. And the Evolve off of Spear Knight should be enough. I feel like there might have been a misplay. But no, it will be okay having the Valiant Fencer there to finish things off. So, yep, just enough there. Trap things up. And another Spear Knight, because why not? You know what? Suck it down just to show, and of course, get the extra damage in because of that damage reduction. V2 very nicely getting that first round win against Sukta with the Mars Sword against Rally Sword there. And pretty much exactly what we're talking about there, actually going into it. As long as Vita can have a very strong mid game from the get-go, he should have that game nice. Well, not I won't say nice and easy, but nice enough, right, to the point there. Because obviously if he wasn't, it would have been tough for him later on taking on Rally Sword in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to set up that big board to prepare for his Valiant Fencer to be online and deny your opponent like the opportunity to set up the Whis really is what set him up for that victory there. And a complicated turn. I think there were multiple lethal options, and so trying to navigate around that 2 damage reduction, but he did it expertly.
Exactly right. And now here we go into that second match in this best of 3 series. Of course, winner here will be taking on Disastrous Omega. I'm going to say what an upset is all right for Omega to come in and beat the current second place player in the West region points wise coming through, and someone that of course like Melon, who's definitely shown up and had some huge victories for the past year or so as well. So cool to see that, and cool to see of course that. I mean, we could even be getting a Disaster mirror match, a Disaster team kill match potentially if V2 is able to get the win. That'll be exciting. Taking that Twilight Knight's energy, you know, coming through regardless if TK Sukta wins or not, which would be funny to see. But V2 now getting a nice rotation right through these discards and are ramping already.
Yeah, definitely thinking if he wants to discard this Angel's Blessing and an Argente this turn, or save it until turn 5, where you can still get that extra discard in before Argente, while not necessarily having to throw away one of them in the process, depending on what your draw is the next turn. And so kind of a tough decision. It's a trade for like speed for value, because maybe you're not going to really need that extra 2 play points next turn anyway, so you might as well maybe pass the turn and wait around. But almost all of your cards in your Dragon deck have Fanfare, so gonna be another tricky spot where V2's really gonna have to navigate this game and kind of respect the threats in Sektar's deck. So choosing to be a little faster here, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, build towards those discards a lot earlier on. Like, I mean, we even saw throughout the day a lot of players, yeah, might not have been so much on purpose, but obviously it's kind of been spread out, that discard, building that up right throughout the game, because they know a little bit later on they're gonna have all that AoE damage. It's gonna be fairly ridiculous for the other player to try and deal with, as well as getting a lot of that health back. So yeah, watching out for that Weiss is definitely gonna have to be important here for V2. But they're already having another Argente here. Probably would toss the Lilim's Dragon, I'm gonna assume, knowing that he has another Lilim, and he's probably more than happy to toss away the tokens, I would assume, here, if he does want to go for this play. It is a bit of a heavy play here though, Trick, right? Because again, you're tossing the Argentos away. Yes, you do get 2 off the top, which would be nice, but you're gonna want to really hope that it's a big draw power.
Yeah, these draws are going to be really important, and pretty good ones, honestly. Having some late game secured and extra ramp and healing, I think that the V2's pretty happy with those draws. But looking at Sektar's early game, he's had a really strong board presence, like 3 followers on the board. When one of them dies, he's going to summon another one. He's got a lot of 2-drops for the next turn, and then being able to ramp up into the General Maximus and as well as Extra Storm, it's a pretty good hand for Sektar.
Yeah, it's
And terror.
I'm just looking at the Maximus in hand and knowing what happened last game, right, where he's able to get out, you know, Lord, even though he's got that in hand now himself here. If he's able to set up Lord Maximus and get himself a very wide board here, he might be able to not only turn around the way the pace of the game's going, but maybe even just keep complete control potentially, right? Because again, he's just looking towards that Weiss and trying to get that early damage in, knowing that that discard dragon is going to rely on a little bit more late game-ish tactics to really run away with it. Gonna get a free evolve on that Avant Lord with nothing to run into, and here we go with some more face damage, 4 damage coming through, and good to see he's always got that spread out as well, right, Trick? So it's not just going to be like 1 or 2 followers that V2 has to try and clear through. It is 5, a full board sitting there.
Yeah, and seeing V2 use Drazil as a insight last turn helps him to feel a little more confident in setting up a board like this that could usually be answered pretty easily. It is interesting though for Sektar, he has a lot of like Tonys in his hand that he does get like a free evolve on maybe in the late game, and maybe that's what he's saving him for. But they're also something that I'd normally like to throw out a little early and kind of not have to be forced to like on turn 5 it might be awkward to play one. I guess that's Maximus, but after that 6 and things, like maybe you wished you could have gotten them out on 4 and got your draws, but I guess the pressure here seems more important to Sektar at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the ceiling here, right? Because one of the only real options you've got to try and help clear what's on the board, and obviously luckily it clears out the Lord, so that's the main issue taken care of, and can kind of relax on maybe having a semi board lock state here, right? Of just having a couple knights there on the board where V2 won't have to worry too much about it, and maybe focus a little bit more on some of that discarding a little bit later on. The problem, of course, with that is he doesn't have anything to discard, which would have been a perfect opportunity for him there. So a little bit sad, but still gonna have the play points built up, and of course already has some great cards in hand. Just looking for those 1 or 2 extra discard options to really get things going. Suckter on the other hand, though, again, is a lot of search potential here that's going to have up, but again, it's some of that board lock state where he's going to have to, yeah, I'm not surprised here, I'm going to have to force an Evo just to try and get some of that extra damage in.
Yeah, I really like against the rally deck that wants to play followers, V2's decision to hold on to Sealong's spell and kind of leave up all of these wimpy 1/1s, and not only just like mitigate damage and mitigate the power plays from Sektar, but also just make it so that he can't get extra followers played while building up to Radial. So definitely a smart play from V2, and he also now has an extra card in hand that he can discard with effects later on when his hand size is maybe struggling. So
yeah, so again, really have to think this one through at the moment, because again, only the 5 play points, and yeah, sure, you got that board lock, and it gives Suckter maybe the opportunity to first of all see what he's going to do this turn, and maybe plan ahead, right? Which is not normally something we see too often, I'll say, at the moment from a lot of pro players. The thing I want to say, at least in my opinion, I think we've been seeing a lot more pro players getting a little bit faster, especially as the year has progressed here, and especially a lot of the cups we had last year. And he's going to go ahead and chuck him down there coming through, Takatsumi down there. And now up to V2, because unfortunately, again here, Trick, it's not a discard card option, because he does have the Lumiere Prestige Gold available, but I don't know, man. Did you really want to be dropping that one now, especially when you're not really seeing the likes of any other discard cards or herself at the moment?
yeah, it is something that Dragon has had to deal with. While Lilium is really strong and gives you extra discard cards, a lot of the other cards that draw in Dragon and discard have rotated out of rotation. And so a lot of those cards that you kind of like can chain, like, oh, I play this discard and draw more, they're gone. Like we still have Argente and things, but it doesn't make it so that every once in a while, like not super often, but every once in a while, you just end up with this Lumiere who isn't active. And it can be really interesting, because outside of Infinite Flame Dragon, you really need to have Lumiere in hand, and you really need to have it be online to have any way to reduce your opponent's health from 20. So, like here, Drazil, like it is a nice way to clear the board and stall, but it doesn't change the fact that next turn V2 is still lacking a win condition.
Yeah, and that's the huge problem here, because now we're entering. Again, we know both decks are late game, right? They really want to look towards that late game state. But now Suckter is going to be very comfortable here. You know, we're not even getting turn after turn. We're not seeing any discard stuff. He burns out, you know, such a huge follower just to clear a couple knights, really, right? At the end of the day, that's all it really was there, having to burn out the Drazel. And Sealong Part 7 coming out now, followed up by Part 26 at this point, because I believe that's all V2's got in his deck, the way things are looking here. And again, Suckter, again, he's got really, I want to say 2 win conditions in hand, right? Because obviously we did talk about before how powerful Radio is, right? It's coming to end game finisher. But it's even, you mentioned Trick right before about was it Galdir? Very sure how you pronounce it.
I don't know. I feel like it's missing a vowel.
Yeah.
it's kind of like, it's just like,
right?
Yeah, it's just kind of like his parents, like the Tigers. They just like growled or something, and someone wrote it on paper, and that was his name.
Yeah. it's like they just growled for some other reason. The doctor's already written the name down, and they've gone, oh, and that's it. We're done here. But yeah, going back to the game, which you probably should be doing. Heroic Headmaster obviously is another option, right? To not only just lock that board down, but really to stop a lot of that AoE damage that this guy Dragon brings.
Yeah, and now we see Tony getting that free evolve, an effect that many might even forget he has. We might even see all three thrown out this turn. Potentially unlikely, but with the weak showing that like V2's had with his deck so far and like the low pressure, maybe Sektar feels like he has some time to kind of gather resources and set things up. And I guess that with Radial really kind of relying on both rally count and evolves, Tony is like hitting both of those at the same time. So I can definitely see how that fits so seamlessly into this deck.
Yeah, he's kind of just getting some of these down for free at the moment. Even to get the opulent strategist down, we'll get the graceful maneuver. Well, actually, no, he goes for, we mentioned appraisal instead, actually, just to recover that Evo point for free, get another just free Evo in general, and once again, pushing towards that Radial game plan, right, and having that one there. But we are going to see Infinite Flame Dragon. That could be the game changer, potentially, the way things go, if we're able to get, you know, at least a little bit of damage on V2 side over onto Sektar. He might be able to sneak out a win with Infinite Flame Dragon. We've seen it happen early today, back in the second quarterfinals. Could potentially see it once more here in our first one. A bit of an overdraw there. Was only a Wandering Knight, I believe, so not too bad for Sektar. Tony the third now coming out. Tony Jr. coming out now for that free Evo. And now we should be seeing, yep, the Weiss game plan come out. The fanfare stopping. And now Weiss being down, hidden behind a ward as well. This is going to be really tough to see because we've already seen, right, the Sealongs coming out. That's already happened. And the Tidal Tyranny is not even going to do enough damage. Hypothetically, if it hits him right, he's still going to be surviving on 1 HP.
And this is just like such a good counter to Infinite Flame Dragon as well, because there's the damage shield up top. So even if you evolved it and traded, it would like do 0 damage.
It's not really
finally V2 getting some draws. But he really has given Sektar a lot of time and a lot of time to set up. Normally, I feel like Rally Sword wouldn't have so much time to get extra followers on board and Evos. I don't know. I feel like the Radial is probably not quite at Rally 20. I'm not sure, but I think we're probably more around like 16 or something, or 18.
It'd be very close by this point.
Yeah.
So maybe we could, production, pretty please, get a double check on that rally count. I believe it's actually in the log where you normally count for play points, right? So should be able to check that. Or if we even click on Radio himself, I think it might actually show the rally count as well, right? So it's going to be very clear. I mean, we can see, actually, no, the highlight's there. So I think it's going to be very, very close at the moment. Going to get the Evo down, though, on to Olivia. First of all, of course, to get the Evo points back, and then to get all those play points back.
Could even just drop a Galder afterwards. It's quite a strong play. Oh, wow. Clearing the board and still hovering the Radial. I think this board is going to be very hard to deal with for V2.
Jeez,
and then just the following turn, it's definitely Radial time. So
yeah, so that's going to be your guaranteed damage, and Radial probably to maybe even things up. It's all down to the V2 turn now, because first of all, obviously damage protection, and I believe he still actually has the spell shield up, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So a bit of damage will actually be eaten up by it just hypothetically, if Infinite Flame Dragon was to come out, the 5 damage wouldn't be enough. So now it's going to be all hands on discard, forced to go for it at this point. And we'll get, of course, some of that spell effect damage down. We'll be able to start rotating, but again, a reminder, right? Having the Golda down, it's going to be able to eat up a lot of this damage that's here. And actually not going to do any damage at all, which is going to be really, really tough here. Trick, I think we might be going to game 3.
Yeah, I think this is game. If we're at Rally 20, which I believe we definitely are, Radial is going to come down and be able to attack for 18. And I mean, V2's at 20, but aggressive advance is also in the hand of Sektar. And you know what? It's turn 10. I didn't even know that we could make it to turn 10 in Shadowverse. I thought the game would like break at that point, but this 7+3 play point combo is going to be 20 damage lethal. We're able to clear the whole board as well. And these followers aren't even going to be off the board with them as well. There's no way that Sektar doesn't close this game out.
And he's gonna have to manually kill what's here, but it's gonna be done and dusted. We are gonna go to that third game after the next turn. And you know, we did say this at the start, guys. We've got 2 veteran players going at it. This is how we're gonna wrap up that 4th quarterfinal. Bahamut coming out as well, which is kind of cool to see. We do finally see the Bahamut come out, the invocation, but that's gonna be over. Gonna be buffed up with the Evo just for a little bit of extra hurt. And yeah, that is going to be done. Even things up 1-1. And once again, I believe the 3rd time today, we're going to get a discard dragon mirror match happening once again.
Definitely interesting to see the buff there. So maybe that's another reason to take Wii Merchants of Preyville off of Opulent Strategist, so that you can buff your Radial to really get that OTK that you're normally like 2 damage shy of. So I feel like the game doesn't usually go long enough for you to see that late game for Rally Sword, but just with the hand that V2 had, yeah, really pushing it later and giving Rally Sword all the time in the world to set up.
So, dragon versus dragon, discard versus discard. We've seen some interesting plays come out from a lot of players throughout the day so far playing discard dragon, right? Just what they're trying to I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. What they're trying to prioritize, sorry, between cards, whether it be some of the key finishing cards, or they're happy to toss away, you know, that one of Infiniflame, that one of Bahamut, just to push the discard plan. Are they happy to burn out Drazel, right? As DF has been saying, Chris has been saying earlier today, right? The most expensive insight in the game, right? Like having a lot of these options. Suckdom will do so and go for that draw. So down a Drazel there. But yeah, it's gonna be again, this sounds kind of stupid saying this, but it's going to come down to, right, that just who can discard first, right? Who can get that big discard count coming up, and V2 already having the worm cost that only discount might get some of that extra draw. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see him draw up the Drazel, and there's his Infiniflame Dragon already in hand, Bahamut in Sucta's hand as well. So that's also just a funny little tidbit there. Both players having their 10 cost big boy dragon monster in hand.
Yeah, I've been really unimpressed by these Bahamuts though so far in the tournament. It's not a card I've seen people run a lot, and I guess in theory it's going to be able to be good in the mirror, but like in the last game we saw it come out just the turn before it died. So it's like, cool, you summon it and then you lose. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that it's good in theory, but in a deck that doesn't have a lot of natural play point regain, like you do have Lumiore and like Angel's Blessing and things, but like, I don't know, I feel like Bahamut isn't online that fast, so I wonder how often it's a better finisher than just like having an Infiniflame Dragon in your hand.
I think that's why you see some players are running both, right? They're trying to find ways to find one of both of the decks just to make sure. I'm definitely sure Bahamut is one of those cards where, like, again, it obviously works really well in the mirror, and it can work really well against other decks as well, but it can be one of those cards where it's like, I don't need it, but I'm at 39 cards, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of need like that one more to wrap things up. And unfortunately, you don't have Gildanese anymore, so you won't be running Gildanese at all. But having that Bahamut there, it's just a safety net. It's there just in case. One of those boss monsters where you probably can afford to take it out. You know, you have the extra Infinite Flame, put a +1 for a different card in the deck. But just having it there, it's probably some of those moments where a lot of players, which this happens to be all the time, where it's like, damn, I took the card out. Now every match I've played, the last 15 matches, I need that card. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like, which again, that percentage is absolutely horrendous. If that ever happens to you, I'm really, really sorry. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just kind of that extra cherry on top, just in case, I think. But as you mentioned, right, Trick, it's something that we haven't really seen too much here today so far. I hope we get a chance to see it actually pop off and do something. I mean, we've seen Infiniflame Dragon go off twice so far, so hopefully it's not that far behind. But yeah, at the moment, a lot of the players, or both players, I should say, just drawing up, trying to first build up a comfortable hand, and obviously, of course, being able to start rotating through the discards here and build up towards that major discard count.
Yeah, definitely seeing the maybe like less fortunate side of Dragon right now. Like we saw V2, it was like 5 play points, and all he did was draw 2 cards, playing Angel's Blessing, and so because both of the players have been having a little bit of a slower start, it kind of evens out. But yeah, definitely not what these players want to see. You really want to be getting your discards fast so that Argente can be drawing. And I think for Sektar, I think he only had discarded maybe 1 time before this turn, and so his Argente is not online, and so just really like really not the optimal situation. You want to be simultaneously ramping and discarding to be able to get not only like be able to afford to play your cards, but also have them actually get their full effects.
And V2 here is just going to get a free C-long play come off, right? Which, yeah, we obviously the both went towards play points. Sucker's obviously using that extra play point he has to get the play point advantage, but it's going to be responded quite easily to here by V2's own C-long. He's going to go for the even. Not even going to worry about going for the title tyranny here so far. But we'll use Waterworm's Blessing to get the extra 2, gets that Angel's Blessing play. The only issue is that he did hit that max 9 cost. So fingers crossed he doesn't accidentally overdraw something really important, because we've seen it happen before in the past plenty of times here at SVO, both West and SAO regions. So hopefully it won't happen here. Suckter again getting Ultimate Bahamut back. He just tossed it away the previous turn, got it top deck again. That's a bit of an interesting random card choice where that went, but Suckter now going to have to think about some of these discards you mentioned, right, Trick, trying to build up, because at the moment doesn't even have that Argente play, but will have it now. And now hopefully we'll only be 1 or 2 away from getting the Prestige Gold play active, actually, from next turn.
Yeah, and maybe even happy to see the Bahamut come into the hand again, because like we were saying, it can take a while to get your play points to 50. And so if you play Bahamut multiple times, you can like cheese out 4 extra play points every time. Maybe that I'm not super used to playing it in my own discard dragon list, so but maybe that is what you're trying to do when you run it. And yeah, tough decision, because you don't really want to get rid of the resources in hand, but I definitely think it was good to get the Argente out. What was that?
Bahamut.
Bahamut.
It was V2's Bahamut. So again, no, not the worst card to lose. And luckily he does have Infinite Flame still. But
yeah, I think
I've just got this like pit feeling now that he's gonna need it. Like a couple turns now. I don't know why. I've just got this pit feeling that he's gonna need it now.
I think that it's maybe fine, because you know your opponent runs Uranus, and so maybe you don't want to deck him out. Also, I think Sucktar might be a little bit ahead in play points. He's had less actual play points, but he's had more play point recovery. So I'm not exactly sure if he would have maybe been second in the Bahamut race. These Norin Blancs, though, this is the perfect turn to do it.
So yeah, exactly right. But again, he doesn't have the Bahamut now, so that could also be a problem where he's gone, oh, I don't have it, he does, and that can be where a little bit of stress can come out a little bit into it, because again, we're in the 4th quarterfinal, we're in the 3rd match, right? Whoever wins has gone in semi-finals. Both these players very experienced, but even the most experienced players, right, they can falter, they can trip up sometimes to stress and some of the pressure and that, and that could be a potential thing now. That could be the one thing that tips V2 over a little bit, right? So we'll have to wait and see how he's able to deal with it. He most likely will be keeping track of it. We'll have to see how he plays these next couple of turns. Probably be able to tell a little bit if he's trying to play around it just in case. But having a board like this, very, very powerful. And knowing that Suckter's going to have a prestigious gold game plan active, got 2 huge followers on board, he's going to be able to eat up all that damage and not take a single hit from it.
Yeah, and that's really the perfect turn to play your Norin Blanc right before they get to 10 play points, because with 9 play points you aren't afraid of Infinite Flame Dragon. Also, he's seen here for Sucktar, I believe he was only at 3 discards, so maybe choosing not to do the prestigious gold until he can get the full value out of its fanfare effect. And so I guess we might end up seeing that come out next turn, it looks like. Drawing the Bahamut is interesting.
So yeah, I must have miscounted there, but yeah, obviously he's gonna have it now anyway, which is fine, and gonna be able to. And if anything, it's probably a better thing, right, that he didn't have it active or held off for a turn, as you said, right, to be able to deal with it with the double Norin Blanc that are here. But yeah, it's just, what is he used for? I mean, do you potentially burn your Jupiter now, knowing that you're not going to be hit by an opponent's Bahamut, so you're going to get much of a chance to really use it, or do you choose it as discard fodder?
It is interesting thinking about too with the Infinite Flame Dragon that Bahamut is a target for it to trade into. And so now having the Bahamut in hand for Sucktar, he theoretically could choose to either play it or to hold on to it to play around Infinite Flame Dragon. Playing out that Norin Blanc though right now does play into it for this turn, while it's not lethal, it could be a lot of damage and a good setup for your Lumior to win the following turn. Drawing that extra 0 drop, you can even play them with your for an extra damage. Oh, is that? No, that's just going to be lethal.
Yep, he's just going to have
with
it
all
here
of the
'cause he's
extra
left
followers
that
destroyed.
max board up here. And I mean, still kind of similar to what you're saying, right? You have to worry about the Infinity Flame Dragon being an issue. He's going to get it done straight away there. V2 2-1 against Twilight Knight. Sucked there. Disastrous V2 making that big comeback here, right? Making it into the semi-finals there. And I was going to say, you know, these Discard Dragon matches have been some of the most fun matches I think I've seen mirror match wise in quite a long time here, actually, right? These matches have been really, really cool to see. And when you get two players of that level, that caliber, right, go against each other, you get magic like that.
Yeah, I'm really just kind of unhappy to see these players keep setting up their opponents Infinite Flame Dragon. It feels like that's been the main way that that Dragon has won the mirror. And so I feel like if everyone's winning with that, all you have to do is play around it maybe to stay in the game. And so we saw V2, he was playing his Norm Blancs when his opponent had 9 play points, but then right after, I don't know if there was maybe a way to discard without putting the Norm Blanc on the field. I guess it felt like you maybe needed it for protection, but I don't know, it just kind of put you in a spot where you let your opponent win, and maybe if you had summoned the Bahamut and their Lumior wasn't active, and then you also didn't set up their Infinite Flame Dragon, like you would take away both of their win cons. I don't know, it just like kind of gave, Suckhard just gave V2 a way to get right back into that game and win the fourth quarterfinal.
And it's one of those things like that one-off tech of Infinite Flame Dragon. That's 3 times now we've seen that be the deciding factor to win a match and even take it outright and get that semi-final spot locked in. And speaking of, let's have a look at the brackets now after the end of the quarterfinal stage we just had, getting ready now for our 2 semi-finals after a quick break in just a short moment. Disastrous Stolza, of course, took out Baad in a 2-0 match. A reminder, of course, that Stolza is the only 7-0 player here today. He's going to keep that flawless run going into a potential match here between Sonar's 5's OsaV, of course, taking down Golden Plate 2-1. Golden Plate almost getting a huge upset against OsaV there. OsaV just scraping by to get through to these first semi-finals. Of course, our second semi-final set will be the battle of Team Disaster, the Team Kill Curse from Twilight Knight, slowly sneaking over a little bit from the SEAO region here to the West region now. Of course, Omega taking on Melon, who's currently 2nd place in the standings. Of course, just missing out there against Omega. A fantastic matchup we had there. And of course, as you just saw, V2 taking down Sukta 2-1. I do want to quickly point out here, Trick, 3 out of 4 matches all went to that 3rd match, and they've all been so close, all been bangers.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. And Stolz, he's the 7-0 player, and he's the one who won 2-0. So definitely a strong showing and someone to be watching out for. But up against OsaV, a really strong player, and I don't think he's going to let 2-1s or anyone's record get in his way. And so, yeah, definitely excited to see the rest of this play out. And kind of excited to see maybe too if the players who are like watching round 1, if they kind of adapt it all and maybe change their bans at all or change their play styles to kind of handle the dragon matchups or handle people's 3rd decks a little better going into the semifinals.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it happens leading into our semi-final stage. After the break, guys, will be Stolz taking on OsaV for our first semi-finals. We join once again by different fights, so Trick, you can get out of here. All right, we've had enough of you now. You can get out of here and have that rest. Of course, Trick will be returning with us for the second semi-final matchup, of course, for that Team Disaster battle. Plenty of awesome matches here for the Shadowverse Open April Cup here for the West region, the 2023 season. Still to come, guys, so don't go anywhere. Just got a short break now.
Run it down mid with 4-4.
Huge first round win there for Stolz, taking care of this guy Dragon with Mars Sword comfortably as well, right? Didn't have to worry about
Right. And so Stolz was able to play Norm Blancs consistently.
Stolz smells blood.
Yeah,
He sees
protagonist
it. He evils
buff
it.
coming through right now for Stolz with the Infinite Flame Dragon to wrap this one up here. An awesome discard Dragon mirror match, but Stolz running close 15 away. But the hand is looking too good to get those up here at the moment. But Infinite Flame Dragon is going to be perfect here to come out to get the huge amount of damage in. Will clear out the extra followers on board and get the OTK golden plate coming out. You're going to have to run in Doom Lord. Luckily, of course, that option is available, but he also has one more in deck as well, which I mean, if he top decks that's going to be something. But you like healing? Because that's basically what's happened here. 8's going to come in, and now it's all down to this final turn here from Golden Plate.
Has more than that to do here. Gallum coming down for the 6 damage to everything.
Perfect.
And here comes Marin to take OsaV to the top 4. A very familiar territory, I will say, for OsaV.
Here's IL to make sure that it hits the targets you want, but still letting you go face. It is tough though, even though you have these wards and some healing. All of these followers on the boards are getting plenty of targets for trades for Omega, which could be more damage, depending on what the Valiant Fence weaponry and the puppet.
Yeah, he sees
be
it.
able to increase the attack. 3 on the board
Melon
plus
sees
2.
it.
And that's
There.
it. 9 damage to the face. Puppet taking it out over Omega. Maybe it's because of the Valiant Fencer draws, but wow, so close. Wow, this when he evolves this and trades 2 ping plus 4 to face afterwards. And this is it. Getting that intricate lethal. We saw him thinking about it and we were trying to count it out, but he just plays out the turn calmly, takes out the wards, and has 1 extra damage to finish out this game, bringing it back 1-1. He's
down. Is that lethal or is he off by 1? Oh no. So very, very close there. Gonna run in the Muck Knight, probably keep the spear as well to jump straight in and Lyria down to heal up and keep a very strong board. And this is kind of that position you were saying, right? Trickation, but that's gonna be over. Gonna be buffed up with the Evo just for a little bit of extra hurt. And yeah, that is going to be done. Even things up 1-1. And once again, I believe the 3rd time today, we're going to get a discard dragon mirror match happening once again.
Damage. Oh, is that? No, that's just going to be lethal.
Yep, he's just going to have
with
it
all
here
of the
'cause he
extra
left
followers
that
destroyed.
max board up here. And I mean, still kind of similar to what you're saying, right? You have to worry about the Infinity Flame Dragon being an issue. He's going to get it done straight away there. V2 2-1 against Twilight Knight. Sucked there. So
Let's get some help.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West April Cup for the 2023 season. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the quarterfinal action so far as you get ready for 2 back-to-back semi-finals. Going to be absolutely insane. One Baz, one different fight to bring you all the action here for the first one, as we will have a quick look at the brackets as well. My man DF, how do you bring us through how the brackets here and how we got here at the semi-finals?
Yeah, so we started off in, I'd say, typical West fashion. You know, I was thinking when I first joined the cast, back when Lewis was also doing it, ever since I joined the cast, all we ever had was 2 O's all the time. It was
Yeah.
a 2-0 festival for like a whole year. So I was like, did I bring that to West? And I was like, let's find out today. But, you know, the first round I was like, all right, this is business as usual. But then ever since then, we've had 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1s. And the 4 players remaining are Stolz, OsaV, Omega, and V2. And funnily enough, the players with the teams under their names are the ones that remained. Of course, Sukhtar was one of them, but with 5 in there, one of them had to go. And so now we're going to tune into Stolz versus OsaV and take a look. The undefeated versus the one who has been at the top many, many times. I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
All veterans as well, pretty much, right? Coming through. They've all been around for quite some time. Some maybe a little bit more than others, but it's been quite a number of years. Some of them going on almost half a decade in SVO competition. Think about that for a moment. Half a decade for Shadowverse. So it's absolutely awesome. Amazing to hear that. But not only that we've got pro players sticking around for that long, but they're also being able to play in such an awesome series, such an awesome game for that long as well. But we're getting ready for our first semi-final matchup. As we mentioned, it will be Stolz against OsaV. We'll hopefully have the bans up in just a short moment to see which players banned out what here. But just a quick recap, Stolz is running Mars Sword, Discard Dragon, and Wrath Blood, while OsaV is running Rally Sword, Discard Dragon, and Vengeance Blood. So both players running the same dragon with a little small changes here and there, but the Sword and Blood change is being big. We've seen both the Mars Rally competition and the Wrath Vengeance competition, and they've both been amazing matches so far.
Yeah, I've been saying it time and time again, but that battle of concepts has definitely felt strong here today. And I think, you know, the one thing that they do match in relatively is Dragon, but even there, one of them is running Bahamut, the other one isn't. And so there's some differences here and there that definitely make this into a very exciting top 4 match to tune into. And I'm curious to see, I mean, Stolz, I feel like, has had the lineup that we'd be used to seeing or like expect to see in this tournament, whereas OsaV has been bringing the like sort of something that you'd see last week, I suppose. So curious to see what the bans are going to be. So let's take a look if we do have them here and see what the players are not going to be bringing. And looks like each player's sword got banned out. Come on, guys, you got me here.
We have
Come on,
Chris here as a guest, guys. This cup, what are you doing? How could you
just ban out the dragons, bro? You have the blood main and the sword main.
Exactly. Igni's not here. Get rid of him. It's Baz and DF. All right. It's also the West and SEO guys. We do both. We're both. I hate that. You know, I'm angry for you. All right. Actually, unironically, I did want to see that because that was a really good matchup to see. So there's a chance though we'll get the dragon mirror again, which I guess it's the 4th, 5th time that we've had it now. But every time they've always been really fun. They've always been different. I felt as well. They've always been like, again, talking about that clash of ideals really as well, and just like that balance of like, oh, how am I going to play around this? How am I going to keep this winning condition? How am I going to play around that? But we're going to go straight into our first semi-final. It's going to be OsaV Viewpoint. He's going to be running the Discard Dragon against Stolz running Wrath Blood here. So no mirrors just yet, but we are going to get the battle of the tier 1 decks to kick things off.
Yeah, OsaV going to be going first. Oracle in hand already. Pretty nice. And now just debating what to toss for the discard engine. Looks like gonna throw the remains in there, and it's gonna be an easy Oracle on 2, it seems. And Stolz picks up that very important Wrath enabler. Now gotta start pinging away and finding the Wrath count as quickly as possible.
Gonna flute his way there. Right? He's gonna summon the sound that for some reason. It mustn't be very good, right? If it's damaging you, it mustn't be very good. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're taking damage from it, I mean, yes, he's a devil, but like, come on.
It's pretty rude, even for a devil.
Yeah. You're already doing it.
I mean.
Also, seeing Maestro. Have we seen Maestro being played today? I'm actually surprised to say that. I don't actually think we've seen Maestro being dropped on the board.
I don't think
today.
we've seen the token spell actually like go to someone's hand.
Yeah,
as well. So
gonna be well. There you go, guys. There's another bit of trivia for you. So you go. First, someone to a semi-final. To write that down in some article somewhere, maybe. But it'd be cool to see that coming out. But having Commander in hand, I was kind of hoping we might see Tank You know, we might see, you know, the Vampire Castle, you know, potentially come out to maybe set up Commander soon and kind of have him hide behind that, you know, get that free evolve onto him as well and get that search out. But unfortunately not the case just yet, as OsaV will consider his options, having Infinite Flame Dragon. Apparently the king of winning matches currently. You know, we don't have Ignis Dragon anymore, but we have Infinite Flame Dragon that seems to be taking that spot.
The Protect card has been doing Protect things, but definitely showing up in the hand a bit too early. I think you're hoping for a bit more like discard enablers or a ramp option or something, but Infinite Flame, I'm afraid you're just a bit too early to the show.
How about you Infinite Flame my ramp instead? How about that? That'd be nice. You know, if you can do all this damage, how about you just give me an extra play point or let me discard instead? You know, you already cost 10. Like, just add it onto the effect at this point. You already win from it anyway. Like, you just might as well just add that to it. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of as well why we've seen all the players also Twilight Knight kind of toss the Infinite Flame Dragon early on, right? We've seen that a couple times already, and even the Bahamut being tossed away as well because we're seeing it a little bit too early, and or they kind of just don't really want to worry about it too much, and it was building up the main game plan, right? The main quest, I guess, as we're putting it now. Though a lot of the community's been using that a lot more lately, thanks DF. I think about that one. But yeah, I know. I just going towards that Stolza again. He's kind of like, okay, I guess I can have another Maestro down because he's not going to play that Commander, and he's definitely not playing that Vania anytime soon.
Commander is an option. I mean, it does get the search there as well, but it does feel a little bit awkward in this particular instance. Well, let's see what the option is going to be. The Vanya is the one that's going to come out here for Bloodkin.
Because I said that it was definitely not going to play it, so of course they play it, right? This is what happens. It's whatever.
They're listening, bro. They got one ear specifically on your mic. They don't hear anything that I say.
The delay doesn't even matter. They've just got live connection, apparently. I think that's what's been happening recently.
That's right.
Oh, that's what that camera over there is doing.
Oh, no.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, that's why it's there. See, but now he's kind of lost the Vania. I mean, I guess he's still got Gift of Bloodkin, which is cool. And does he top deck one? No. Okay, if he top deck one, that would have been cool. That actually would have been perfect. Unfortunately, no. But the good news is though, is that at least for Stolza, he's got a nice beefy hand, right? He's got a lot to work with and a lot to play with. Sure, the Wrath plan's going to take a little while to start up, but when you look at your opponent's hand, let's hide the fact that the Angel's Blessing's there and that Warden's there. Let's ignore that for a minute, right? There's only 3 cards in OsaV's hand, right? So like, if he's just seeing 3 and he's got 8, he's like, maybe I can play this a little bit slower. You know, maybe I do have a bit of a lifeline here at the moment to kind of slow down my play a little bit. You know, still build up the Wrath. Maybe play a few things out like Raging Commander to get the search off. There's Tank, by the way. That's a bit of a pull to see off the top. Is that, I mean, I'd be going for the Evolve Commander here for sure now, seeing that. Easy clear, easy healing.
At this point, it's a good way to just progress your Wrath a little bit faster too.
Do you even play Gift of Bloodkin here? Like play Gift of Bloodkin, then Evolve Commander? Is that... I mean, you might as well, right? Or maybe we'll just Evolve Commander now. Go for it. So, another Gyarados, that's really cool to see. And Harmonic Wall. Alright, we'll get the play point instead. That also works. This is the play point back from the Evo. So, nice little board that Stolza set up there with Wrath. Leave ready to go. If not, it's definitely just off by 1 at this point. Meanwhile, OsaV. Yeah.
Not enough discards. Gonna have to go for the Warden and dig 4 cards. Does find another discard option that is gonna help, but I feel like you might even want to. I want to see a ramp here, but at the same time, leaving that 5/3 up is, you know, you gotta get rid of it somehow. So this Evo is gonna get the job done.
I think we kind of expected that, right, to happen. The Evo to come through, but drama. Okay, that's really cool to have. Let's just hold that for a moment. Hold that in the back pocket for a bit. Now it's setting up Gyarados, right? I mean, he does have we'll say the idle summoning spell coming out, ready to go for him in just a short moment. Of course, the Enchanting Rhapsody. Is that going to be really his only option to go for Gyarados here at the moment? Because I mean, you do have Gift of Bloodkin, which is nice to have, of course, having the 0 cost, but everything else still kind of really searching out for some more of those lower cost Wrath pings to get him out.
Yeah, exactly. And especially depends on how you want to close out this game too. Whether you want to burn it here entirely or not is going to be a different question. Debating though.
Fortissima.
I'm gonna send something in, go for the draw. Let's I mean, it's low cost, that's cool, I guess. Right? That's cool. That's a positive. Maybe.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. We'll have to wait. Honestly, it's still not 100%, and now he's at 9. Do you just play the drummers at this point? Because then at least you get a board. It doesn't look like you're dealing with Warden here, so at least it kind of answers it. You will go for Devilish instead, and go for Demons. They're probably going to go, yeah, for that spell combination. Of course, we know the time is a little bit delayed. But he's going to have to go for a full even. Oh. I mean, it clears it, and you get full health back. Wait, oh no, you ran out of time.
Oh no, the time.
Oh, no.
OsaV, you could see the reaction. My man, I saw OsaV, he just gasped there. He's like, oh, no way. That is rough. I mean, this game was like, I'd say on a fine, balanced line, but unfortunately the mismanagement of time there might be the thing that sways it greatly in OsaV's favor now.
Real talk, right? Huge fan of OsaV. You guys know, right? DF and I are Mana Surge boys. If we see that happen to Stolza, man, that we all feel that collective.
That hurts. That hurts.
That really hurts.
You feel it in your soul.
And good thing for OsaV now is not only does he keep Warden up for free, hardly touched. He now gets to set up all his discard. He's gonna have 10 play points now, so Noir and Blind's gonna be at 4. So now spell effect damage is doing nothing. I mean, at least the flute man, you know, caller of the flute, can at least kill Noir and Blonde. He'll be able to run that in. But even still, like, just this rotation right now, setting this up, absolutely ridiculous. And next turn could potentially be game.
Yeah,
that's
honestly.
game in hand. That's game on board, let alone on hand. Like,
I gotta trade that in. Trying to just make sure this
another
card count
Argente
is correct. And now we basically have you know, lethal lined up here more or less.
Carrot F3 being, I mean, at least he's got both in hand, 2 in hand already, but that's also yikes. Yeah, I think it's drama time. I don't think you have any other choice at this point, right? You got to get that health back. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like the spell effect damage is going to come through anyway, but like, how do you? The only way I see getting the health back is getting the idols out, but even then, you're not really clearing. You're not clearing the full board. It's probably not going to heal enough. He also has demon he can chuck out. I mean, he has a lot of healing options, but I just keep going back to it's not enough. You know what I mean? Which just it sucks to see it again. Oh, it's not enough here. How demon will come out.
Yeah, you gotta just get the damage in at this point.
Yeah.
Get some trades, even if they're not that efficient. Because this drain is going to be a game changer.
Got
his calculating hat on. He's ready. Try to see if he can run it down in terms of damage. Very careful with the discards too. Doesn't want to bloat his board just yet. So I quite like that, playing it safe, making sure that this hits the right amount of damage as well. A lot more damage and discard fodder remaining, so...
What is that? Oh, he missed off Argente.
Pain and terror.
Oh, he's definitely looking for Worm there. 100% looking for Worm
Yeah. He was trying to draw into the final form of lethal because this discard 2 is 4, so he needed 1 more basically.
Yeah, because even if you use Noir, right, you just get...
Yep, doesn't find it, but alas... Gonna be close enough that I feel like
it's set up.
Safe.
Yeah, all right, there you go. That's the full board, all set up. You've got Prestigious Gold in hand ready again, and look at that, it's a bit of ping damage because you're playing Wrath. You forgot about the extra ping off, I believe it was Maestro there at the end, right off of that effect. So There you go, OsaV taking out the first win there for the semi-final with Discard Dragon. Once again, it's going to be that Wrath Blood versus Vengeance Blood for our second match here. OsaV looking to get that grand final spot here for Sonar 5. Of course, MS Stolza now looking to get these first win here in the semi-finals, even things back up, and try and get the run back. And the MS S5 matchup, man, I feel like we've seen it time and time again in SEAO quite a bit. I want to say a fair bit. It's normally a matchup we see there. Cool to see it happening here in West Region 2. And yeah, now this battle between Vengeance and Wrath. And remember last time, OsaV won with his Vengeance Blood in this matchup. So he's already got that, not only will say that experience, that practice, that warm-up, whatever you want to call it, he's got it as a victory as well. So
that is true. And you know, it's gonna be, you know, definitely the time mismanagement was probably what cost Stolza the game the most last game. So as long as he can be careful about it this time around, it might be a little bit different.
We'll have to see, because I'm not sure about the day one rounds, if he maybe lost like a match or two there. But at least today, you know, this is the first match that Stolza lost. So now he's part of the group where everyone's lost a match, and obviously came in 7-0. So that's you gotta feel that a little bit coming in, it being flawless and now taking that first loss. And then again, it's against OsaV of all people. Right? Again, we do hype him up, but he proves it time and time again why he's one of the best in the West region coming through, and even potentially you could even say worldwide, right, across all regions. The way he plays and especially the way he's been going across a number of years now. And Stolza once again hovering an option. I mean, I'm seeing a commander option here. He also went for a Vayne play last time, but gonna use that ward to bring out commander.
Yep, imagine that Wrath count, taking care of the board, pushing some damage, everything you would want in a turn. Now OsaV gotta think carefully about when he wants to get that early Vengeance proc.
Yeah, hovering. I mean, he's already got everybody's favorite werewolf in hand. I'm sorry, I have to bring that up again. Yeah, I mean, I know how you feel about it. Yes, but he does have a vaults available, right, to go for that. But again, obviously, only very early on, having that 3. But he's got 3 in deck though, you know. So if he does want to go for that early on, he can set that up for next turn. I mean, he could go, if he sets it up this turn, he could go for a turn 4 Vayne Revolve next turn, you know, and get the full benefit out of it, which could be a potential option here. And also I mean, he's got Shapeshifter. Feels like a way too early though, maybe to go for the Shapeshifter there. But again, I guess it's another Vengeance option. I mean, I don't know what you play it with. I guess Harmonic Wolf, that feels a bit rough, but at least you have 2 somewhat beefy followers on board at that point if you think about it. We'll go for Waltz, we'll go for Harmonic. Of course, setting up the extra ping going for Vengeance, because of course you still get yourself to Vengeance by normal damaging yourself, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. You don't use fancy effects. I don't know what that is. What are we talking about? But we'll have that last words for draw, right? Which of course is going to be important to dig deep for some win condition stuff, because that's what he needs to find at this moment. Because Stolza, again, I mean, he's already got Garadeth. He's already got a nice beefy board for himself, and he's got plenty of options in hand to work with there too.
Yep, indeed. And setting up these wards is also very smart, just because you are denying that aggression, you are denying that potential high roll off the top or anything of that sort. So overall, Stolza is, you can see the experience in the matchup. Now it all comes down to the final bits of execution to potentially tie up this series. Ooh, that's a big one.
Finally, something big, right, that we're gonna have. And imagine, okay, there's no way he's dropping. If he drops Gallum turn 4, this is just beyond alpha move, I think. Like,
I mean,
yeah, you clear the board and you get 6 in, so go for it. And wow, I mean, yes, you do get the hill back. You know, you get 2 back there, but that is still a huge turn 4. 6/6 ward on board, easy clear. And now Stolza is like, okay, what do I go for here? What's the play here at the moment? I mean, I'm not against him going for I'll say the Diva spell once again here, going for that Enchanting Rhapsody as a potential option, just to have him in hand. Because do you clear? No, you're off by 1. Okay, I'm gonna take that back. You don't actually clear 6. We might have a similar
wishes to retract.
Yeah, I wish, but Howling Demon it might unfortunately have to be that again, right? I mean, you could go for Vania, go for that Evo and clear with Bane as well, but it's a similar issue we saw again back in the second quarterfinal earlier today with OsaV when he took on Golden, right? Where Golden was stuck in a situation of, yep, here we go again. There's a follower with that 6 health there ready to go, and you know, harmonics in hand. But nothing else to do with the board though. Like that one extra health is just too much, and that's the same situation Stolza is in unless he looks towards that Vania play.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. Like, the players that know when Howling Demon is coming up just know how to avoid it. It's like, all right, well, you want a Howling Demon? Here's like 6 or 7 defense ward follower. All the best. And oftentimes they have to kind of just like break through it with brute force. And looks like that is going to be just a setup turn there. But that is pretty... I want to say it's risky, but I guess there is no way to activate Vengeance from like another Waltz and then go into another Golem here. So for now, Stol's just eating 6 damage, but definitely felt like a bit of a gamble.
And again, this is we've been telling you guys all night. If you are just joining us for the first time, this is exactly what we've been expecting for these mirror matches, right? And again, I know technically it's not mirror 100%, right? Because the classes are like they're slightly different, the decks they're bringing. But overall, right, it is Blood v Blood still coming through, and it has been a lot of fun to see differences between not only Blood but Sword as well earlier today that we've had. You know, the Rally versus Mars Sword, and seeing those slight differences between the decks and seeing how they work against each other. I will say, OsaV, what that turn 4 was huge, right? That 3, 4, 5 has been absolutely insane. Vania here to look towards wrapping things up by turn 6 here, which I believe actually might be one of our quickest games in terms of just turn wise that we've had here today so far. Gonna clear out the bat and leave it there. And I mean, the best part is here, not only does he set up his own win here, DF, but what are you gonna do with 2 health on Wrath? You know, like a lot of the cards here to get health back, you have to take multiple pings, right? So it's gonna be a tough call.
Yeah, he's definitely cooking a little bit over here. You want to deal 8 damage to face? Well, you have to deal 2 to your own at the very least. Let's see you try. Without the option to heal while doing damage to yourself being unavailable through that steamrolling tank. I'm afraid that OsaV might be looking at a 2-0 victory against the person that's been going 2-0 themselves, which is quite the turn of events if this does actually conclude next turn.
Yeah, I mean, again, seeing Stolz 7-0 all through day one, comes into this one 2-0s. His first match to kick off the day here, as I'll make that first semi-final spot, and unfortunately struggling big time here against OsaV to, well, at this point, survive, stay in this match, let alone a potential following one if he's able to somehow bring this one back here. I do think he's probably going to have to go for that demon play, right, to clear the board and get some health back.
That's all you can do. I mean,
the problem
at this point, forget about lethal. Like, you have to just survive and pray for the best, but we kind of know that the best is not exactly the most available right now here.
I mean, technically you get health back from Liberté, so this will work here. If you go for the idle play, go for Azza as well onto, I believe it's Trill.
Yeah.
Just get through. I'm hoping that he just had enough play when he was just behind on the spec.
No, not again. Stolz understands that this is not meant to happen, and unfortunately, the time has been called, and OsaV takes it 2-0 over Stolz. An unfortunate ending, I'm gonna have to be honest. Was hoping to see a conclusive finish there, but OsaV is gonna be the first one to secure a spot into the finals, and Stolz will walk away with that top 4 prize, which is still very, very nice. But
very, very nice. But man, Stolz, no, man, why? We were so close to getting Manasage to the grand finals, unfortunately not.
Yeah.
All jokes aside though, OsaV, I mean, big congrats to the man. Again, we said time and time and time again why he's one of the best, why he's on top, because of this. The way he plays again against a veteran Stolza, 2-0, no issues at all whatsoever. And just again, that turn just 3-4-5. Yes, you know, there's a bit of a misplay on Stolza, unfortunately, but the fact he's back into that corner, and it's something we were talking about earlier today, right? The stress and the pressure, right? Getting at that point, you're in semi-finals. You can be the winner of the World Grand Prix. Yeah, and you can be one of the only very select few WGP winners. You're still gonna feel it. It doesn't matter. And unfortunately, it seems like what's happened here with Stolza, and OsaV is able to run away easily with that 2-0. So OsaV will be there at the finishing line for the grand final stage, because we just have to work out who will join him in the battle of Team Disastrous. So, you know what, Chris, get out of here. I've had enough of you. Bring Trick back.
That's Trick right.
Come here. All right.
Welcome back to Trick.
So, hello, Trick. Hello. What are you doing? You're good? You're good? Yeah. He's nice. He's happy. Ah, he's muted. He's muted. So he's not happy. He's not okay. I feel like we just set that up on purpose, and we didn't even plan that. So
just a bunch of PTSD from all of the times on ladder where I see the timer ticking down and I have like 5 more things I need to do, and I know I only have time for like 3 of them.
Well, it is what it is. Anyway, we will see Chris a little bit later today for the grand final. So bye to DF for now. See you in a little bit, and welcome back here. Good old Trick, who's not muted anymore. Again, I still can't believe we just synced that up. That was so good.
No
to
more
see.
tricks.
No more. Yeah, okay. You've said that. We've done that bit before. I'm not letting this one slide this time. All right, doing that one again. But we are going to do an awesome second semi-final, as you said, right? The battle of Team Disaster here between Omega and V2. And again, we will. It is going to be V2 favorite, right? We have to say that out the gates. You know, it is going to be a V2 favorite matchup. I mean, again, this man's played for multiple years, many top 8s, many Contenders Cup appearances, many grand final Contenders Cup appearances coming through. Is all right that we do expect. So we do expect, you know, Omega to have his back against the wall a little bit here. But this can be an awesome opportunity for Omega to get an upset, right? Again, assuming, you know, obviously, you know, a lot of players in-house and teams, they scrim a lot, you know, they practice a lot against each other here. And Omega could be one of these players to potentially get an upset here against V2, of course, being another member of Disaster, and which means, of course, being a very strong player in his own right.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if anyone's going to take out one of the top players, it'd be their teammate who knows a lot about them. Looking at their lineups, too, I think you can see a lot of similarities. Both players bringing the same 3 classes. The only difference is which blood deck are you bringing. And so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Maybe they'll just both be so afraid of blood that it gets banned. I could definitely see that happening in blood ban from both sides, because both of these players have Mars Sword, and especially with like the free pings for Wrath and things, that can be like a very scary deck that maybe like a lot of people haven't been respecting, but just with the nature of the decks that are being chosen, it could definitely be good here.
Yeah, and we'll get the bans up, I believe, in just a short moment for these players here, so we'll be able to see which of those will be taken off the table. But yeah, it's I'm just excited to see this one again, because again, team v team, I don't think we've had a team v team, at least, well, I know we haven't had it here. I believe West Region, you can correct me on that, I might be wrong, this season so far. So already cool to get that little milestone finally here for the 2023 season. We are going to get the bans up now for you guys to see what has been banned away. And they trick you a half, right? One blood has been banned away on Omega's side, but V2 has lost the ability to play Discard Dragons. I actually believe this is the first time tonight where Dragon has been an available option that's actually been taken away.
Yeah, interesting. So because of that, no mirror matches, because one of each class being banned. Oh, I guess the sword, okay, never mind. And the Mars decks could be coming in, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you queue up first, because like the Wrath blood, like we were just mentioning, it could be very good into Mars. Having those free pings can help you activate guard off like ridiculously early, and so V2 like probably feeling really strong, maybe even leading with that deck.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight into this one. No breaks on the hype train here. The second semi-final for the Shadowverse Open 2023 season, April Cup West Region, Battle of Team Disaster, Omega versus V2 from the viewpoint of V2. And it is going to be that Wrath blood taking on Mars Sword to kick things off.
Yeah, it's the exact matchup I was worried about for Omega. We're going to see if he has maybe a special way to try and navigate this matchup, but this could definitely typically be pretty favored for the Blood player. Maybe some of the, like the hero card, that ward, thinking that it'll be good defense, holding on to it. Also having Wayfaring Goblin on 1 to turn you on it. So I think that's the first time we're seeing that today. So that's good for this player.
Still trying to get over the end of that first semi-final, man. Coming into this one here and already excited for our second one, coming straight into a V2 with that steamrolling tank to kick things off. And it's going to be hugely unpunished, right, for quite a bit of time, you know, to keep up tank for a little bit here. So hopefully V2 can make some magic out of this worry. Can even if you get a sneaky commander out very late, we'll still end up playing off for him. Demon Maestro to calm down. Only this, you know, we haven't really seen too much of him here tonight, trying to just make up for lost time here in the semi-finals. And Omega picking up that Valiant Fencer early on. Very nice to have that in hand, already ready to go. But again, as you mentioned, a lot of players now in, I'll say, the current state of the meta of the current expansion are only running 1 of now. They're not running that 2 or 3 of anymore. So cool to have that safely in hand, ready to go.
Yeah, and a lot of decent early drops to throw out leading up to the Mars turn, so that's going to be good for Omega. Sometimes if Mars has a rough start, the Blood player can do like disgusting things like dropping Gardoth on turn 4 behind a ward, and then it can go unanswered by the Mars. And so I don't think we'll be able to see V2 pull that off here because it'll probably be too hard to get ahead on board, but things like that are definitely something to look out for on ladder in this matchup.
And you can see now, luckily, that quick blader being used to clear tanks. It won't have, I guess, that little like ward there, right, to help get some of those pings up and going. But we'll see castle number 1 being up and running here for V2. Unfortunately, not going to get too much Wrath ping out from it now, and he's going to fall behind a tiny bit because that won't have it online as fast as he'd like to. Mega side, of course, going to be very happy with that and going to be able to run Mars Sword very, very quickly. This could already be a mega favor now here, Trick Route. I mean, we already got Mars ready to go by next turn. Already got Fencer, right, ready to go in hand, and Ironright Defender as well. Such an awesome follower here in that Mars Sword deck, right, to just eat up so much damage that really any decks at the moment can bring it.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to get through it. I think maybe like the Bane or something is the only way to easily get around the ward in this deck, but all these extra pings and already having Wrath active for V2, definitely still a good spot to be in. And if Mars comes out now, it's not going to be clearing the full board, so you just can continue to chip your opponent and work them down. And with like the castles and things in hand, like there is healing, so I definitely don't think that anyone's out of this game.
And I wonder if Omega is kind of happy to somewhat board lock V2 a little bit, right? Because yeah, we made it fully clear, but then there's a couple bats up. I mean, sure, V2 can just clear him in anyway, but then it's that chance, like you said, right, of, oh, do I clear what's on the board? Do I try and get some face damage in while I've got the chance here? But having Ironwood Defender is really going to help him in that regard, Omega's regard, right, to hold him off a little bit. And we're going to use Pumpkin's Recruit to then you have to worry about the 7 rally count to get rushed, because you get it off the Mars Amulet, right, and get more damage in. You've got Mac Knight, you've got Flame Soldier already in hand here. Without Valiant Defense's effect, that is a very strong hand being put up there for Omega that's looking to close things up pretty quickly soon. But V2 with the drummers, that is a huge pick up there to definitely, you know, just completely halt the game and get it back in V2's favor.
That 1/3 ward is really putting in work, though, making it so that like even these bats alone won't be able to clear it. And so definitely something to think about, like when you play this Howling Scream. Oh no, that's not the hit you want. Oh no.
We know what if he was on Omega's side, it would have hit, because we know if you're on top side, your RNG, your random hits, they always hit what you want to hit, right? We've seen that all night. So V2, man, you played the wrong card on the wrong side. You had to be on the other side, man. That's what happened, you know. Or you didn't cover his screen, as Chris said earlier.
And 3 Gardoth in hand, I mean, they're good. It is your main guy, but we kind of would like some other cards right now for V2 to be able to like navigate the early game. Like a Raging Commander would be able to clear this easy while searching, but none to be found.
And gonna actually burn out Drummer now to set up some of, well, first off, the ward protection for himself, but was getting a little bit of health back when they do finally go down. And will finally clear the Iron Wrought Defender that's been such a pain for V2 to deal with here currently. Also about putting the castle down, so we'll be able to get a little bit of health back from that as well. So good to see that V2 was able to deal with Defender and starting to get a bit of health back, but Mars is damaged. That could be a big help here for potentially seeing Flame Soldier come out soon, or maybe even the Mac Knight Flame Soldier combo, you know, getting the play points back. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't feel great, leaving up a follower, and I mean, only 2 of these have wards, so it's probably going to end up going face. No real lethal setup in hand either for V2, so it's not like he's just like making a risky play to have a big payoff, but he's more just kind of scraping by and giving Omega lots of time to continue to chip him away and set up a lethal, and not even really at risk of like setting up a guard off return play. So yeah, not an amazing spot for V2.
Omega side, on the other hand, right, is more than comfortable, and also got another quick blader ready to go, right? The Swift Speed quick blader in hand here. So Omega now, I mean, he could chuck out a couple followers here, probably go for the Flame Soldier. I'd even have an argument to chuck out Illyria right now, right? Just to get that ward up, so to be able to deal with it and get some protection coming through. But you know what? How about we just go for the quick blader, go for the Evo, and just straight up end the game. Right there, just about there. 2 HP left. Of course, so Wrath is now just going to be a non-existent factor that VT's unable to do. I mean, he does have tank, so he'll be able to just hold it at 2 there, but quick blader's already in hand. We know that Mac Knight's in hand, right, as well for Omega next turn, so that's already going to be an option to run things in. And he doesn't have to run in some of the other followers into face, right, with health that low. He can just use the rush effect, right, and get that 1 pings coming in.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for V2 because he could like do a guard off this turn, but I might not even be viable just with the fact that you need to find extra ways to heal.
I'm very lucky that tank's on board there, right? Make sure to play that out before clearing any other followers, and at least Flute will be able to heal up a little bit and get some health back here alongside Castle. So this will be able to get him out of the danger zone for a little bit here, especially if he uses this Evo.
Yeah, using the Evo could definitely be good, and then with the Castle, it might put you just high enough that you can afford to go guard off face, and still like believe that you'll be able to survive till the next turn. Looking like he might even use guard off to ping the 3-2. I like this play to take 1 less damage.
And yeah, you can see it coming here, right? Even with that health, and we'll finally get some big damage in it. That's going to feel good on V2's side, right? After getting bullied a little bit those past few turns and being able to just dish out some damage in response. Very, very nice feeling for him. Of course, now it's on V2 to try and find out how to close it, because he's gone from being able to close out the game to, now I'm in trouble. Now I need to try and find a way to survive.
Yeah, and Lyrla this turn for Omega could definitely help to put up some protection, but gonna have to deal with that 8/8 that's sitting on the board behind 2 wards, and looking tricky to do so.
I mean, could they even argument to go Lyria and then go for Defender and evolve Defender even, just to make him a bit tankier, make him more of a pain? Because I feel like in terms of survivability, you're not really doing too much else, right? Unless you're just going to go for double Lyria, but I feel like that's really rough if you're going to go for that. There was a hover on Mac Knight. Do you want to burn that now?
Double Lyrla doesn't even clear the 8/8, so maybe the Defender would be a better way to put up protection.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually evolve the Lyria here, just to make it a little bit more tankier while carrying the bat and get some poke damage in. So yeah, you know, you got the problem now though. There's still Gyarados on board, untouched, and there is going to be ways for V2 to be able to deal with this. I don't know if it's going to be enough to end the game per se, but
yeah, it's tough to find the pings without a lot of like ping damage in hand. I mean, you can get 1 from trading your Maestro into something on the board, but yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to find 4 this turn. And with the damage shield on the face and things, I think that Omega is protected, and he's got a very good hand next turn with Fencer in hand 7. All the
Yep.
empty spots to draw into heroes.
If anything, I think Omega's almost, it's just like he's almost edging him on, right? Edging Vito on that. Come on, mate. Yeah, let's go. Take out my followers. You be the one to come out and deal with them, because I'm just going to drop Valiant straight away turn 7. And the best part about it as well is that Vito doesn't really know, right? Because Omega didn't search for Valiant. He drew it off the top of the deck, you know, with no clear signs that he actually has it in hand. So being able to run with that is going to be huge here for him. He's going to use Infernal Orchestration to run in Maestro and help clear what's on the board, try and get some extra health back and ping damage enough of Commander. Luckily as well, they're going to get a Forest Bat, a little bit of ward to come in.
It is a
Having
clear,
to use
but...
Gyaradeath just to clear Mac Knight, that's...
Oh,
really
that's game.
bad. Yep, here we go. Valiant fence off the top. Let's see what comes out. Yeah, there's Mac Knight. It's going to be there, done and dusted. All he has to do is run the bat, run into the bat, and oh, that's cool. That's a Mac Knight. That's a Flame Soldier, and Omega's actually going to take the first win here. Going to even use the last Evo onto Mac Knight. By the way, awesome artwork for all the heroes, especially Mac Knight on that Evo. But Omega there, getting the first round win with with Mars Sword against Wrath Blood there. A huge upset there for Omega. Looking to make it 2-0, right, to make his way into that grand final spot against OsaV. Well, he's just going to jump straight into it once again here for the second semi-final. Not even going to have a single break. And I guess, Trick, here we go. Potential final semi-final match here for the April Cup. It's going to be Discard Dragon against Wrath Blood. V2 deciding to run that one back again.
Yeah, V2 going first, so that's going to be nice. Definitely tough to see maybe even a favorable matchup loss in the last round. We saw him take advantage of the Mars pings to play an early Gyarados on 6, but it wasn't enough. So props to Omega for really seeming to understand that matchup and playing in a perfect way where every turn just felt awkward for V2, and he was able to stall up until he could get that win on 7. So yeah, great to see it, and interesting to see what type of tricks they'll have up their sleeve for this turn.
Yeah, and already being on the back foot, it's going to hurt a little bit, right, for the likes of for V2 here. But, you know, he's going to shake things off and get things underway once again. And already having Castle up is going to be nice from having that ward to hopefully maybe top deck a Commander or something else he can use. Because, as you mentioned, right, Trick, that hand from V2 to start things off is not very good.
5 cost cards, not the best.
Oh.
Yeah, on the other hand, Omega has lots of ramp. He has a couple discard cards, maybe not like the perfect ones you want to see, but with the extra time he's getting, definitely not going to be in a bad spot. It was interesting to see the Augite Worm being saved on 1, just maybe like valuing all of the healing and draw and ramp that he had in hand, and not thinking any of it was worth pitching at that point. Just waiting instead to fit into the curve later. V2 kind of turning his hand around right now, though. So definitely back in the game with these draws.
But now currently board locked though, right? Which is something Omega's going to see. He's just going to have fun. Really, I mean, at this point, you can just ramp, right? Or just go for some of those Angel's Blessings. Get yourself that nice, healthy hand that you need. Ramp up to that correct spot. And more than happy to eat, 1 damage here, 1 damage there, right? A little bit to stay in it. The only thing is hoping that V2 doesn't... Oh, sorry, that Omega doesn't leave it for too long. He's going to go for 1 discard there. Surprising choice for the discard option. Going to go for it again there on the C-Long. And actually very smart. You're seeing he's deliberately not targeting the Dragon Newt's Mites, right? Making sure that none of them hit them. Making sure that he's not going to accidentally hit one of the followers to make sure that board is completely locked up. And of course, best part about the Mermaid Songstress being out, no attack damage, right? Absolutely no attack points on that follower, meaning that V2 is once again stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and the board lock is definitely nice, but it is kind of funny to see that this is the turn V2 wanted to play his 5-cost spell and pass anyway, so that lined up well for him. The only downside, though, being he can't play out one of the 0-cost followers, so he might overdraw something important next turn like a Gyaradeath.
So Omega just drew Infinite Flame. We are 2 play points up. If he can somehow keep this board in a lock state, but also find like what I believe it's 1 damage onto VT, like 1 or 2 damage, then we're just gonna see another Infinite Flame upset potentially here come out. First off in the April Cup, then in the semi-finals, and then in probably one of the biggest upsets we'll have for the April Cup here. So Lilium is going to come out, and the discard play is finally going to get going. Nice target hit there, hitting white, which will be the main hit target. Of course, you don't want to hit one of the bats. You want to make sure they try and stay up there if possible. And I mean, again, Trick, looking at that, that is a very, very nice hand he's working with.
Yeah, he has a lot of options. Setting up for Lumiore next turn, getting the 0 cost. You could either save it now, play it now, or save it for a more of an OTK. Also having like healing and draw and like anything that he could ask for in hand. Omega's looking good, and V2, his hand's not bad. Like, he has strong cards, but without Garadeth, it'll probably be tricky to close out the game. And so I don't know if he's gonna have enough time to use the tools he has. Let's see what the draw is. The overdraw. Okay, just a blitzer.
Ooh. That's okay. That's okay. We can take that, right? That's a good hit for him there. And now, again, the options. What does VT go for here? Now that he's got 9 in hand, still looking, I believe, for that Wrath setup. I believe I'd be on about 4 or 5, I reckon, at the moment. I know it's definitely touching the actual Wrath count that he needs here. Off of the white and off of the bats with Castle there. So it's going to hover through. Scream would be a perfect option to get a quick burst hit. And gonna get Garadeth, very nice. That, imagine if that got overdrawn. There's 1 card difference would have been a huge upset for V2 there. And
yeah, that draw's huge. I was thinking he'd have to play the Raging Commander or something to try and search it out, or at least do it next turn. But having that secured makes this a lot more comfortable for V2. He can only play he can just play the cards he needs to instead of trying to draw into things. Even being able to push all the damage this turn, potentially sitting up for a 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, actually, hang on. This is actually going to be very, very close upright at the moment, because actually going to be able to go for that Diva play and go for an Eva on one of the bats here as well. But I'll have to worry about the timer. Going to be an option here. There's to watch out for. So 8, 9, 10, 11. So 12 damage. Going to be off by 2 to wrap it up. But that is one hell of a turnaround.
Yeah, what a huge draw. Getting that
one off Infinite Flame as well. Oh man, so he's going to be able to use Limor here. And yeah, if Omega had 1 more play point, he would have been 2-0. He would have gone straight into the grand finals. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go for this play instead. It will keep him alive, luckily, but he needs to find health fast, because otherwise, you know, there's a guitarist, there's 2 guitarists sitting in hand, ready to go, right? Ready to perform that encore or perform that 1 guitar set, right? To get the dub here for V2 and even things up and force that final semi-final 2 matchup.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in Omega's hand that he could use to heal enough to survive. The most healing would maybe be like 6.
Nice try.
Oh, actually
Trying to draw into like a lethal, but I mean, technically right now, if you top deck like Augite Worm and Norn Blanc with Argente, you could win. But like otherwise, I don't think that there's a way.
Does he go for it, man? That's like
You have to go for it, right? Don't run out of time. You can get 4 draws.
Yeah. Again, I remind the spectator, there's a tiny bit of a delay between the actual timer and the spectator timer, but we'll go for Water Worms. There's Noir. Just unfortunately no worm. But 2 Noirs is nice, but I mean, VT just needs 6 damage. It's going to be a demon, and just go for that Vania Gift of Bloodkin, right? That's it. That's going to force that next semi-final set here. And going to go to a final matchup between V2 and Omega, the battle of the Team Disaster players. V2 just wrapping it up now with the Vania play coming through. There you go to end it off. And Vengeance Blood, you know, Wrath Blood, you know, very, very strong decks we've seen all throughout. But a great battle we've seen between the 2 tier 1 decks currently, like between Wrath Blood and Discard Dragon, just showing why they're at that point.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these players have just been so like perfectly calculated and patient with their turns. I really like the ordering that they do to draw and get all the information that they can, and just thinking of interesting plays where they've both been able to put a lot of pressure on each other, and it feels like both of them have been really low. And even there, we saw like winning with exact lethal damage. So like every point of damage pushed in the early game mattered, and so these players are really just like keeping each other on their toes and really demanding like expert play in response to each other.
Yeah, exactly right. And now that we do go underway for this final match, I mean, again, we were talking about, brought up a few times now, you know, the pressure coming into it now. Well, you already had, you know, your whole team watching. You got bragging rights for your team. Oh, I beat you in SVO, haha, I got you the grand finals or whatever, right? But now it's 1-1. It is already awesome. I will say, again, big props to Omega here, because again, right, coming into this, we knew that was going to be V2 favored. Coming to this one, he's already made it a 1-1 state, and he was the one to get the first win against V2 in this series as well. So, gonna look towards using that momentum to try and wrap this one up. V2, of course, we're gonna get the momentum to, you know, just being on top, continuing that streak, and then having, you know, the El Clasico, right? The OsaV versus V2 matchup that we've seen time and time again here in the West region. Already seeing really strong hands from both players as well. We're not really seeing too much of a weak point. I mean, Omega might be the discard a little bit, but he does have an Oracle in hand ready to go. He's got a Sealong and it's all to build up some more of those play points, and probably expecting him to find some early draw very, very soon anyway.
Yeah, interesting seeing the Sealong come out just as a tempo play, not even healing, just to have a body on the board to deal with the opposing followers. And plenty of ramp in hand, so I guess thinking that that's more important. Omega being very intentional with his decisions. V2 double Mars is very strong, and especially going second, you have plenty of time to evolve your Marses, and you can really just get those effects online. It almost feels like your game doesn't start until Mars comes down, so I feel like going second as Sword almost maybe puts you at an advantage at times.
Yeah.
Just because your game plan starts earlier regardless of the turn number.
Yeah, and the fact is we got Valiant Fencer again. It's another time where we've seen quite an easy draw pickup. We saw it from Omega back in game 1 here for the second semi-final, now happening here for V2. I mean, Omega can kind of guess that maybe it's in hand now, right? Knowing that Tony was played, Commander card gets added to hand. But for all Omega knows, it could have been the Mars, right? That's been added to the hand as well. So luckily playing that a little bit earlier on in the match can kind of make not a very strong smoke screen, but a small smoke screen nonetheless that might be able to hide the fact that Valiant's in hand, and something that Omega might still have to like, oh, is it there? Is it not there? Or do I play around it? Do I just play forward and not worry about it? Like, it has those like niggling thoughts, right, that they have to deal with. So now that Omega is gonna have to see, I'm gonna assume probably run it into face here. I don't think he'll use it to clear a 1-2 Tony, but there is, you know, the chance of Mars being a thing too. So we'll go for the clear, get the heal up, and had a bit of discard happening, which is good to see. But we know Chick was coming turn 4 here, right? We know it is going to be that Mars coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And good for Omega. I feel like he's really been patient and holding on to that Oracle, and I think he's realized how empty his hand is and just purposefully saved that until it can draw for him. And so I think that that's been impressive. Just the lines he's taken are pretty unexpected. Like normally I feel like you would be like, save Sealong for when you can evolve it, play Oracle early to ramp, but instead he's like, no, I need that draw more than I need the ramp. And so I've liked watching that. And yeah, for V2, great hand. We see him here, he's going to be able to clear most of the board, get his win condition online, and like everything's looking up.
Now he's gonna have the Argente ready to go here, and gonna be able to not only get some play points but build up towards some of that draw. Probably gonna toss one of the token cards, I'm gonna assume here. But we're not gonna get rid of the Oracle just yet. So we'll toss out the Dragon and get a second Mermaid up. Fortunately, no extra discard power just yet, but does have big draw power, right? Because it has the Dragon Oracle. If it needs it, has the most expensive insight. Taking that one from Chris there, of course. It comes in with Drazel, but of course also has the Waterworm's Blessing available there too. So I'm gonna hover through and these options. I think it's safe to say he'll probably go for Water Worm, but I mean, there is an Ethica potentially. I'd be surprised if he burns it now though, because I mean, you know, still has full Evo points, right? And you kind of want to use her to get that Evo point back as well, right? While you're getting that big clear. So, gonna go for it anyway. Not gonna worry too much about that Evo point. Just worrying a little bit more about what's on board. Understandable. Of course, to clear a lot of this out, and I guess gain board control still, and just a cheeky 0 hit because we love to see it as well from Omega.
Ethica definitely is strong in this matchup, being able to get around the clash effects from the Mars followers, take them out with damage so that you can protect your health. But yeah, maybe a little premature, but just the best option for Omega. Would like to maybe save it for a bigger board of double buffed Mars followers, but still having Draziel and things in hand, still lots of options, so sitting somewhat comfortably. Just waiting to see if turn 7, if that Valiant Fencer is there, and we know it is, so.
So let's see the potential options, just trying to again get in some of that extra ping damage for now off of the Flame Soldier and off of that second Mars as well, which is going to be really important here for V2. Because having the, I mean, that double quick blader is disgusting that he has in hand, let alone the Valiant Fencer not too far behind being set up. And I mean, V2 is going to be quite confident that now, knowing that there's none of that heal available, right? He's not going to have the mermaids because most of them have been burnt. The one that's left on board is sitting there on 1 HP. This saw the Water Worms also being burned out here. So a lot of that heal that Discard Dragon has, I think a vast majority of it, actually been just burned out now, and that's going to have a lot of confidence for V2 to wrap this one up hopefully very soon for him, as he is going to get a worm and look towards more discard finally.
I feel like Omega would really have liked to draw into one of his 2 Lucius there. If he had, he could have cleared the Mars and also taken out one of the amulets, but not that lucky. But having the Augite Worm here to be able to discard that Dragonewt's Might and get the ping on the Mars is very nice. With all the drawing he did, he kind of put himself into a corner where he might have even had to evolve something into that Mars that would have been slightly unoptimal. Triple quick better face, right? Oh.
That's how we do it. That's how we win the games. They all just evolve instantly, right? That's how we do it. Unfortunately not for V2 here, but I mean, he could do one of them. I mean, as well, you've kept 3 Evo points. Definitely run some of them in here with that extra Mars effect. So you can just Evo 1 and even just run the other one. That's still, what, 6 damage off of 1 alone?
Definitely a good play. Clears out your hand so you have more space to draw into things with Valiant Fencer, leaving your opponent low as well, so that you could choose to either just finish them with Quick Blader if they don't heal, or go for the Valiant Fencer if they do set up a more intimidating board in response.
My apologies there, because there's that 4 damage doesn't gain an attack boost, and it gains the double attacks, which I guess is essentially attack boost in itself anyway there, right, coming through. So she's just gold with the clear there, and Omega now going to be clutching here with what he has left to, I guess, win at this point, right? Because he's probably going to have that feeling knowing that double Mars is there, that the Valiant Fence is probably not too far behind here to clutch the W. And unfortunately, because a lot of the healing coming through. I wonder if he kind of just goes for max discard, or if he does think about dropping a Lucius to clear an amulet. I mean, it'd be a huge investment. It might not even be worth it here, but he's going to go for that Argente. Going to go for the extra draw, getting the War out, which is going to be huge. Of course, having that big ward down, and should be seeing the Dragon Hatchlings, right, for Lilium really come down here as well, just to get that extra wards up and gets a tiny bit of health back as well.
Yeah, I definitely would like to be the sword player in this position. I feel like the only way that I can win as discard dragon is usually when I play 1 Lumior before like around turn 5 or 6, and then I'm using the second one to end the game before turn 7. But if you only get 1 Lumior down before turn 7, like we see here, you're not going to kill your opponent, and they will kill you. And so only being able to play 1 of the 2 necessary before turn 7 means that next turn Valiant Fencer is coming down. It can trade into the Norin Blanc.
And Omega ran out of
followers
time
in hand
as well. You can see when he was going for that Evo with Lilium, he actually ran out of time getting the last bit of discard in there. So as you know, Trick has mentioned there, you know, there's the Vanguard picked up to run things in, and of course also Valiant Fencer. And I think V2's kind of hovering, right? Do I go for that 7 Fencer, or do I go for the double attack Vanguard? It is going to be the Vanguard coming through because he's going to be able to clear out the wards. It's going to be an easy pick up here. Just gets an Evo on Defender, and Quickblader will end the game. He doesn't even mean to do that. He gets the Russian Defender. Will end the game here off of the Amulet burn damage. Disastrous V2 making the run back 2-1 against Disastrous Omega. Omega had such an awesome start, right? Getting that first win. It was looking like he was going to go for that upset, but unfortunately, you just can't topple one of the West Giants there against V2. An awesome team fight match between the two. V2 coming out on top 2-1.
Yeah, V2 very comfortable there, navigating another tricky lethal. I remember earlier where he had 2 of the Spear Knights and he was like staring down like the 2 damage reduction in like one of our past matches, and he just barely ekes it out. He has found so many lethals where he like has like 1 damage over or like exact lethal, and they're always so unconventional. Like he doesn't end up playing the enhanced Valiant Fencer there, instead just finding a different way to use the tools in his hand to once again close out another game.
What a fantastic way to wrap up the semi-finals, guys. Of course, we have one final best of 3 here, not only for the West April Cup here, but for the April competition for SVO here as well. So I hope you guys are nice and settled in. We'll get ourselves a quick break. When we return, it will be the battle of OsaV and V2. Again, an El Clasico coming out here for the West region. So make sure you got food, make sure you got drink. You're going to need it for this one. We'll see you guys in just for under 5 minutes. There you go. That's the full board all set up. You've got Prestigious Gold in hand ready again. And look at that. It's a bit of ping damage because you're playing Wrath. You forgot about the extra ping onto, I believe it's Trill.
Yep.
Just get through. I'm hoping that he just had enough flame when he was just behind on the spec. Say, no!
No, not again.
No!
Stolza understands that this is not meant to happen. And unfortunately, the time has
Next turn. Looking like he might even use Garadoth to ping the 3-2. I like this play to take 1 less damage.
And you can see it coming here, right? Even with that health, and we'll finally get some big damage. All he has to do is run the bat, run into the bat, and oh, that's cool. That's a Mac Knight. That's a Flame Soldier. And Omega's actually going to take the first win here. Going to even use the last Evo onto Mac Knight. By the way, awesome artwork for all the heroes, especially Mac Knight on that Evo. But Omega there, getting the first round win with with Mars Sword again on that follower, meaning that V2 is once again stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and the board lock is definitely nice, but it is kind of funny to see that this is the turn V2 wanted to play his 5-cost spell and pass anyway, so that lined up well for him. The only downside,
this is actually going to be very, very close up right at the moment, because actually going to be able to go for that Diva play and go for an Eva on one of the bats here as well. But I'll have to worry about the timer. Going to be an option here. He has to watch out for. So 8, 9, 10, 11. So 12 damage. Going to be off by 2 to wrap it up. But that is one hell of a turnaround.
Yeah,
and going to go to a final matchup between V2 and Omega. The battle of the Team Disaster players. V2 just wrapping it up now with the Vania play coming through. There you go to end it off. And Vengeance Blood out towards. Going to be an easy pick up here. Just gets an Evo on Defender. And Quickblader will end the game. He doesn't even mean to do that. He gets the Russian Defender. Will end the game here off of the Amulet burn damage. Disastrous V2 making. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the grand final match of the Shadowverse Open West April Cups 2023 season. Thanks for tuning in for the whole night. If you've been with us for the whole day so far here, if you are just tuning in for the grand finals on YouTube, welcome. Hope you enjoy the VOD. It's Baad, Trickster, and Different Fight here to bring you the final series here tonight. And lads, quick look at the brackets. What an awesome set of matches we've had here for the West April Cup.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at the finals, I feel like it's like the best we could ask for. We've got V2 up against OsaV, two strong players, and not just like strong in recent history, but strong for like years and years in the Shadowverse community. So I'm really interested to see the slight differences they've made in their decisions today and what they'll do in this finals.
Yeah, like having looked at the initial bracket, if I had to pick two players that I wanted to see in the finals the most, it would have been OsaV and V2. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is the two that I expected to make it out all the way, but having to decide or even predict who I think will win the whole thing, I think this is gonna be a close 3-game set. I think it can go either way here.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane, right? Battle, as I said before, it's El Clasico, battle of the veterans, and a fight we normally expect to see quite a bit, right, in the West region, whether it be in grand finals, semi-finals, top 8, even day one, right? We see it time and time again. It's going to be another fun one to see these boys go at it, and first off, be the victor here for the April Cup, taking, of course, that big prize money home, and of course, those league points, all-point league points, get themselves into that Contenders Cup. And of course, out of the grand finals, we get to talk about the decks again and go through the deck list once more with you guys to see what both players had brought here. And you know, there's a bit of things that we expect and some things, you know, slightly different, but still kind of things we expect here as well. Kicking things off, Trick, with S5 OsaV, we got ourselves Rally Sword.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting deck. One of the ones that is a little less common. Something though that lots of players have feared enough to ban throughout the day, and so it'll be interesting to see how it performs. I like some of the interesting techs like Winged Inversion, a card that can not only give you a 0 play point extra rally, but also add some healing to a deck that is kind of trying to push the game late. And so yeah, it's interesting seeing that here, as well as just some of the other choices.
Yep, that's right. But let's go through the rest of OsaV's lineup for those of you just tuning in, because these two players are bringing relatively different decks between each other despite the similarities in their, you know, class lineup. So like taking a look at the next list from OsaV here to give everyone a quick rundown of everything that we have. On
drum roll
of the Rally Sword, we have the not quite the Mysteria Rune. That is
we have sucked our
Sukta.
back with Mysteria Rune. That's right.
He's back in the final. Secret Challenger.
Drum roll. I told you. That's why we had the drum roll.
Mystery
Sukta
boss
is
when
back.
this came up.
It's just a 1v1v1. It's going to be absolutely insane. Triple threat match, you know.
Yeah, I didn't remember this deck winning on the way to the finals, but still a fun deck to see today.
Man, where you been? We should have been here the whole time. We expect to see. Just kidding. Discard Dragon. There we go. It's more Larka coming through. We just need to see Mysteria Rune one more time. This is production. We're like, we're just going to see it one more time. We want it in the grand finals. That's why we put it there. It's not up to the players. It's up to us because we're the ones running the stream. But anyway, as you're saying, Chris, with Discard.
It's the introduction of the exclusive SVO West only 1v1v1 Shadowverse mode. You found it here first. But of course, OsaV rocking that Discard Dragon with the Bahamut tech that we've been seeing throughout the day. That's probably the deck that we've been seeing the most of all throughout today's tournament. So I'd say let's just head on over to the third list in OsaV's lineup as well, just so that we're all on the same page in terms of what these players are bringing. And that is going to be that Vengeance Blood. It would be funny if Mysteria Rune popped up again. Just like add the third, add the fifth, and the sixth deck that OsaV is bringing are all Mysteria Rune. Yeah. Oh my god.
At this point, it's not even you guys getting pranked. We're also getting pranked at that point. Like, it's not even something we can control. But yes, it is Vengeance Blood coming through. This is going to be the Blood variant, I guess, that the OsaV is bringing. OsaV's bringing the more, I'll say let's call it the alternate arts, right, of the decks coming through. We use that term to describe them coming through. And, you know, we've seen OsaV already had some very tough mirror matches go and get some Wrath Blood decks and come out on top with the Vengeance Blood deck, which is pretty cool to see. You know, as a lot of you guys are probably aware, if you find competitive. If not, then here you go. Here's a little bit of knowledge for you. Of course, Wrath Blood being on the rise, especially in the past week. We've seen it quite a bit right in JCG, where we've had a complete just rotation into Wrath Blood. Of course, that's leaked over into ladder as well, which we're seeing a lot more of that. Vengeance Blood, though, is still a very, very powerful deck that OsaV has shown here, match after match here tonight. And honestly, a little bit scared for V2 with this deck, because I really feel like Vengeance Blood it's been lifting, boys. It's been doing some work.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of interesting one-of techs in here, and so it'll be hard to play around what your opponent's going to do. Things like Full Moon Leap, kind of scary, a one-of card that has actually pretty incredible synergy with Doomlord, because you can get rid of your whole hand to use this to give Storm to anything. So a lot of times you can use this to get like a sneaky lethal with like a Vania, getting an extra amount 6 Storm with her, or just throw it on Galam.
Yep, it is giving that just extra little bit of top end to the deck. And you know, while the amount of ridiculous top end that this deck has, if you do high roll, is already crazy enough, let's just add more to it and just really build on the deck's strengths.
Let's move on to our final player now as well, with Disastrous V2, of course, making it here to the grand finals. An awesome run to see. He's had all throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals as well. I have the deck up in just a short moment, but will be, you know, we'll say the standard tier 1 stuff that we kind of expected to see coming into this weekend's cup. First of all, will be that Mars sword, of course, with the new changes to Mars that happen coming into this patch. The combination, of course, of the hero package, the hero engine as well, which has been such an awesome package to work, not only with the Mars amulet, but of course on its own, having some big damage, finally having something to work well with it. And of course, guys, plenty of awesome search potential in this deck too.
Oh, absolutely. This deck feels like a well-oiled machine. I feel like it's been the most consistent deck on stream. I don't think there's been a game yet where our players haven't had Mars on their evolve turn. So that would definitely be interesting to see if someone had to navigate a game without Mars. But yeah, things like the Tony just really make it so good, as well as Cat's Lady Thief, another card that can allow you to run one of Valiant Fencer, which lets you keep that commander count down, so your Mars will be active with more officers in deck, but also just makes it so that if you can play this before Tony, then you'll once again be guaranteed to get your Mars.
Yep, absolutely. The consistency in this deck is something else, and we've seen these players running Mars Sword looking very good the entire time as well. But take a look at another list here as well in terms of what V2 is bringing to the table, and that's going to be the Discard Dragon. And again, here we see the Bahamut variant as well. So interestingly enough, both players that remained at the end of the tournament are both running Bahamut as well as the Infinite Flame, and we're seeing it be a grand success. You know, it hasn't been showing off as much. You know, might just be me being a scrub on ladder and dying to Bahamut, and these being the best players in the entire game and not doing so. But V2 definitely, you know, has been showing off really well with this deck as well. And I think, again, Discord Dragon just been showing up very well in this entire tournament. A very solid deck with by far the best recovery in the current format too, I would say. At least on a consistency basis. But take a look at that final list again as well, just to round out the entire lineup, which of course is V2's Wrath Blood.
Yeah, the one of 2 tier 1 decks right at the moment that's just kind of rocked up is now here on top to join Discard Dragon, right? Well, to kicking Vengeance Blood out of here for Wrath Blood, and we've seen it, you know, all throughout today as well. Be a very, very strong deck, very consistent, of course, has great sustainability, which is something I guess a lot of decks struggle to go up against it in, right? Is having that sustainability, but also having the ability to just kick your butt out of nowhere, right? Just getting a huge amount of burst damage out of nowhere. Of course, our Angara Death there, of course, the main culprit, I'll say. Of course, being that target to win the game with, and get the easy pings off, get that big 8 damage Storm to face coming in as well to wrap things up. Very, very powerful. And again, cool to see one of those decks that we saw from the previous meta come back to this meta with only a slight few changes. Are still very strong. So it's a cool deck that both pro players and of course maybe newer players alike who maybe still have a lot of these cards as well from some of the cool free packs can still play this deck and play a tier 1 consistent deck still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that's open to everyone and something that's been lasting for a long time, and I expect to stay popular moving into the future. Really just having a lot of strong finishers I think helps with the consistency. Even things like Vania, you can use that to kill your opponent even if you don't have the guard off, or something like a Howling Demon. And so just a lot of flexibility in your win conditions, and things just really make this deck great. Vania, one of the cards too that works for both Vengeance and Wrath, so we actually see both of our players bringing the full 3 copies.
Yep, so the list is the tried and true, the tried and tested. We've seen it pop off. We've seen it struggle a little bit here and there too, though, that's for sure. You know, but I think Wrath has been definitely the pick for a lot of players, and we've seen it have quite a bit of success too. I mean, in terms of conversions, it's at 4.76%, which is on the you know, kind of average end, I would say, for a lot of these top decks, purely because lots of people bring them and maximum 8 people can actually end up converting. So it's been pretty good, and overall Wrath has seen an increase in conversions lately as well, not just in our SVO scene but also in JCG and the general Japanese scene too. And I'm pretty curious because next week we actually do have Rage here in Japan, and it's the, I want to say, second one that's fully in person since from the pandemic. Rage and all the big events went online entirely, and then they would just play out like the grand finals in person with like in a big studio. But next week's one is actually 2 days of in-person, like a huge convention hall. They're having like food trucks and everything pulling up. There's like merch. They're doing like a signing booth with like the Japanese commentators and all kinds of stuff. So even if you show up for like day 2 just to like watch the games, you can play in like side events to like get special prizes and stuff in game, or you're doing like a team tournament where you can pull up with 2 other friends, and then you can play a 3v3, and then I think the top 8 teams that qualify actually get an invitation to the next Rage day 2, if I'm not mistaken, or something along those lines. But it's pretty cool. You get a bunch of really nice stuff, and it's overall it's like a festival almost. So just a little something for you guys to look forward to if you want to watch more Shadowverse action next week, since I'll be streamed in Japanese. But it looks like for our finals, we do have the bans ready. So let's take a look at which decks survived and will be played out in the finals. And looks like, ooh, all right.
Yeah, I think it's kind of expected, right? Seeing OsaV losing out the Vengeance Blood. I mean, anytime he's played it today, he's won with it. You know, he's been absolute menace, so not too surprised to see that one banned away. Because on V2 side, it is going to be the Mars Sword actually taken away. So do you think maybe the OsaV was either attempting for Blood to be saved, or maybe Dragon and that's why he banned away that Mars Sword? Because I feel like that's one of the only real reasons why I think you take away Mars Sword and probably not the Wrath Blood here.
Yeah, there definitely could be some like guessing what your opponent's going to ban as well as just what you would naturally want to ban. I think like you're saying, yeah, that like Blood could feel pretty good into Sword, but if you know your opponent's going to ban your Blood, then yeah, definitely something to take off the table.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The grand finals here for the April Cup 2023 season. The Shadowverse Open West side of things. It's going to be Disastrous V2 taking on Sonar 5's OsaV from the viewpoint of V2 here. So make sure you let us know in the Twitch chat who you think is going to take this one out. 2 huge favorites to take out this series. And guys, it's going to be Blood versus Dragon to kick us off.
Warden of the Adamant Claw, maybe not exactly what you want to see. I feel like it's something that you always would like throw back, and then it's just like, oh, if you don't draw the good cards but you have it, you use it to draw into more of the good cards. We'll see what OsaV thinks here though, because a lot of our players today have had pretty empty hands with Dragon, or awkward hands, and I bet a lot of them would have liked to have a Warden at different turns. So OsaV really taking a long time here to think what he wants. Does decide to throw them back though and look for better cards, and it looks like he got some of them.
Yeah, slowly picking up parts, getting that expensive insight, as we call it, as well, to keep finding more. But it looks like V2 is finding some emphasis on some of those early Wrath parts as well. Definitely wasn't looking too good in the initial mulligan, but slowly starting to round out into a pretty nice curve. Right,
OsaV always thinking about what his turns. I feel like this is the slowest we've seen OsaV play today. Just I think showing a lot of respect for his opponent, and kind of interesting here because you want to get 2 discards before Argente, and so thinking like, do you discard like the Dragon Newt's Might and get the extra draw, or do you save it to be that second discard? You could use like Draconic Creation as your second discard, but it doesn't necessarily feel that good if you don't draw into another one.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward one indeed, but you do want to boost up that discard count while you can. So I guess we'll see. Kind of can feel that, you know, at the very least, we're going to be seeing Argente come through later down the line there, but for the time being, getting that Lilium token is going to be big. Oh, Bahamut picked up too.
Let's wreck stuff until the moon
First
goes
Bahamut's not Infinite Flame, right? But it is Bahamut. I guess it's like, I don't want to call Bahamut Beta Infinite Flame, but it really feels like that's been the case all day today, right? It really feels like Infinite Flame has been the tried and true dragon, and Bahamut maybe not so much here. But you're gonna go straight to OsaV's turn here, of course. With that, and of course, plenty of options to go for if he wants to continue that discard plan. Or I guess there's just Sealong if he wants to be that guy. Don't know why he'd do that, but I mean the options there. I really do think it probably will be Worm or Argente here, right? That'll probably come out. Or you know what? I guess I'm right. You know what? I guess he's been that guy. I said about live mics, about live mics, live cameras in here. Straight to them. I guess that's still happening, gentlemen. So I'm just gonna stop talking. I think because I'm just giving them ideas. I think
multiple players playing the Sealong early. We saw it against the sword player as well. I guess just thinking that the body and the trades are necessary, and with the Evo turn so far away, I guess OsaV just knows he has more time to ramp, and that fighting the board is maybe more important at this point. Definitely a surprise that you wouldn't see often on ladder.
I feel like Argente also just didn't really have the best discard fodders at the time being, because you don't want to pitch the Warden because you need that for your mid game, and then your Bahamut might actually be relevant down the line. So it's kind of playing it safe and picking up a token that you don't mind throwing away might also just be part of the play here.
You see Drummer come out from V2 side to keep the draft pings going. Goes alongside wall, so an easy 3-ping for him is going to be nice. And yeah, sure, OsaV got out the 3-3 body, but there's 3 extra followers aboard now for V2, right? That he's going to have to deal with, and 2 of those are going to heal back for him. One's going to give him extra draw. So every situation here after that turn, definitely V2 favored. OsaV now going to use Argente to maybe toss a few things out. They're going to toss out the Bahamut here. All right.
Ooh.
Imagine if you had some of these last words followers in Shadow. These would be like insanely overpowered last word. 1 cost, draw a card, 2 play point, 2 last words. My goodness. Yeah,
I think there's a reason why they didn't do it, right?
Yeah. I think it makes sense to get rid of Bahamut. I feel like all of the strong win cons in Blood don't need to draw, and so I feel like even once the Bahamut comes down, they could use like the full 5 turns to try and kill you, and so I can definitely see like not valuing it as much as the other cards.
Odd predicament for a V2 here. Building up that Wrath count pretty well. Really coming down to what's going to be the call for the next turn. I mean, here we're in a pretty good spot. It is a little bit difficult if you're going to commit into a bait here.
Draw's a bit iffy, but I mean, he might be able to use that for heal later. Might be like that one thing he needs. We've seen it happen a few times today. His Vite will come down, as well as the castle, give him an extra heal, have that Wrath ready to go, as well as a good old +1/+1 buff for the bats, right? So V2's, it's going to say, be probably slightly happy with that board there, especially when OsaV's like, oh yeah, I'll just clear them with my Angel's Blessing, you know, or my Dragon's Oracle, or what, you know, just there's nothing there that really answers this board very well. And you're probably going to play Warden, right? You already got 7 in hand. Is does he maybe just go for Sealong again? Maybe.
Yeah,
and
like
go for the
Sealong
Evo
or
stuff there.
like Warden at least gets rid of the bait, so
Yeah.
at least that kind of neutralizes it while setting up a ward. Sealong's okay, but if it, you know, misfires, then you're not exactly gonna be in the best of moods. But let's take a look here.
Free Evo.
That's not where you wanted it to go.
He didn't cover his screen. He didn't do the
There's a
pro tip.
Why don't they listen?
That's why. See, we told you to listen. The DF. All right, that's the professional opinion. Nah, it's fine. It's okay. It's just like, you know, it doesn't matter. Don't even care. It's fine. I will say the fact that you know, there's still a 4-1, there's still a 2-2 on board though. It's going to be tough on the side of OsaV there. Yes, he's got a 5-4, but I think V2's kind of happy, you know. I mean, he could play, you know, the drums if he really wants to help clear that, or he's also got the tank as well. Let's chuck that down and just leave that as the target and just kind of rush face and then maybe set up a little bit more. There's quite a few different options for him here to not only build up a board and get big damage in, but also kind of just, I don't want to say entirely ignore Sealong, but I kind of feel like, kind of a good feeling that maybe he could do that and potentially get away with it.
I'd really like to see V2 not evolve this turn to play around OsaV's Angel's Blessings. I feel like normally you can't expect them to have it, but last turn OsaV chose to play Oracle first to get the free Evo on Sealong instead of getting the draw. And I feel like normally, especially with 2 Evos left, you'd prioritize the draw over the Evos. So I feel like that kind of does give away that he was hoping to maybe turn these 2 Angel's Blessings into one cost. And yeah, V2 not evolving the Baad definitely was smart to be able to play around that.
Let my silver radiance dazzle you.
Alright. Argentine to Argente. The discard fodder is there, but we're definitely missing Lumiore here to actually give us that payoff.
Man, it's something we've seen a bit of an issue. I'm gonna say kind of throughout the whole day, right, guys, where we kind of see we'll say the discard, it either drags its feet a little bit. We've seen today where we're trying to get the setup or trying to get prestigious gold to either first of all be in hand, or second of all as you have the discard stuff active. So has been a little bit rough for a lot of the players here so far. OsaV still gonna be able to get the clear on to Demon here and set up a bunch of wards for himself. It's gonna be nice and comfortable off that, but again, he's already down to 9 health, and obviously we know it's quite easy for, well, not even just Wrathblood or V2 side to be able to clear that and potentially end the game, especially with Gyarados in hand ready to go. Actually going to burn the Noir and Blonde. It's not even going to get the Evo, the free Evo off it either, so that's going to hurt a tiny bit here for him.
Yeah, overall, OsaV is playing it carefully, getting a sustain wherever possible. Not gonna hold that greedily for the discard, but at this point just trying to find a way to secure a lethal, and I think we're not quite there yet. We do have ways to clear off these wards, but still a little ways away.
Multiple options in hand for V2. No Howling Demon that could kind of clear this and go face easily, but a lot of good cards to potentially dig deeper into the deck with like the Raging Commander and clear the board, or even just Vania to push damage and clear. Hovering the Vania looks like I'd be curious to see if he chooses to save the 0 drop or not, if he does play that to maybe make a stronger Vania Gyarados turn or something later.
So early stage is a big possibility, and you got someone Bloodkin, right? So you can even just hold on to Gift, as you said, Trick, and go for that Bloodkin play. Deal with the board, get a lot of annoying ping damage in as well that OsaV once again has to deal with. I wonder if we might, I mean, I know to help clear the board, we might see Drazel potentially coming out next turn.
That's true.
Plenty of play points, gets the health back, right? Clears the board, and hypothetically, if there's Vania Part 2, well, the Bane's not going to affect Drazel at all, right? So that might be what he's looking for to, I guess, stay in it. But, yeah, I don't know. Again, it's definitely just seems like V2 just kind of snowballing away from this matchup.
Let my silver radiance dazzle you.
Yeah, like, V2 had a pretty big offensive, but now this is where things change. The Drowsale is going to be pretty big here. You get a bit of healing, but starting to put up walls after walls that are just so hard to get over.
I don't know if you can put more wards up in one turn with this deck. That's probably about the max you can do. Maybe if you had the 0 drop, you could have played it as well as like one more 1/1, but like that was a pretty good defensive turn.
And now you're gonna be V2 just looking at this like, what the hell, man? Like, what do I even do here to clear this? Because 2 followers are just gonna eat effect damage. 1 can't die to Bane either. Actually, I believe Noir Blanc can't die to Bane either as well, right? So it's already like I'm gonna have to commit like just actual physical damage, right? Like attack damage in to deal with this board. I'm gonna have to burn so many resources here that I've been like building up and saving up and getting ready for that end game play that I was so close to getting to. And one turn, one awesome discard combo when OsaV's managed to hold on quite well and keep himself not even just like hanging on, but like he's like just kicked the dude who took over the driver's seat and he's back in the driver's seat again. You know what I mean? Like, he's back there ready to go and getting involved in it. And Vita's just kind of stuck having to watch it.
Let's wreck stuff until the moon goes down. I'll mess you up.
Having enough rush followers would let him be able to clear this, but there isn't a lot of time.
Yup, that red bar is turning. V2.
Oh no.
I don't like that expression.
I'm cheering. He's so happy to see it because here we go, the discard dragon rotation. It's disco time, boys, for this card series coming through. Easy clear. OsaV 1-0 against Disastrous. V2 in our grand finals. OsaV 1 win away from being the 2023 West April Cup champion. He's going to try and win it with that sword deck he has on hand. Of course, V2 still has to try and run back with 2 here at the moment. So Rally Sword against potentially Discard Dragon and Wrathblood. There's going to be Sword into Dragon here. And what do you reckon, guys? Doing it on the Miku stage as well, on the Vocaloid stage.
Yeah, I was
really
gonna say, like,
see with
is
the
this
crossover
supposed to
event
be
currently.
like it comes on for the final game? I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
V2 can still take this. Come on.
Yeah. Looks like the game's
The
trying to
music
say
in the background's
otherwise.
kind of nice.
So,
All right. Let's see how these mulligans pace out. V2 going first with the Oracle in hand is definitely a very good start, but it all depends on how this good early ramp is gonna connect.
Let's get this party started.
and I'm just excited to see where this goes, right? I mean, we're talking about obviously the ramp with V2, OsaV's side. I mean, Weiss already in hand, Avant Lord we've seen do quite a bit here today so far as well. Having the Takatsumi spell already in hand, ready to go for when you have to worry about that effect damage later. I mean, OsaV's got basically all the main resources he wants ready to go right for that mid-late game stage, and seems to be even more than happy to chuck Avant Lord down, knowing that V2's not really going to have a response to it.
Yeah, I feel like as the dragon player, you'd really want to get like your 4 discards super early and try and like really high roll the. Oh no! Try and high roll the sword player. The longer the game goes, the more it favors OsaV, and V2 he's ramping early, but he's not really getting his win condition online. I feel like that Lumiere he's only discarded what, like 1 time. So even if he's at 8 play points, it's really not like very threatening to OsaV.
And you can see V2 just being like, trying to think about what to do right just in future. It's really tough for him here at the moment. And also, again, like we said, plenty of resources to work with. Avant Lord got away with keeping it up. And now he's even thinking about hovering Weiss and playing Weiss now. Holy moly.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, this is actually the time because playing this out for OsaV, I mean, this is the counter, and V2 can see that too. Like, he's just going like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is the timing where you want to play Draziel. We're not gonna let that happen. And it's really awkward because even if you go into something like Sealong, and if it was the only thing there, it's like you're gonna have to burn both the spell and the attack to take it out. So
Yeah.
honestly,
And I don't even think you
You don't even get the
You don't
spell.
even get the spell because it's fanfare, right? So you have to
True,
run the
yeah.
Evo and you
It
don't
is
even
fanfare,
get
huh?
title like at all. So it's like double pain because not only do you miss the extra 5 damage, you miss the free evolve. So you have to use a manual evolve as well on that just to try and survive. I don't know, man,
rough.
guys. I mean, OsaV, again, similar to what we saw in the semi-finals, right? And then in the second semi-finals to get into the grand finals, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, big fat W, you know, just straight into it. So, and it's looking like the same thing's going to happen again if V2 can't respond to the Weiss Avid Lord combo. And there's Sealong as we expected, right? To at least deal with Avid Lord.
yeah, but
Shameful.
I don't know. This is looking pretty good for OsaV. Being able to shut down one of the opponent's most key cards is huge. 6 damage remains on board. So I don't know. We're definitely getting awfully close here.
Yeah, and something like Lirila to put another ward in front of it to protect Weiss could like really just continue to keep the pain on V2. And all I'm hoping is please don't let this start invading ladder, because like playing against the you can't do anything deck, this just looks miserable. It's like going back to like the first expansion of the game where all of your followers don't do anything.
Welcome to Floodgates.
Yeah. That's that one thing, right, that we didn't really have here in Shadowverse with other card games, and slowly but surely they've been creeping their head up, right, with a couple cards
But
recently.
I like this kind of card design. It feels interactive in like a non-interactive way, you know?
See, this is the sword. It reminds us the Swordcraft main, saying that the Swordcraft Floodgate is such a great thing and really interactive.
It
Just
is
a reminder,
great
guys,
card
so you know.
design. I love it. I want to shake hands with the person that designed it.
It's probably you. You probably designed it. You probably sent it into Star Games. It's like, guys, I've got a great idea. Trust me. It's going to bring Sword back from the brink. It's going to beat everything.
What
because
if
of it.
fanfare never existed?
Yeah.
All right, OsaV, he's getting excited. He knows that $1,000 prize is just a couple cards away. He can calculate the amount of moves left until he's united. But it's crazy for V2. It's like, it's actually just, what do you do? You are just a sitting duck at this point and need to play anything that has a not fanfare destruction effect. And not happening right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Might have to-
Struggling to think of any of those cards that exist in play in general currently. That's not just like weird, like, hey guys, remember this card? Like, I can't really think of like a meta card that's out. I mean, I'll look. I'm going to look through the list right now, but I don't think I'm going to anything, unfortunately.
I feel like evolve effects can like remove it. So if you have something that's like evolve destroy, or maybe like a spell removal, but like I guess like you could use like winged inversion on it or something. But yeah,
I think winged inversion is actually like the only possible card in this. Like, I'm looking through the deck. I mean, even like I think Lilium's Dragon, right? Like the Evo on that, I don't think properly counts. And I mean, even Bahamut itself, hypothetically, that's a fanfare effect to get to destroy all cards. And I know that's like really far away with the play points available. Again, that's a fanfare effect. So that's
We're
what I mean.
actually
There's
one
just like,
off.
yeah,
This
it's
is so sad. Twin Blader Evo is actually just swinging for 11 damage, but the General Maximus feels like the right play here. Just fill up the board and find more good cards. And this is gonna be still one off.
Steady. Swing.
I think OsaV's quite happy at this point. Right? I don't think he's particularly too fast at this point if he's going to be 1 or 2 off or not. He's just more than happy to just keep this board under control, right? Keep Weiss protected. Just keep putting these wards down. And, yep, there we go. Once again.
yeah, I feel like we're really seeing that this deck, the Rally Sword deck, is one you have to play around before they do their stuff instead of in response to it. And if you can like keep control of the board, then they can't even play the Floodgate. and like they won't even be like playing Discerning Professor. You can still trade into it because it is a 4 play point and Evo commitment. And so it's like the only way I feel like you can like keep them out of the game is by staying ahead on the board, and then they can never afford to play it. But once they're ahead, it just feels like it's too late.
Yep. And putting down these wars has been so smart from OsaV's side. I mean, there's a huge reason why these two players are considered as some of the best of the region. And OsaV right now is definitely showing it off and putting V2 in a position of just, well, I will keep putting up wards. You're going to have to play stuff without fanfare, trade over the wards, and then somehow reach my vice. So it's definitely a bit of a situation here. OsaV feels like he's one turn away from winning. He's just going to pass, and that's going to be it. Sonar 5's OsaV will be your champion of the Shadowverse Open 2023 April Cup.
What a way to wrap this one up here. OsaV 2-0 to wrap this series up here, guys. Battle of Veterans. I can't believe it. Just the way it just that didn't feel like an OsaV V2 game. I think that's the main point I want to bring out there. Like, that's how powerful OsaV was, and that's how much V2, I guess, kind of unfortunately just got an avalanche. It's not even a snowball at this point, it's just a full avalanche at this point that's come through. So yeah, again, unfortunate there for V2, very unfortunate for him there, but I guess OsaV gets through another a tick or another badge for, I guess, the ongoing war, right, between them to working out who's one of the best players for the West region. But guys, like we said, right, 2-0 for OsaV. What?
Yeah,
look how
that's
smug he is
crazy.
right now in camera.
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely just, it didn't even feel like there was like no back and forth. There was just no counterplay to stop that Rally Sword deck. Once it had its win condition online there's nothing you can do. And I think it just shows like how smart maybe OsaV's lineup was, and the good idea in like bringing that deck, because we saw everyone but one player today brought Dragon, and having a deck that maybe isn't super strong overall. It's not a tier 1 deck because it doesn't beat everything, but it does beat one of the tier 1 decks that you know everyone will bring. That just seemed to work perfectly for OsaV, where he brought a deck that maybe wouldn't be great on ladder, but was like great against the field today, and it really paid off for him.
Absolutely, that was incredibly well done from OsaV, and of course V2 as well, getting second with an incredible run today. Definitely been a hard bracket. I think this top 8 has been very tough for our players.
Very tough.
Congratulations to everyone involved for putting up a great fight. We are going to get OsaV on for an interview in a little bit, but first, while we prepare all the technical side of things and to get OsaV here on stream for you guys, we're gonna go for a tiny little break, but don't go anywhere because we'll get to talk to our champion for today's cup in just a little bit. Yeah, V2 had a pretty big offensive, but now this is where things change. The Drazael is going to be pretty big here. You get a bit of healing, but starting to put up walls after walls that are just so hard to get over.
Having enough rush followers would let him be able to clear this, but there isn't a lot of time.
Yup, that red bar is turning. V2.
Oh no.
I don't like that expression.
I'm cheering. He's so happy to see it, because here we go, the discard dragon rotation. It's disco time, boys, for this card series coming through. Easy clear. OsaV 1-0 against Disastrous V2. I mean, I'll look. I'm going to look through the list right now, but I don't think I'm going to do anything, unfortunately.
I feel like evolve effects can like remove it. So if you have something that's like evolve destroy, or maybe like a spell removal, but I feel like we're really seeing that this deck, the Rally Sword deck, is one you have to play around before they do their stuff instead of in response to it. And if you can like keep control of the board, then they can't even play the Floodgate, and like they won't even be like playing Discerning Professor. You can still trade into it because it is
definitely a bit of a situation here. OsaV feels like he's one turn away from winning. He's just going to pass, and that's going to be it. Sonar 5's OsaV will be your champion of the Shadowverse Open 2023.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you chat. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reactions. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Pick up PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open April Cup here for the West Region, the 2023 season. We're just wrapping up the end of an amazing top 8 that we had here today with a quick interview with OsaV in just a short moment, but still Baad, still Trickster, still different fight. Real quick, gentlemen, another quick recap here. Again, another fantastic cup for our 2023 season.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of players bringing the decks we'd expect, and a lot of players bringing new and interesting tech. And at the end, we saw 2 tyrants from the region facing off in V2 and OsaV, and OsaV was able to take that in a dominant victory there with a pretty impressive showing.
Damn, you call them tyrants, the kings of the West scene.
You called gods before
in glory. But no, it was a great showing. It was nice to see, you know, very familiar names in this very stacked top 8 this month. And overall, I mean, adapting very quickly to the meta changes. Like, it's been 1 week and the meta got flipped upside down. And, you know, we saw a lot of different takes on it at the same time. And one of those takes being OsaV. So I can't wait to hear from him and, you know, some of the reasons why he brought the deck he did, as well as, you know, just in general, how it feels to be one of the top names of the West scene in general. So I can't wait to have him on for this little interview.
One of those key points, right? Just again, it's a mixture of veterans and new blood, but the veterans that are here are like 4 or 5 years, right? A lot of these lads have been playing for, which is really, really cool to see. But let's go. Got our interview now, coming on now with Sonar 5's own OsaV. OsaV, welcome here, my man, to the desk. First of all,
Hello.
Big congratulations for taking on the April Cup.
Thank you.
So yeah, first things first, just jumping into it. I mean, again, how are you feeling after this one? Because I know we saw you at the end of last year in the November Cup, right? Where I think you just missed shy from being able to take that one out here, and now coming into, again, what, the 2023 year, right? 2023 season of SVO, and coming out strong here for, again, one of the cups towards the start of the year.
Yeah, well, it feels good to be back here. I had a pretty poor start of the year with like 4-3 and 4-3 in both February and March. So getting those points back up.
That's
Nice.
amazing.
Yeah, glad to see you turning it around, and it was great to have you on stream. Watching your games, I was pretty interested to know, why do you think that you're still playing Vengeance Blood, and why did you bring Rally Sword when some of the people in the meta maybe don't respect those as much?
Yeah, so Rally Sword and Mars Sword, I actually haven't tested Mars Sword enough to know which one is better between the two, but both sword decks are favored into Dragon. So my strategy was just leaving Dragon, except there's the Bahamut tech, which Vito actually had, which actually turns it around a little bit. But I still managed to win that, so that's nice. As for Vengeance, but I actually, I don't understand the trend with Wrath Blood rising up. I don't think it's a better deck than Vengeance Blood. There seems to be consensus that Wrath Blood is better into Dragon, but it hasn't been the case in my experience. Like I like, for example, on the stream and in SVO bracket, like the Swiss bracket as well, I won every single game I played as Dragon versus Wrath Blood. And in the test, in the practice, and in testing the decks, it also came out that like Dragon seems favored versus Wrath Blood. So I don't really understand the hype with Wrath Blood. Vengeance just seems like a better deck to me personally. I do think that Wrath Blood has a better matchup against Fairy Forest, but Fairy Forest is no longer popular enough for me to like that be enough of a consideration to bring Wrath Blood or Vengeance Blood.
Definitely interesting to hear that summary, and it makes a lot of sense, and I think you definitely proved that it worked out today.
Yep, absolutely. And one more question for you, OsaV, before we let you go celebrate. You know, I think for me, ever since I started casting in the West, you've been sort of this like rising name throughout the scene, and, you know, picking up a lot of dubs throughout the last few years, you know, whether it's wins or just very consistent top 8s as well. And remember in the last WGP we had as well, you know, definitely had a hot run. Quite a lot of like Japanese players also noticed you and got a lot of following in, like, you know, basically the home of Shadowverse in that sense. What is your
I didn't
goal?
go back to streaming back then.
Yeah. But what is your goal for this year, right? You've been already so consistently successful, but now that you got this big dub for the April Cup, like, what is your sort of like, what are you aiming for in the 2023 circuit? What is that kind of thing that drives you to continue to compete for 2023?
Well, World Grand Prix is not a thing, but I'm still having fun and like just being competitive. So I'll obviously try to make Contenders Cup and just do my best.
All right, that's awesome. I mean, in the end, like you have the drive and you have what it takes, and definitely the skills to make it to the top. So hopefully, you know, for everyone that supports you, we keep on seeing you at these top 8s for the remaining months of the circuit. And once again, congratulations on this amazing showing.
Thanks.
There's always one of the big fan favorites. I always say smile at the camera, waving at the camera for everyone at home. And I know there's a lot of players, well, both players and audience members that really love seeing you around. So if you hope to see you around more OsaV, of course, remember seeing you both in grassroots and as DF said, about getting up here and then the pro team, which is really cool to see. So fingers crossed when WGP comes back, we see you repping rest, man. So cool. That was our interview there with Sonar 5's OsaV there again. Fantastic to see him take out another huge victory there, guys. And gonna head to the standings now. Show you guys how the standings look after the end of the April Cup here. Again, we just saw Melon as a reminder as well. He was currently second place going into it. Let's see how things have changed up coming out of it here at the moment. So he's just holding on to that second place spot by 1 point. So nothing to freak out about. There's something there, only 1 point difference coming through. But going from top, from bottom to top here, of course, is Dawnbreakers, both Shinkai and Nitro, alongside Twilight Knight, Satellizer, and Yawn Calby, all tied up at 16 points. It's followed up by Nautilus Yo from Team Revelations and KTZN tied up at 17 points. A reminder as well, Nautilus took out the February Cup just a couple months back here for the West region. Of course, OsaV just taking out the April Cup here now on 18 points, only 1 point behind second place here for Melon at 19 points. And of course, currently still on top is Meme Legends at 23 points. Of course, our March Cup winner, and still a little bit of a lead building up for him there coming into the end of the April Cup. But I guess a big target on his back now, right, guys, coming into the May Cup in just a couple weeks, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked top 10. Seen a lot of the Dawnbreakers players. Happy to see that. I'm gonna go maybe cheer them on after this and be like, hey, but like, let's make it on stream though next time. Like, the points are great, but no. But yeah, good to see them on here, and good to see OsaV making it up high, and Nautilus, one of the other champions, close to the top. And yeah, Meme Legends and Melon still at the top, and surprising to see that. And I'm sure that we'll really see, as like we start to have more and more tournaments each month, we'll really see, I think, some of the top players start to maybe pull away, and I'm excited to kind of see who that is and who can really continue to be consistent when we have many more tournaments.
Yep, it is still the very beginning of the circuit. We may be 3 months in, but not even past the halfway point, so this can still change completely. We can, I mean, all of these names might get ejected by some fresh new talent, but I think generally speaking, if you're consistent and you're always coming out on top or making it to the playoffs, you're gonna be on this top 10 ranking going into contenders. So that is your top 10 for the West circuit, and so it's gonna be exciting to see as well how things in SEO keep developing too. So you can tune into their next SVO next month as well.
And of course, as we do wrap things up, guys, a quick reminder, of course, to go check out the community support program as well, svo.gg/CSP there to check all that out. Get some really cool rewards, some really cool card packs that you guys can get for the next expansion coming out that you can either hoard for yourself and be that goblin and hold on to all those expansion packs, or you can share them, of course, with the greater community, just like the awesome content that you'll be making to be a part of this program. Quick reminder, doesn't just have to be video content. Of course, it's always awesome to see some of you guys over on Twitch live streaming or on YouTube live streaming or making some of that video content, but you can also make cool articles or other cool things that help support the community, that you can, you know, apply it to the program and get some awesome card packs out of it. And as you can see, the submission deadline is by June 25th. Of course, that being a Saturday coming through to get these new packs for the next expansion. And of course, remember to check out the Battlefy as well and the SVO Discord to see when the signups go live for the next cups. Of course, coming up will be the West Cup first on the 6th and 7th and the SAO Cups on the 13th and 14th. So guys, only 2-3 weeks away already before we go to the next cup, which is crazy close compared to the last month. So make sure you guys remember that, go sign up. Remember as well, of course, that the tournament mode, all cards are available, so you don't have to worry about if you're missing a card or two, because they will be available for you to use there during competition. But that's it, guys, here for this April Cup for the West Region's Shadowverse Open 2023 season. Thank you so much for tuning in. Quick shout out as well to anyone doing any watch parties. Thank you guys for tuning in as well and enjoying some of those communities. I know there's a big group watching over at the Saturn's channel, so thanks guys for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed, even if we're muted for a majority of that stream. But one Buzz, one Trick, one DF. We'll see you guys next month for the continued action of the Shadowverse season. Till then, guys.
So Stolza was able to play Norn Blanc consistently.
Stolza smells blood.
Yeah,
he sees
protagonist
it. He evos it.
Coming through right now for Stolza with the Infinite Flame Dragon to wrap this one up here. An awesome discard dragon mirror match, but Stolza running. You're gonna have to run in Doom Lord. Luckily, of course, that option is available, but he also has one more in deck as well, which is, I mean, if you top his deck, that's gonna be something. But you like healing? Because that's basically what's happening. 8's gonna come in, and now it's all down to this final turn here from Golden Play.
Here's IL to make sure that it hits the target you want, but still letting you go face. It is tough though, even though you have these wards and some healing, all of these followers on the boards are getting plenty of targets for trades for Omega, which could be more damage. Depending on what the value of defense close. Wow, this, when he evolves this and trades 2 ping plus 4 to face afterwards. And this is it, getting that intricate lethal. We saw him thinking about it and we were trying to count it out, but he just plays out the turn calmly, takes out the wards, and has 1 extra damage to finish out this game, bringing it back 1-1. He's
patient, but that's going to be over. Going to be buffed up with the Evo just for a little bit of extra hurt. And yeah, that's going to be done. Even things up 1-1. And once again, I think the 3rd time today, we're going to get a discard dragon mirror match happening once again. Yeah, right, there you go. That's the full board, full setup. You've got Prestigious Gold in hand ready again. And look at that, it's a bit of ping damage because you're playing Wrath. You forgot about the extra ping.
Next turn. Looking like he might even use Garadoth to ping the 3-2. I like this play to take 1 less damage.
Yeah, you can see it coming here, right? Even with that health, and we'll finally get some big damage on that follower. I mean, that V2 is once again stuck in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and the board block is definitely nice, but it is kind of funny to see that this is the turn V2 wanted to play his 5-cost spell and pass anyway, so that lined up well for him. The only downside...
Yeah, and gonna go to a final matchup between V2 and Omega, the battle of the Team Disaster players. V2 just wrapping it up now with the Vania play coming through. There you go, to end it off, and Vengeance, Blood, rewards. Gonna be an easy pick up here. Just gets an Evo on Defender, and Quickblader will end the game. But everything to do that gets the Russian Defender will end the game here off of the Amulet. Burn damage. Disaster. V2 making the run back 2-1.
Yeah, we had a pretty big offensive, but now this is where things change. It's pretty big. To the team, but put up walls that are just so hard to get over.
Having enough red followers would let him be able to clear this, but there isn't a lot of time.
Yup, that red bar is turning. V2.
Oh, no.
I don't like that expression.
Yeah, I'm Jared. He's so happy to see it because here we go, the discard dragon rotation. It's disco time, boys, for this card series coming through. Easy clear. OsaV 1-0 against Disastrous Decon. I mean, I'll look. I'm going to look through the list right now, but I don't think we're going to get anything, unfortunately.
I feel like evolve effects can like remove it. So if you have something that's like evolve destroy or maybe like a spell removal, but I feel like we're really seeing that this deck, the Rally Sword deck, is one you have to play around before they do their stuff to response to it. And if you can like keep control of the board, then they can't even play the Floodgate. And like they won't even do it, like playing the Certain Professor, you can switch straight into it.
Just maybe a little situation where OsaV has been one turn away from winning this skill in the past, and that's gonna be it. Sonar 5, OsaV will be